The story begins with a violent explosion erupting on a cliff. As the dust starts to settle, a man charges forward and strikes downward with a powerful blow. His opponent laughs in admiration, asking how he can still move despite suffering such severe injuries. He adds that the man's mental fortitude truly lives up to his title, the Phantom Swordsman. He admits that the sword technique his opponent created is impressive, but as he forces him backward, he points out that the Phantom Swordsman can no longer use internal energy in his current condition. Pressing forward with even more force, he says it is already miraculous that the injured man can still move. There is no point in continuing the fight, because he intends to end it now and put his opponent to sleep. Purple aura gathers around his blade as he pulls it back and swings forward, unleashing multiple sword arcs formed from internal energy. While the Phantom Swordsman is occupied deflecting them, the man rushes in and delivers a powerful kick to his gut, sending him crashing to the ground. He immediately stabs downward toward his head, but the Phantom Swordsman rolls aside just in time to avoid the attack. In the very next moment, the Phantom Swordsman counters with a kick, knocking the man's sword out of his grasp and sending it flying through the air. Grabbing his own blade, he thrusts forward, but the man manages to dodge, though the edge still grazes his cheek. Without giving him any time to recover, the Phantom Swordsman follows up with a left hook to his face, knocking him to the ground. Lying there, the man insists that he will not allow his opponent to win. Even without his weapon, he gathers internal energy into his hands and releases a powerful aura wave. However, to his surprise, the Phantom Swordsman is no longer standing in front of him. Confused, he wonders where his opponent has gone, but the moment he looks upward, horror spreads across his face. The Phantom Swordsman is already descending from the air. With a single swift motion, he cuts the man straight down the middle. The scene then shifts to another man who lets out a sigh of relief. He asks the Phantom Swordsman whether he has killed the old demon head, and the Phantom Swordsman confirms that he has. With the old demon head finally gone, the bloodbath known as the Shaanxi Massacre will finally come to an end. The man speaks of the mysterious group called the Black Knight Palace, which had swept through numerous smaller sects and clans over the last 3 days. Because of this incident, the martial world witnessed something no one expected: an alliance between two rival factions, the Orthodox and the Unorthodox. At this point, the Phantom Swordsman's true name is revealed to be Dako Hyun. The other man recalls the promise they once made to duel after each of them created their own sword techniques. Sadly, he admits that he will no longer be able to fulfill that promise. Dako Hyun asks whether that is truly what he is thinking about in his final moments. The man laughs and admits that it is. He has dedicated his entire life to the sword, fighting countless martial artists and witnessing countless techniques along the way. Yet none of them had ever been as difficult to deal with as Dako Hyun's swordsmanship. He acknowledges that Dako Hyun's devotion to the sword surpasses everyone else's. Because of that, he asks Dako Hyun to look after his disciple from the Manhwa sect. Dako Hyun stares at him in disbelief and asks whether he has lost his mind. The disciple belongs to the Manhwa sect, so why would the greatest swordsman of the unorthodox faction ever look after a disciple from the orthodox faction? The dying man then hands him the plum blossom spirit beads, a relic of Manhwa, and asks him to deliver them to the sect leader. Dako Hyun wonders again whether his friend has truly gone mad, but after seeing the seriousness in his expression, he realizes that this is the sincere final wish of a dying man. The man laughs weakly, saying that the two of them are only sword friends, yet he has always been grateful to Dako Hyun. Dako Hyun finally agrees, remarking that thanks to his friend, he will now have to spend the rest of his life at Manhwa. But before he can finish speaking, the man's body suddenly explodes into a cloud of red mist, leaving behind nothing but chunks of his remains. Dako Hyun is left completely stunned, unable to understand what just happened. He turns around only to see a purple light flashing toward him as a wave of internal energy comes flying in his direction. Gritting his teeth, Dako Hyun tightens his grip on his blade and demands to know who is responsible for this before swinging his sword to deflect the attack. However, the aura wave is far too powerful. It destroys his counterattack effortlessly. Dako Hyun stares in genuine shock as his opponent begins gathering two black-purple concentrations of internal energy, one in each hand. The blast that follows can only be described as the very epitome of destruction. When the smoke finally clears, Dako Hyun is kneeling on the ground, severely injured and missing an arm. In disbelief, he questions how anyone could possibly possess such overwhelming power. As he approaches what appear to be his final moments, he wonders whether this person is the true master of the Black Knight Palace. However, he quickly dismisses that thought. The old demon head is definitely dead and his corpse is still lying there intact. That means the mysterious figure must either be a hidden disciple or perhaps the true palace master, someone far stronger than the imposter Dako Hyun had just killed. Looking down at his severed arm, Dako Hyun quietly apologizes, regretting that he never even had the chance to bring his longtime friend's body back home. It seems that both of them will die on this cliff. Even so, determination suddenly fills his eyes. Dokgo Hyun slams his remaining hand against his knee and vows that, at the very least, he will keep his word. The mysterious man watches in surprise as Dokgo Hyun charges forward to fight, unarmed and completely undeterred. Dokgo Hyun himself does not know whether he can survive a fall from the cliff after losing his companion. But if there is even the smallest hope, he has no choice but to believe in it. Though he may be fleeing now, he will never forget his fallen friend. And when they meet again, it will be for their final confrontation. But of course, that chance will never come. Just as Dokgo Hyun begins to run, an attack slices directly through him, cutting his body in half. He turns in shock, realizing that the masked man launched the attack from a distance. His power is far greater than Dokgo Hyun had initially believed. After landing the blow, the masked man begins to laugh. Dokgo Hyun responds that such laughter is disrespectful, especially during someone's final moments. As his body starts to fall, his final words are an apology to his friend. He admits that he most likely will not be able to keep the promise he made. At that moment, the spirit beads in his hand begin glowing brilliantly. The light radiates all the way down into the forest below, where people say they can feel his pulse. Amazed, they declare that the heavens have truly helped him. Dokgo Hyun slowly regains consciousness, completely astonished by what is happening. As he opens his eyes, he hears people calling him senior disciple. One of the men shouts for an elder, who immediately rushes to Dokgo Hyun's side and calls him Muhui, praising him for managing to survive. Dokgo Hyun is completely confused. He recognizes the elder as Baek Jin, an elder of the Mount Hua sect, but he cannot understand why the man keeps calling him Muhui. After all, Muhui is the senior disciple among Mount Hua's second-generation disciples, as well as the disciple of Dokgo Hyun's own friend, Hyland Jo. Only then does Dokgo Hyun begin to realize that, one way or another, he may truly be forced to live at Mount Hua after all. After some time, Dokgo Hyun gets ready to leave. Prompting the elder to ask if he is going somewhere, Dokgo Hyun almost responds rudely out of habit, but quickly acknowledges him instead. Baek Jin advises him not to push himself too hard, reminding him that he had been bedridden and unable to eat for the past week. Dokgo Hyun agrees before stepping outside. The moment he emerges, he is greeted by the sight of a giant well. A grand temple. He heads toward the garden area and splashes water onto his face, reflecting on everything that has happened over the past week. Although only 7 days have passed, to him, it feels as though years have gone by. During that time, he dreamed of an entire life, reliving the last 2 decades experienced by Muhui. Through those memories, Dokgo Hyun learns that the sect had been attacked. One of their buildings exploded, as soldiers fought valiantly to defend the grounds, but the situation was clearly dire. Standing in the middle of the chaos was none other than the master of the Black Knight Palace, or at least the imposter Dokgo Hyun had seen earlier. As he experiences Muhui's memories, Dokgo Hyun hears Hyland Jo shouting at the masked man before charging forward to confront him. At the same time, Muhui sees another man raising his weapon to kill one of his fellow disciples. Without a moment of hesitation, Muhui dashes in and blocks the attack. However, he is struck across the chest and falls to the ground from the force of the blow. Witnessing this memory, Dokgo Hyun calls Muhui a fool, asking why he would throw himself into harm's way when his body was already so weak. In the end, the injury proves fatal, and Dokgo Hyun finally realizes that the light he saw earlier must have come from the spirit beads. Still, one question continues to trouble him. Why did it have to be him? Why was he brought back through Muhui instead of Hyland Jo? He can only wonder whether this is what people call fate. Letting out a sigh, Dokgo Hyun acknowledges that, despite his reluctance, he cannot waste this second chance at life. He vows to find the masked man and exact his revenge, determined to become stronger than ever before. After all, he had nearly perished at the hands of that imposter. If he ever hopes to defeat him, he will need to surpass the limits of his former self. Dokgo Hyun then walks up the steps toward an empty training room, one that most likely belonged to Hyland Jo. As he enters, he reflects on his late friend's final words. Hyland Jo had bravely led his disciples, urging them to protect their home without fear. Picking up a book from the wall, Dokgo Hyun silently makes a promise. No matter what it costs him, he will fulfill Hyland Jo's final request and avenge his death. The scene then shifts to a discussion among the elders, who are deliberating over whether they will need to rebuild a total of 8 pavilions. One of them informs the sect leader that the damage became even worse because they were unable to extinguish the fire from the last ambush in time. Sect leader sighs, assuming that they do not have enough funds for such a large reconstruction project, especially after all the damage they have already suffered. He turns toward Baeksan and asks if that is truly the case. Baeksan confirms it, adding that both their profits and the number of visitors will be drastically reduced. From the way he speaks, it is clear that he is the one responsible for handling the sect's finances. The sect leader, whose name is revealed to be Baekyu, falls silent for a moment. He concludes that they must avoid any unnecessary large expenditures and suggests that they begin by rebuilding only the most important pavilions. Baekyu then turns toward Baekjin and asks how the disciples are recovering. Baek Jin responds that everyone is recovering well, and even those who were in serious condition are gradually improving. Relieved, Baek Yu then asks about Mu Hui. He expresses concern that the news of Hylan Zhou's death must have come as an enormous shock to him. However, Baek Jin reassures him that Mu Hui seems to be handling it better than expected. His wounds have healed significantly, and he was even walking around outside the previous day. Hearing this, Baek Sen laughs and questions whether Mu Hui is truly feeling that much better already. Baek Yu agrees that it is a good thing if Mu Hui is genuinely taking the situation well, but he still advises Baek Jin to check on him occasionally. He is worried that Mu Hui may simply be pretending to be fine. After all, they all know exactly what kind of person he is, and Baek Yu can only hope that he will truly be all right. Meanwhile, Dak Go Hyun is inside the house, reading through several martial arts manuals. As he studies them, something suddenly catches his attention, triggering a memory of a past conversation with Hylan Zhou. At the time, Hylan Zhou had asked Dak Go Hyun what he thought of the disciples. Dak Go Hyun had bluntly replied that they were useless. Rather than becoming offended, Hylan Zhou agreed with him, admitting that the sect seemed to be regressing. Hylan Zhou found it ironic that the members of Mount Hua continued clinging to the belief that the Plum Blossom Sword technique was perfection. The technique represented variability and illusions, yet the disciples treated it as though there was nothing beyond it. Hylan Zhou was certain that Dak Go Hyun understood the future consequences awaiting a sect that refused to reflect on itself or innovate. Dak Go Hyun had pointed out that such stagnation could eventually lead to the sect's downfall. Hylan Zhou acknowledged that this was true, but he also emphasized that change could not simply be forced on a people. Dak Go Hyun, however, insisted that if he were in Hylan Zhou's position, he would still try to push for change. He then asked whether Hylan Zhou had any other ideas. As plum blossoms began to fall around them, Hylan Zhou finally shared his thoughts. He believed that the only way forward was to show the disciples that the Plum Blossom Sword technique was not the end of their path, but merely a stepping stone toward an even higher realm. Dak Go Hyun then asked whether this was the reason Hylan Zhou had made him promise that they would each create their own sword techniques and duel again in the future. Hylan Zhou explained that he had reached his current level by renovating various martial techniques. Because of that, he believed it might also be possible for Dak Go Hyun, especially considering his title as the Phantom Swordsman and his standing as the greatest swordsman of his faction. Returning to the present, Dak Go Hyun reflects on his original judgment of the Mount Hua sect. In the past, he believed the problem simply came from the sect's decline, since they had failed to produce anyone with talent surpassing Hylan Zhou for the past century. Now, however, he realizes how foolish that thinking had been. He had focused only on martial arts techniques such as the six-fold combo circulation technique and the sword technique itself, judging them as though they were flawless and complete. But now, he understands that martial techniques are meant to grow stronger over time as they pass through the hands of others. That was the true strength of a sect. Mount Hua had reached a wall precisely because of how great it had already become. Their determination to break through that wall by showing the disciples an entirely new realm was the key to their future. If Hylan Zhou's wish was to demonstrate that determination and guide the disciples toward a greater understanding, then the unfinished sword technique would now be Dak Go Hyun's responsibility to complete. By doing so, he would honor the promise they once made to each other. However, this sword technique could not merely imitate Mount Hua's form and movements. It would need to embody the deeper intentions behind the sect itself. To accomplish that, Dak Go Hyun realizes that he must first align himself with the teachings of Mount Hua and begin again from the very basics. Only by doing so will he be able to complete Hylan Zhou's sword technique properly. Sitting down in a lotus position, Dak Go Hyun begins cultivating his inner energy, slowly releasing a long breath. As he does, he reflects on the need to let go of the martial arts teachings that Hylan Zhou had once imparted to him. Yet even if he tries, he cannot deny that those teachings have already become part of him. At the same time, he understands that he cannot afford to underestimate the basics. The autumn flower circulation technique, for example, is stable and not at all inferior to the ghost arts. In his previous life, Dak Go Hyun had only sought efficiency, relying entirely on the unorthodox sword techniques he had mastered. But the techniques of the Mount Hua sect are different. By learning them, he may discover something entirely new. And with that realization, his life as the Phantom Swordsman comes to an end. From this moment forward, Dak Go Hyun will fully embrace his new identity as Mu Hui. Sometime later, a man makes his way up the stairs toward Mu Hui's residence. Seemingly curious about something, he calls out and asks whether Mu Hui is inside. Looking noticeably exhausted, Mu Hui hears the voice and opens the door. Catching the visitor by surprise, he immediately recognizes the man as Mu Chiao, who explains that he came to check on him. After all, it has already been 3 days since Mu Hui left the Harmony Medicine Palace, yet he still has not attended any of the morning training sessions. Mu Hui is startled by this revelation and asks whether 3 days have really passed already. Mu Chiao simply stands there in silence, leaving Mu Hui to reflect on how strangely time has been passing for him. Before those 3 days, he had gone 7 days without eating properly, and the experience reminds him of the time he was trapped inside the Blood Tempest sect's inescapable net technique. Back then, he had also completely lost track of time. With that thought behind him, Mu Hui suggests that they head to the training hall. Mu Chiao agrees, though it is clear that something else is occupying his thoughts. As he looks at Mu Hui, he cannot help but comment that his senior disciple seems different somehow. Mu Hui pays no attention to the remark. Instead, he thinks to himself that a drink would be nice right about now. As the two of them approach the training area, they hear a man loudly calling out the names of different skills while demonstrating them to a group of disciples. Mu Hui watches quietly as the disciples follow the instructor's commands, though it is obvious that most of them are struggling. One disciple, Mu Ryan, is told to raise his arm higher. He immediately complies, but as Mu Hui observes the training, his expression darkens. In his eyes, they are all performing terribly. Their feet move when they should remain planted. Their balance is unstable, preventing them from generating any real power behind their strikes. Their posture is completely wrong as well, and overall they are sorely lacking in the most basic skills. Still, Mu Hui acknowledges that the instructor Mu Jin is not bad. At the very least, he seems to know what he is doing. In fact, among everyone present, Mu Jin is the only one performing his role properly. As he continues watching, Mu Hui realizes that Mu Jin behaves more like the senior disciple of the second generation than the actual senior disciple does. This makes him wonder why Mu Jin is the one leading the training in the first place instead of the senior disciple himself. Using Mu Hui's memories, he quickly finds the answer. The previous owner of his body had been shy by nature and lacked both martial arts ability and leadership skills. Mu Jin, on the other hand, was completely different. He possessed the ability to lead others, carried himself with a calm demeanor, and had displayed remarkable potential from a young age. With that in mind, Mu Hui understands why more disciples naturally listen to Mu Jin. Talented individuals with the right skills should be given opportunities, and at least for now, Mu Jin's personality makes him a far more natural fit for the role of senior disciple. A short while later, Mu Jin finishes the training session and dismisses the disciples, remarking that they all seem particularly exhausted today. As the disciples begin leaving, one of them notices Mu Hui and asks whether he is feeling all right. Mu Hui calmly replies that he is fine. However, another disciple cannot help but notice that something about him feels different. Mu Jin then steps down and apologizes for not properly greeting Mu Hui earlier, explaining that he had been occupied with the training session. Mu Hui tells him not to worry about it, acknowledging that it must have been difficult for Mu Jin to handle responsibilities that should have belonged to him in the first place. He then casually asks whether Mu Jin plans to come down from the stairs, pointing out that speaking to him from above could be considered rather rude. Instead of taking offense, Mu Jin simply expresses his gratitude, saying that he appreciates Mu Hui allowing him to take the lead. However, Mu Hui immediately declares that from now on, he will be taking over those responsibilities himself. The moment he says this, Mu Jin's expression turns irritated. One of the female disciples nearby even asks whether she heard him correctly, while the others exchange uncertain looks. Mu Qiao watches the scene unfold and thinks to himself that he is not merely being sensitive. Something has definitely changed about Mu Hui. Unable to conceal his frustration, Mu Jin reminds Mu Hui that he was the one who handed the task over in the first place, because he did not have confidence in his own ability to carry it out properly. Hearing this, Mu Hui smiles knowingly. Just as he suspected, there is more to Mu Jin's position than simple responsibility. He assumes that Mu Jin's ultimate goal is to become the head disciple. The role of head disciple is not a simple title. It is a position that carries the potential to one day succeed the sect leader. Following the Shaanxi massacre, many first-generation disciples have been lost, while the remaining elders are occupied with rebuilding the sect. Under these circumstances, it would be far more efficient to guide the second-generation disciples, who represent Mount Hua's future, rather than wasting effort trying to change the elders or the surviving first-generation disciples. More importantly, Mu Hui understands that the head disciple is the only person aside from the sect leader who is allowed to learn the purple aura circulation technique, one of the top 10 internal energy circulation techniques. If Mu Hui intends to surpass his former self, then he needs to master that technique. For that reason, he has no choice but to claim the position of head disciple for himself. No matter how shocking the decision may seem to everyone else, this is the path he must take. Mu Jin, still skeptical, asks whether Mu Hui truly believes he is making the right decision. He then brings up the night the Black Knight Palace invaded their sect, questioning what Mu Hui actually did during the attack. Mu Qiao immediately interrupts, shouting Mu Jin's name in an attempt to stop him. However, Mu Jin continues, reminding Mu Hui that the elders had specifically told him to stay where he was. Mu Hui ignored those orders, and the consequences of that choice followed soon after. Mu Hui simply smiles as Mu Jin continues questioning him. Mu Jin asks whether he managed to save any of the elders or the other disciples during the invasion. He then asks whether Mu Hui succeeded in killing even a single member of the Black Knight Palace. Mu Hui shakes his head and admits that he did not save anyone. In the end, he only became a burden to everyone around him. Even so, he continues, stating that several other disciples followed Mu Hui's example because of his actions. If the first-generation disciples had not risked their lives to protect everyone, many of them would not even be standing there now. Mu Hui calmly agrees, acknowledging that Mu Jin is completely right. However, this only seems to irritate Mu Jin further. Rather than defending himself or offering any explanation, Mu Hui is simply accepting all the blame without hesitation. That is when Mu Hui declares that, as the senior disciple, he intends to take responsibility for everything from this point forward. Mu Jin remains unconvinced and asks how any of them are supposed to trust him now. Already making his way up the stairs, Mu Hui smirks and tells Mu Jin that he is misunderstanding something. When Mu Jin asks what he means, Mu Hui turns around and fixes him with a cold glare. He asks since when he ever needed to look up to Mu Jin. He then questions whether it sounds as though he is trying to convince him, or whether he somehow needs Mu Jin's permission before deciding what he will do. Mu Hui has no intention of convincing anyone. He is simply notifying them of his decision. Mu Jin is visibly shaken by the presence of the man standing before him. The senior disciple he once knew would never have spoken like this. This man is entirely different, and the realization sends a chill through him. Completely unfazed, Mu Hui tells him that he will be taking over the morning training sessions starting tomorrow. If Mu Jin has any complaints, he is welcome to come and see him after the training is over. However, he should not allow himself to become too upset about it. Still unable to process what just happened, Mu Jin mutters that Mu Hui seems like a completely different person. Mu Hui calmly responds that people often change after returning from the brink of death. As far as everyone else is concerned, they can simply assume that is what happened to him. Meanwhile, the other disciples begin gossiping about Mu Hui's sudden change. Having overheard Mu Jin's frustration, they wonder whether their senior disciple truly intends to take control of the training sessions from now on. Some of the disciples begin discussing the matter among themselves. One says that they heard the same thing. Another adds that Mu Jin appeared extremely angry at first, though he eventually calmed down. Even then, something about his expression had looked strange. One disciple cannot hide his concern. While Mu Jin may be trying to step back out of kindness, he is still worried about what will happen, especially considering the senior disciple's current skill level. Later that night, a group of disciples makes its way to Mu Hui's residence and knocks on his door. When Mu Hui answers, they ask whether they can speak with him. Mu Hui responds with curiosity, noting that if they have come all this way to speak somewhere away from the others, then he is eager to hear what they have to say. At the same time, he quietly tightens his grip around his wooden sword, ready for whatever might come next. One of the disciples is surprised to see Mu Hui holding a wooden sword since it is completely unlike him. Musen speaks up, saying that he will get straight to the point. They want Mu Hui to take back what he said earlier, explaining that Mu Jin only backed down from the discussion because he wanted to preserve Mu Hui's image. Finding this interesting, Mu Hui asks whether Mu Jin sent them. They immediately respond that they came of their own volition. Mu Hui nods, still intrigued, but makes it clear that they have no say in his decisions. He will pretend he never heard what they said, so they should simply leave. Musen calls out to him, asking him to at least consider their perspective. He explains that this is not about disliking Mu Hui. They simply want to be taught by someone who is actually skilled. As things stand, Mu Hui's abilities are subpar, and trying to take over the training is nothing more than greed on his part. Mu Hui lets out a sigh, acknowledging that Mount Hua's hierarchy truly seems to have deteriorated. Still, he understands why they doubt his abilities. Since that is the case, he will simply prove himself to them. He tells them to grab their swords. The disciples stare at him in surprise and ask whether he is serious. He understands how they feel, but if they want to see his skills for themselves, then they will have to face him directly. Musen draws his blade, declaring that Mu Hui asked for this. He charges forward, warning him not to regret his decision. However, Mu Hui immediately disarms him. He slaps Musen's hand aside, before striking him in the chest with the hilt of his wooden sword. The force of the blow sends Musen falling to his knees, where he begins coughing heavily. Mu Hui then turns his gaze toward the others. Mu Ho attempts to join the fight, but Mu Hui instantly smacks him on the head with the wooden sword, causing him to fall as well. Still confused by how quickly everything happened, Musen tells Mu Hui that he has lost. Mu Hui agrees, adding that now it is time for them to learn a lesson. As Mu Ho's leg twitches on the ground, Mu Hui asks whether they are satisfied with that lesson. The disciples quickly confirm that they are. Mu Hui then reminds them what would happen to anyone who tried to gang up on him. They would be beaten as well. When Mu Hui presses them further, they admit that he is definitely stronger than the other disciples as well. Looking at the disciples before him, Mu Hui can tell that they have learned their lesson. Because of that, he decides to forget what happened, acknowledging that everyone makes mistakes. Since morning training is approaching, he tells them to return and get some rest. The disciples thank him for his mercy before leaving, with Mu Ho being carried away by the others. Mu Hui watches them go before suddenly calling out and asking how much longer someone plans to remain hidden. He tells the person to come out, and none other than Mu Qiao steps into view. Clearly surprised, Mu Qiao asks how Mu Hui knew he was there. Mu Hui finds it amusing that Mu Qiao even tried to hide in the first place, considering how large he is, before asking what he wants. Mu Qiao explains that he saw Musan and Mu Ho heading in this direction. Curious, Mu Hui asks who they were, and Mu Qiao replies that he followed them just in case something happened. He admits that he never expected Mu Hui to defeat them. After all, he does not believe that he himself could beat the two of them. Mu Qiao then asks whether Mu Hui has been hiding his true abilities all this time. Hearing this, Mu Hui reflects on what he has observed about the second-generation disciples. There appear to be two types among them. those who keep their distance while still respecting him, and those who secretly look down on him. However, Mu Chial belongs to neither group. Despite his blunt and indifferent personality, he had often helped Mu Hui in the past. Mu Hui realizes that this must have been because Mu Chial was genuinely worried about him. When he was younger, Mu Hui had never understood this. Now, however, he recognizes that Mu Chial's actions had always been driven by concern. Mu Chial had been worried that Mu Hui might be seriously injured by Mu San and Mu Ho, which was why he followed them to make sure he would be all right. Mu Hui decides to make an excuse, telling Mu Chial that he was not hiding his skills. Instead, he had simply reached a new realm of understanding. Mu Hui replies that he will explain everything during morning training. For now, he suggests that Mu Chial return since it is still a little early. Mu Chial agrees and watches as Mu Hui heads back inside his house. As Mu Chial walks away, he begins thinking about what Mu Hui told him. The move Mu Hui used earlier was the six-fold combo sword technique, a beginner-level technique. However, Mu Chial had never seen it executed in such a way before. The movement had been so beautiful and precise that he could not help wondering what Mu Hui had truly learned. Mu Chial had always believed that Mu Hui was weak, but now he finds himself amazed by how much his senior disciple has changed. For the first time, he feels genuine excitement about attending morning training. Back inside, Mu Hui reflects on the excuse he made up on the spot and wonders how he is supposed to explain himself any further. Meanwhile, Mu Jin asks Mu San and Mu Ho whether they truly were defeated so easily. The two of them confirm it, explaining that Mu Hui is no longer the same senior disciple they once knew. He has become a completely different person. Mu San advises them to remain cautious, explaining that they cannot afford to act rashly. Mu Ho, still struggling to believe what happened, can only hope that Mu Hui does not turn against them. Mu Ryan dismisses their concerns, calling their words nonsense and suggesting that they prepare themselves for morning training instead. As Mu Sen carries Mu Ho once again, he reminds the others that they will likely face consequences if they disrespect the senior disciple. As they walk past, Mu Jin notices their condition and asks Mu Ryan whether something happened, since the two of them look terrible and are limping. Mu Ryan downplays the situation, explaining that it was only about Mu Hui taking over the morning training sessions. After hearing a brief explanation, Mu Jin says that he understands, but adds that he will have to scold them later. Confused, Mu Ryan asks why. Mu Jin explains that although he understands that they were trying to stand up for him, acting behind his back will not benefit anyone. In fact, he is ashamed of what they did. Mu Ryan is surprised that Mu Jin is not taking their side and explains that they were simply worried about him. Mu Jin assures him that he understands their concern but tells him not to worry. He will handle the matter himself. As they approach the training grounds, Mu Jin's thoughts begin to wander. He cannot understand how someone could change so drastically overnight. He considers the possibility that Mu Hui had been hiding his skills all along, but even then, it is difficult to believe that he could have injured both Mu San and Mu Ho. Perhaps Mu Chial helped him. Still, Mu Jin knows that the truth will soon be revealed. Once he watches Mu Hui lead the training, he will be able to tell whether Mu Hui is genuinely capable or merely bluffing. Now standing before the disciples, Mu Hui begins the morning training session. Observing them carefully, he concludes that every one of them is weak. He explains that although there are many reasons a person might become strong, there is only one reason for weakness: a lack of proper fundamentals. Therefore, from this moment onward, they will focus exclusively on the six-fold combo sword technique. The disciples are all taken aback as Mu Hui continues speaking. However, before he can continue, Mu Ryan interrupts and asks what is wrong with wanting that. Mu Hui is stunned by the interruption, unable to believe what he is hearing. Even Mu Chial and Mu Jin turn around in confusion. Mu Ryan continues, asking what the problem is with wanting to learn faster. He then takes it upon himself to suggest that even if the others cannot manage it, he certainly can. Realizing just how foolish Mu Ryan is being, Mu Sen shakes his head. Mu Ryan laughs, dismissing the sect's renown as nothing more than a joke, and declaring that Mount Hua has become a complete mess. Mu Hui responds by saying that if Mu Ryan has any complaints, then he should come forward and address them himself. One of the female disciples is surprised by Mu Ryan's actions, and Mu Jin feels the same way. As Mu Ryan makes his way toward Mu Hui, Mu Jin cannot help wondering what the hell he is thinking. Mu Ryan smirks and explains that he understands Mu Hui's point. However, he is not sure whether leaving the training in Mu Hui's hands is a good idea, especially if mastering the six-fold combo sword technique is as important as Mu Hui claims. Mu Hui cuts him off unimpressed. He points out that Mu Ryan's martial arts are lacking, but since no one else is willing to step forward, Mu Ryan intends to be the one to prove himself. Mu Hui asks if that is what he is trying to say. Mu Ryan falls silent for a moment. And Mu Hui continues, saying that he never expected everyone to accept him from the beginning. He then orders the disciples to pay close attention. From this moment on, Mu Hui will not take a single step. He will use only the six-fold combo sword technique to block Mu Ryan's attacks. If Mu Ryan's wooden sword so much as touches him, or if Mu Hui takes even one step backward, then Mu Ryan will win. And if Mu Ryan succeeds, Mu Hui will withdraw his statement about teaching the six-fold combo sword technique and leading the morning training sessions. As he says this, Mu Hui locks eyes with Mu Jin. Mu Ryan laughs, mocking Mu Hui's confidence. He asks whether Mu Hui truly believes defeating Mu Sen means anything. Mu Hui does not answer directly. Instead, he says that he is not sure what Mu Ryan is talking about, though it does seem that Mu San and Mu Ho sustained some serious injuries. Mu Ryan jokingly adds that Mu Hui should not hate him too much if he ends up losing in front of all the disciples. Mu Hui responds seriously, saying that he hopes Mu Ryan does not cross that line. With that, Mu Ryan charges forward and aims his first strike. Mu Hui raises his wooden sword and easily blocks the attack. Mu Ryan immediately follows up with a swift strike from the side, only for Mu Hui to block that one as well. Mu Ryan then attempts a feint, but it proves no more successful than the attacks before it. Every move Mu Ryan makes is swiftly blocked by Mu Hui, leaving the other disciples watching in stunned silence. Becoming more desperate, Mu Ryan begins rapidly thrusting forward, trying to land even a single hit. One of the female disciples recognizes the movement as the concentrated wind soar, a technique known for its speed. Mu Chial explains that this is the technique Mu Ryan excels at. In fact, he has become even faster since the last time Mu Chial saw him use it. Despite the rapid flurry of strikes, Mu Hui blocks every single one with ease. Mu Ryan's frustration becomes obvious, and Mu Hui comments that he needs to use more strength in his shoulders when facing him, since Mu Hui is stronger than the other second-generation disciples. However, his words also make it clear that Mu Ryan's skills are still lacking. Feeling the pressure, Mu Ryan begins worrying about what he should do next. He can feel everyone's eyes fixed on him. Around them, the disciples begin murmuring among themselves, impressed by Mu Hui's performance. They cannot believe that he is so much stronger than they initially thought. His feet have not moved even an inch, and his balance is impeccable. It is almost as if he has become a completely different person. Mu Jin, meanwhile, struggles to make sense of what is happening. He can hardly comprehend what he is witnessing. As for Mu Ryan, he begins desperately thinking about his next move, only to realize that there is no recovering from this situation. He has proven the senior disciples' martial arts skills, but not in the way he intended. Unable to understand it, he wonders how Mu Hui could have improved so much. Reading the situation, Mu Hui explains that this is not simply about being strong. A sword must be swung using the entire body, and the most important part of swinging a sword is the use of one's feet. If someone overlooks the importance of their feet and focuses only on the swing itself, then their sword will be useless. Still struggling to take everything in, Mu Ryan reflects on Mu Hui's words. Slowly, he begins to realize that Mu Hui is right. Sensing his hesitation, Mu Hui continues. He says that Mu Ryan probably does not fully understand it yet, but deep down, he is already beginning to grasp the meaning behind those words. Mu Hui then raises his wooden sword into the air, preparing to demonstrate what it truly means to swing a sword with the entire body. Confused, Mu Ryan starts to protest. However, before he can say anything more, Mu Hui moves with lightning speed and smacks him down with the wooden sword. Mu Jin can hardly believe what just happened. Right before his eyes, the senior disciple easily subdued Mu Ryan. Mu Hui then turns toward Mu San and Mu Ho, ordering them to come forward and take Mu Ryan to the Harmony Medicine Palace. The two of them quickly nod before running over and carrying Mu Ryan away. Mu Hui looks around at the remaining disciples and asks what they are doing. He tells them to raise their swords. If they refuse, he will take it as a complaint about his training method, and they are welcome to step forward and voice their objections at any time. Seeing that no one has any complaints, the disciples all quickly enter their stances. Satisfied, Mu Hui declares that it is finally time to officially begin the morning training session. As he does, he notices that Mu Ryan's blood is still on his face. The rest of the morning training is spent with Mu Hui instructing the disciples. The scene then shifts into a flashback, where Dr. Hyun once asked Hyland Jo about his disciple Mu Hui. Dr. Hyun was perplexed, calling Mu Hui the worst of them all and questioning whether the boy possessed some hidden talent that he had somehow failed to notice. He could not understand why Hyland Jo had chosen Mu Hui as his disciple. Hyland Jo acknowledged that Mu Hui was indeed an ordinary child. However, he explained that throughout Mu Hui's entire life, he had never once seen him give up on anything. Dr. Hyun then asked whether Hyland Jo had chosen Mu Hui purely because of his determination. Hyland Jo agreed, but added that talented disciples were capable of reaching enlightenment on their own. However, creating a martial master out of an ordinary person was the duty of a mentor and the very essence of martial arts. As the flashback comes to an end, Mu Hui reflects on Hyland Jo's words. He admits that ideally he would have preferred to choose only the most talented disciples and train them. However, he is no longer the phantom swordsman. He is now the senior disciple responsible for leading the second-generation disciples of the Mount Hua sect. In order to fulfill that duty, he must remain with them until the very end. Mu Hui notes that although he has never properly taught disciples before, he is already discovering that having disciples is far more annoying than he expected. Letting out a sigh, he jokingly remarks that if he and Hyland Jo ever meet again after his death, Hyland Jo will have to buy him a really good drink. Mu Hui then glances toward Mu Jin and asks whether he is already tired, urging him to put more strength into his movements. As Mu Hui continues training the others, his thoughts wander toward one of his own disciples, and he wonders how that disciple is doing. He knows that he always focused on improving himself rather than teaching others. He cannot help wondering whether his disciple is even eating properly. Still, at the very least, Mu Hui is confident that his disciple is not losing any fights. It would be nice to see him again someday. The scene shifts to Mu Ryan, who now has a bandage wrapped around his head. Under Mu Hui's instruction, he and the other disciples begin properly training their lower bodies by carrying logs as weights. It is a rough path, one that requires them to start again from the very beginning. Even so, Mu Hui is confident that through this trial, the plum flower will eventually blossom, carrying a scent so strong and deep that no one else could ever replicate it. Mu Hui himself still has a long way to go. However, the first step in changing the sect is raising his own martial realm. And one of the most important aspects of doing that is sharpening his senses. The sharper his senses become, the easier it will be for him to notice even the smallest changes in his surroundings. Naturally, this will improve his martial arts training as well. When he first opened his eyes in this body, he did not feel much of anything. But now he can sense that someone has been watching him. The presence does not feel threatening. Rather, it feels as though someone is observing him out of curiosity. Although he cannot pinpoint who it is just yet, Mu Hui is certain that soon enough, he will be able to determine exactly who they are and where they are hiding. Continuing through the Crimson Forest, Mu Hui thinks about the path he must take from here. Eventually, he makes his way to a pavilion and enters the building. Inside, a man named Hyun Gak wonders who has arrived. Upon seeing Mu Hui, he asks what he needs. Mu Hui respectfully greets Hyun Gak and explains that he wishes to study the secret techniques. Hyun Gak finds this curious, but he immediately warns Mu Hui that his injuries could not have fully healed yet. Because of that, he should avoid overexerting himself. Mu Hui agrees, acknowledging Hyun Gak's caution. Hyun Gak then mentions that he heard his disciple had been rather rude to Mu Hui. Mu Hui pauses, wondering exactly who Hyun Gak is referring to. After thinking about it for a moment, he recalls that he has recently beaten 3 different people. In the end, however, it does not really matter which one Hyun Gak means. Hyun Gak apologizes, saying that it seems Musen must have done something to deserve being beaten. He adds that during his own time, Musen would have faced even harsher consequences. Because of that, Hyun Gak is sorry that he failed to teach him better. Mu Hui reassures him that it is not a big deal. He simply did what he was supposed to do as the senior disciple, so Hyun Gak does not need to worry about it. Hearing this, Hyun Gak looks confused and asks whether Mu Hui just referred to himself as the senior disciple. He appears taken aback, as he wonders aloud whether Mu Hui's eyes have always been as sharp as they are now. Mu Hui begins wondering why Hyun Gak is staring at him so intently. He questions whether the man has suddenly changed his mind and become upset about the way he beat his disciple. However, Hyun Gak simply remarks that Mu Hui's eyes are filled with determination. He says that it is good to see Mu Hui taking his role as senior disciple seriously and looking after his martial brothers. Hyun Gak then assures Mu Hui that he does not intend to keep him there any longer, and that he is free to go on his way. As Mu Hui leaves, Hyun Gak begins reflecting on everything that has happened. Mu Hui lost his master and was left alone, yet despite that, he has somehow managed to pull himself together again. Seeing Mu Hui pick himself back up with such determination fills Hyun Gak with pride. He can only hope that Highland Joe is able to see it from wherever he is now. Meanwhile, Mu Hui gathers several scrolls and books before placing them on a table and beginning to read. As he flips through them one by one, he contemplates what his first step in changing the sect should be. In the end, the answer is obvious. His first step must be raising his own martial realm. However, one question remains: what exactly is the definition of a martial realm? Some people may assume that it simply refers to the strength of one's martial arts, but Mu Hui knows that this is incorrect. In the martial world, life and death are not determined solely by the strength of one's techniques. No one fights recklessly when their life is on the line. What truly matters is the ability to properly utilize the martial arts one has learned, combined with quick and precise judgment, along with the physical capabilities needed to support them. Because of that, a martial realm is not merely about martial arts. It is the mastery of those arts, together with the wisdom and experience needed to use them properly. That kind of enlightenment can only be reached through endless contemplation and reflection. This is the definition of a martial realm that Mu Hui created back when he was still the Phantom Swordsman, the greatest swordsman of the unorthodox faction. It is a truth he reached after years of training, contemplation, and studying all kinds of secret techniques. With that in mind, Mu Hui concludes that the first step in raising his martial realm is fully understanding his own martial arts. However, he acknowledges that he still does not truly know what the martial arts of Mount Hua are. Even so, he has no intention of remaining ignorant forever. At the moment, there are still certain things he is not permitted to read. These are books forbidden to ordinary disciples, meant to stop those who are too greedy or curious from foolishly attempting to learn higher-level techniques and ruining their Kai paths in the process. Every sect restricts access to its secret techniques, and Mount Hua is no exception. Highland Joe once mentioned that Mount Hua was more lenient compared to other sects. Even so, it remains a renowned sect with a systematic approach to martial arts, and its techniques are not difficult to understand. Mu Hui has already learned the basics, beginning with the six-fold combo sword technique, the most fundamental technique of the sect. After that come 3 additional techniques: the concentrated wind sword, the falling plum blossom sword, and the thousand-cent sword. Once a disciple learns these 3 techniques, they gain access to the plum blossom sword secrets, which are essential for becoming the greatest martial artist in the Mount Hua sect. Only by mastering the plum blossom sword techniques can one use the sect's signature sword techniques, the 7 deadly plum blossom sword, the 3-edged plum blossom sword, and the lucid plum blossom sword. These techniques form the foundation of Manhwa's reputation as one of the 3 most renowned swordsmanship sects. It is said that the finest swordsmen of Manhwa have mastered more than one of the 3 plum blossom swords. As Manhwa reflects on this system, he compares it to a plum blossom tree. The 6-fold combo sword technique is the root. The 3 techniques that follow it are the trunk. The sword secrets beyond them are the branches. Finally, the 3 plum blossom swords are the flowers. A martial artist who delves deeply into the sword techniques of Manhwa becomes part of that plum blossom tree, embodying the mastery and strength of the sect itself. At his current level, Manhwa has only reached the trunk. Although he is eager to study the branches and everything beyond them, he first needs to acquire the plum blossom sword. This sword is given only to those who have proven their martial mastery, serving as a symbol of the sect's highest honor. Manhwa knows that he must obtain it as soon as possible. Just then he hears someone approaching. The sect leader, Baekyu, asks whether Manhwa truly wishes to learn the plum blossom sword secrets. Manhwa immediately greets Baekyu, who has come to check on him since it has been a long time since anyone remained in the room so late at night. Baekyu asks whether he may sit with him, and Manhwa politely allows it. Only then does Manhwa realize that the candles have been lit for him, presumably by Hyen Gak. Noticing Manhwa's intense focus, Baekyu asks whether he has truly read all of the materials laid out before him. Manhwa confirms that he has. Baekyu then mentions that he has heard about Manhwa leading the second-generation disciples during their morning training. In particular, he heard that Manhwa has decided to make them focus on the 6-fold combo sword technique once again. Manhwa looks toward Baekyu and confirms that everything he heard is correct. Still curious, Baekyu asks why Manhwa chose the 6-fold combo sword technique specifically. Sensing that Baekyu is probing him, Manhwa begins wondering what exactly the sect leader is trying to learn. In the past, whenever Manhwa spoke with Baekyu, he would hesitate before answering even the simplest questions. Now, however, he is suddenly doing things he never would have done before. In the past, whenever Manhwa spoke with Baekyu, he would hesitate before answering even the simplest questions. Now, however, he is suddenly doing things he never would have done before. Manhwa assumes that these must be the thoughts currently running through Baekyu's mind. He concludes that Baekyu probably came to check on him to determine whether he is truly all right, or whether he is merely pretending to be fine while overexerting himself. Believing that Baekyu is trying to gauge his well-being, Manhwa decides to give the answer he expects to hear. He states that the 6-fold combo sword technique is the foundation of their sect. Baekyu acknowledges this and agrees with him. However, Manhwa continues. He explains that although the sect's foundation is sound, the second-generation disciples have started off on the wrong foot. Then, without hesitation, he adds that it would actually be kinder to say they might as well have never started at all. Baekyu is taken aback by the bluntness of Manhwa's words. Manhwa, however, believes that he has given a good answer. After all, the sect leader himself must already know just how bad the second-generation disciples are. Simply showing that they agree on the matter should be enough to reassure Baekyu that everything is fine. But Baekyu sees the situation completely differently. Still staring at Manhwa in disbelief, he thinks to himself that Manhwa's condition is far worse than he ever imagined. In his eyes, Manhwa appears to be truly broken. Baekyu realized that Manhwa's condition may be far more severe than anyone had anticipated. Silently, he studies the child before him, struggling to reconcile this person with the Manhwa he once knew. The boy he remembered had been innocent, someone incapable of speaking ill of others. Yet now he seems like an entirely different person. The thought weighs heavily on Baekyu's mind. Something must have changed him. Perhaps it was the invasion of the Black Knight Palace, the burden of being the sole survivor, or the lingering guilt over the deaths of his master, the elders, and the first-generation disciples. Whatever the cause may be, Baekyu knows one thing for certain. He needs to make Manhwa understand that none of it was his fault. Manhwa continues speaking, almost as though he is reading Baekyu's thoughts. Every second-generation disciple knows that the 6-fold combo sword technique is well within their grasp. After all, it is something they learned early on after entering the Manhwa sect. However, despite their years of practice, their skill with the technique has deteriorated. They have spent years training without any real focus, and the consequences are obvious. Baekyu listens closely as Manhwa continues his explanation. The martial arts of the various sects and clans throughout the Jeonju are shaped by their distinct ideologies. Those philosophies are deeply embedded within their martial arts, making them far more than simple techniques. Manhwa explains that each martial school expresses its ideology through its own techniques. Names the Wudang sect's Taiji Fist, the Dianking sect's Sunshowering Sword, and the Qingcheng sect's Azure Cloud Crimson Dawn Slash as examples of martial arts that directly reflect the beliefs of the sects that created them. As he speaks, Manhwa carefully considers each word. Truly mastering the technique of a martial school does not merely mean practicing its physical movements. A martial artist must understand and internalize the ideology behind those movements. It is not simply about perfecting a form. It is about embodying the philosophy represented by that martial school. Manhwa's calm and precise explanation reminds Baekyu of Highland Joe. Despite Manhwa's apparent attachment to his master, Baekyu cannot shake the feeling that his words carry a depth and conviction strangely reminiscent of Highland Joe himself. Manhwa then concludes that the second-generation disciples have become overly focused on perfecting the plum flower. They have become fixated on an ideal, allowing it to distract them from the true purpose of their martial training. He explains that they should not try to force the plum flower to bloom. Instead, it should blossom naturally through training, and through understanding the ideology contained within their martial arts. After hearing that, BQ is surprised. He can't help but see Hyeon Jo inside Mu-Hui for a moment. BQ nods in agreement, impressed by the depth of Mu-Hui's understanding. The plum flower should indeed bloom naturally through focused training, not through artificial attempts to force it into existence. Mu-Hui then shares his intention to continue guiding the disciples through their training with the six-fold combo sword technique. However, BQ shifts the subject, making it clear that he is not asking about the disciples. He wants to know about Mu-Hui's own path, the one he intends to follow for himself. Mu-Hui pauses before responding. After thinking carefully, he admits that although he greatly respects the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect, there are certain aspects he finds lacking, especially from the perspective of someone who has always prioritized efficiency for survival. His thoughts continue to wander. If his own path no longer aligns with the principles of Mount Hua, then it means stepping beyond the will of the sect. The thought settles uneasily within him. Even so, despite his internal conflict, Mu-Hui gives BQ the answer that will satisfy his concerns. He intends to fulfill his master's wishes. He will walk the same path his master once walked, and eventually he will surpass him. After all, that is the duty of a disciple. At that moment, realization strikes BQ. It is not Mu-Hui's talent that reminds him of Hyeon Jo. It is his determination to carry on Hyeon Jo's will. The road ahead will undoubtedly be difficult. Creating new techniques is no small task. Even so, there is something about Mu-Hui's resolve that deeply intrigues him. Pride swells within BQ and he laughs heartily, expressing how happy he is to witness Mu-Hui's growth. He is certain that Hyeon Jo, wherever he may be, would be proud of him as well. Mu-Hui simply acknowledges the praise and quietly thanks him. BQ smiles contentedly. As his thoughts drift toward the plum blossoms that once bloomed amid the snow. Despite their delicate appearance, those flowers endured the harshest cold and blossomed more intensely than ever before. Then he thinks of those he failed to protect on Mount Hua. He should have been the one to fall, not them. Even though the plum flowers have already fallen, a small bud remains beside them. BQ's thoughts deepen further as he realizes that his duty now is to nurture that bud and help it bloom. He gazes out the window, watching as the moonlight illuminates the night. With every passing moment, his resolve grows firmer. Turning back toward Mu-Hui, BQ remarks that there are many flowers on Mount Hua, not only plum flowers. Curious, Mu-Hui asks why the plum flowers were chosen. BQ smiles faintly and encourages him to think about it for himself. There are lessons to be learned from that question, and Mu-Hui will come to understand them in time. BQ then realizes that their conversation has continued long enough. He rises to his feet and apologizes for keeping Mu-Hui for so long. However, just as he is about to leave, he remembers something important. Turning back toward Mu-Hui, he mentions that there is one more thing he intended to tell him before leaving. Reflecting on his own experiences, BQ says that although he too lost his master, he cannot claim to fully understand the depth of Mu-Hui's sadness. After all, every person experiences their emotions differently. He continues by explaining that life and death are one, part of an inevitable cycle in which the end of one thing marks the beginning of something new. That is simply the natural flow of the world. Rather than viewing Hyeon Jo's death as an ending, BQ advises Mu-Hui to see it as a new beginning. He should think of his actions from this moment onward as a way of celebrating Hyeon Jo's life. BQ believes that changing his perspective in this way may help ease his grief. More than that, he is certain that Hyeon Jo would have wanted Mu-Hui to think this way. Mu-Hui quietly reflects on the idea of celebrating his master's life. It does not sound bad at all. He sincerely thanks BQ for his wisdom, genuinely appreciating the advice he has been given. Those words remind Mu-Hui of a memory from his former life as Dokgo Hyun. Back then, his senior once commented on how fragile he was, noting that he had been young and impetuous at the time. Dokgo Hyun had responded bluntly, asking whether his senior wanted to die. His senior had called him arrogant and rash, but then added that those very qualities made him perfect for physical training. After that, the senior proposed a new method of training, one Dokgo Hyun never forgot. Now Mu-Hui is using that very same training method. Tying 3 massive logs together, he uses them as weights while holding onto a tree branch, repeatedly lifting his leg high to train his lower body. The less developed the body is, the more effective this method becomes. As he continues training, Mu-Hui thinks back to the eccentric old man known as the Iron Mountain Fist King. His training method is certainly a brute force approach, but it works. Mu-Hui never expected that old connection to become useful in this way. While Mu-Hui is lost in thought, a female disciple approaches and calls out to him. She tells him that this is not the time to be training. For a moment, Mu-Hui looks confused, unsure what she means. Brimming with excitement, the disciple explains that the sect leader has ordered him to make a trip down the mountain. Somewhere else that morning had been spent discussing the concerns surrounding the third-generation disciples. Since it was already late by the time the matter was decided, they would need to prepare for the journey immediately. Earlier, during the elders' discussion, one of them pointed out that they should have already begun accepting third-generation disciples. However, the Shaanxi massacre had delayed their efforts. BQ added that they should also consider bringing in disciples from the outer sects. This would show others that despite the setbacks Mount Hua had suffered, the sect was still doing well. One of the elders agreed with this suggestion, and Beek-yu confirmed that it was necessary. They needed to reassure everyone that Mount Hua had not fallen. At that moment, Beek-jin raised a concern about sending someone to check on the Shaanxi outer sect. With the power vacuum left behind, an unorthodox alliance or some other evil organization might already be setting its sights on the area. Beek-yu agreed that this was not something they could continue ignoring. Martial halls established outside the main sect were meant to attract new disciples eager to learn Mount Hua's martial arts. However, the massacre had weakened their forces, and the Shaanxi outer sect had suffered the greatest damage of all. As they deliberated over who should be sent, one elder brought up the question of who could handle such a task. Beek-yu suggested sending a second-generation disciple, saying that it would give them a real taste of the Jianghu. The elders immediately grew hesitant, worried that the outside world was still far too unstable. However, Beek-yu suggested that they send several of the most talented disciples, which quickly led the discussion toward the three flowers. Seeking clarification, Beek-jin asked whether Beek-yu meant the three best disciples. Beek-yu confirmed it, then proposed sending Mu-hui along with them, certain that he would have no problem dealing with the outside world. At first, Beek-jin agreed without giving it much thought. But a moment later, he suddenly realized that the sect leader had specifically proposed Mu-hui for the task. One of the elders expressed concern about sending him, especially considering how much Mu-hui had changed over the past month. Beek-yu responded calmly. With a weary yet reassuring smile, he told them that Mu-hui would be fine, and so Mu-hui was sent out to experience the outside world. The scene shifts to Pasing City, where Mu-hui leads three other disciples in accordance with the sect leader's orders. The town is small and unremarkable, with very little to attract attention aside from a simple establishment selling drinks. Looking around, Mu-hui cannot help thinking about how mundane the place appears. Mu-hwa, however, is completely distracted by the sight of a braised chicken. Mesmerized by how delicious it looks, she excitedly calls out to her senior and tells him to look at it. Mu-jin, ever the voice of reason, reminds her that they are wearing the uniform of the Mount Hua sect and need to behave accordingly. Mu-hwa acknowledges him, but her attention is quickly captured by the scent of lamb meat coming from a few steps away. Mu-jin is forced to call her out once again. Even then, Mu-hwa remains distracted by the aroma of the food, insisting that they should at least take a look, her hunger obvious to everyone around her. Mu-hui notices how distracted she is, but before he can say anything, Mu-hwa bumps directly into a thug standing on the street. Startled, Mu-hwa turns toward the man she collided with. The thug stares back at her, leaving all four disciples standing there awkwardly, while Mu-hwa remains surprised by the encounter. Mu-jin immediately urges her to apologize. However, before he can finish speaking, Mu-hui raises a hand and stops him. Sizing them up, the thug asks whether they are second-generation disciples of the Mount Hua sect. He remarks that this must be their first time in the Jianghu, then wonders aloud whether Mount Hua never taught its disciples how to ask for forgiveness. Still confused, Mu-hwa questions what the thug is talking about. The man continues, insisting that she should be the one apologizing since she was the one who bumped into him first. The other thugs press the issue as well, making it clear that they believe Mu-hwa is at fault. As Mu-hui assesses the situation, he realizes from their appearance that these thugs must belong to some criminal organization. They have likely been taking advantage of the power vacuum left behind by the damage suffered in Shaanxi. Even after the losses caused by the massacre, Mount Hua is not so weak that lowlifes like these should be allowed to push its disciples around. It is obvious that someone influential must be backing these thugs. Mu-hui does not know who that person is, but he is not particularly concerned about it. Instead, his attention turns to the disciples beside him. This situation will serve as valuable experience for them. Meanwhile, the thug in the green robe remains fixated on Mu-hwa's chest, his gaze never wavering even as she continues arguing with his companion. Without warning, Mu-hui draws his sword and points it directly at the thug's eyes. He coldly asks where the man thinks he is looking. The sudden action catches the thug completely off guard, while Mu-hwa is startled by the abrupt rise in tension. Mu-hui explains that he knew from the very beginning that the thug was the one who intentionally bumped into her. He had simply been waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Now that he has witnessed their arrogance for himself, he is certain of one thing: they have crossed the line. Mu-hui warns them that they have just picked a fight with the Mount Hua sect. His words reveal that he fully understands how those in the Jianghu underworld perceive Mount Hua. The thug's thoughts immediately begin racing. It is clear that their origins have already been discovered. He silently curses, struggling to understand how Mu-hui saw through them so quickly. Regardless of how it happened, the thug knows he needs to act immediately. With urgency, he acknowledges their mistake and attempts to correct it by offering an apology. Mu-hui refuses to accept it. He has no intention of accepting an apology from scum like them. In a cold and commanding tone, Mu-hui orders them to leave immediately unless one of them wants to risk losing an eye. Terrified that Mu-hui will actually follow through with his threat, the thugs quickly flee, Still shaken by everything that happened, MamoruManhwa apologizes to Manhwa. However, he reassures her, telling her that the thug was the one in the wrong, not her. Manhwa remarks that people from the underworld must be far worse than they ever imagined. Sensing the tension lingering among them, Manhwa suggests that they find an inn and get something to eat first. The suggestion immediately delights Manhwa, whose attention is once again captured by the food around her. Mujin, however, remains deep in thought. As they walk, he reflects on what just happened. The thugs were the ones who picked the fight, yet he had immediately rushed to tell Manhwa to apologize without even realizing the truth. He had been so focused on making sure they behaved properly while representing the Manhwa sect that he failed to recognize something far more important. He should have confronted those who dared to look down on the sect. The more Mujin thinks about it, the more he realizes that Manhwa understood the entire situation from the start. His senior was aware of everything happening around him and reacted as though handling situations like that was completely natural to him. Steeling himself, Mujin makes a silent decision. He will never allow anyone to look down on the Manhwa sect again. Meanwhile, Manhwa regrets not handling the thugs more directly by simply killing them on the spot. Even so, his attention remains focused on the task before them. Soon after, they arrive at an inn, take their seats, and begin ordering food. By the time they finish eating, a mountain of empty bowls is piled on the table. Looking at the stack, Manhwa teases them, wondering whether they have been slacking off during training, since it seems as though Manhwa is eating less than usual. Manhwa immediately defends herself, insisting that she has not been slacking off at all. Manhwa then chimes in, suggesting that perhaps Manhwa simply eats more now. Right afterward, Manhwa voices her frustration with their mission. Everything would have been far easier if the sect leader had simply been more specific about their goal. His instructions were far too vague, leaving them uncertain about what they should do next. Manhwa attempts to offer some direction by asking whether anything noteworthy happened during the day. Manhwa thinks carefully, trying to recall anything important. Some people picked a fight with them. They reserved rooms, then they ate. Finally, her thoughts return to the encounter with the underworld thugs. At that moment, the significance of what happened begins to click in her mind. Manhwa then clarifies their situation. The sect leader entrusted them with making their own decisions. He considers teaching a lesson to those from the underworld, though he stops short of stating it outright. Instead, he suggests that they deal with them before turning toward his fellow disciples and asking what they want to do. That night, the 3 second-generation disciples decide that their first course of action will be gathering information. Wearing a cloak, Manhwa moves silently through the night, keeping to the shadows. As he does, he witnesses a group of random thugs harassing a young woman. In a dark alleyway, one of the underworlders places an arm around the woman, trying to convince her that they are the only ones asking so little of her. The term underworlders refers to those who commit immoral acts based on twisted beliefs or corrupt thinking. Although the word may bring to mind demonic forces like the Black Knight Palace, there is a clear distinction between underworlders and the various martial artists of the unorthodox faction, including the demonic forces. The woman trembles in fear as a bald man speaks to her. He claims that their calculations were wrong, explaining that the interest rate had recently increased and they had failed to account for it. Confused, the woman struggles to understand what he means. Bald man continues, saying that it is only right for them to collect the money all at once. However, since the mistake was his, he suggests that instead of paying with money, she can repay them with something else. As he speaks, his gaze lingers on her bosom. The difference between the underworlders and the martial artists of the unorthodox faction lies in their goals. The underworlders seek money, pleasure, or the cheap thrill of dominating the weak. Organizations that kill for money can also be considered underworlders, though they are usually referred to as assassins. In contrast, ordinary underworlders are often seen as nothing more than thugs and ruffians, living filthy lives without ever aspiring to become anything greater. Even so, Manhwa had not expected people like them to start a fight the moment they encountered a disciple of Manhwa. Stepping into their conversation, Manhwa calls the man either arrogant or ignorant, admitting that he cannot fully understand their behavior. The thugs turn toward him and demand to know who he is. They complain that they were told to stand watch by that bastard Yungbang, yet he is nowhere to be found. They assume that Yungbang must have grown impatient and wandered off like a bum. Yeah, looks like Yungbang is long gone. Manhwa demands to know who they think they are to act in such a manner, then questions whether they have someone backing them. The thugs look confused, assuming that Manhwa has come looking for a fight. They threaten him, warning that if he does not want to get messed up, he should leave immediately. However, Manhwa has come to find them for an entirely different reason. One of the men orders Manhwa to leave, while the bald man keeps his arm around the woman's shoulder, suggesting that they continue what they had already started. Before the bald man can finish speaking, Manhwa drives his knee into the other man's face, sending him flying backward. The bald man is left completely dumbfounded. Manhwa calmly approaches the man lying on the ground and kicks him once more, knocking him unconscious. With the bald man frozen in shock, the woman quickly escapes from his grasp. Manhwa turns toward the bald man and calls him a pig. Terrified, the bald man meekly responds with respectful affirmation. Manhwa notices that the men have learned some third-rate martial arts. He tells the bald man to approach him with killing intent. At the very least, doing so might give him a chance to survive. He then orders the man to hand over his wallet. A short while later, a groggy man is seen taking a leak against a tree, while several men sitting at a table call out to him, teasing him for spending all day pissing. One of them complains that he will sober up at that rate. The old man responds that the other man will be coming soon. Still grumbling, the groggy man fails to notice the men tied to the branches of a nearby tree. He returns to the table and asks why the other man is suddenly rushing to drink. The man explains that he saw something interesting and wanted to share it. He points toward the next table where someone had ordered an enormous amount of food, roughly 3 bundles worth. However, he is confused because the person who ordered it is no longer there. He insists that a man wearing a cape had been sitting there only moments earlier, ordering the food to take away. Even at night, the streets remain crowded with people. MamoruManhwa is deeply engaged in conversation with a merchant, while Chiao secretly follows a group of men. Jin, meanwhile, drinks while eavesdropping nearby, never losing focus on his task. In one of the city's slum areas, the smell of pork belly and spring rolls fills the air. One man complains that he has no idea where some bastard had been wandering around and eating, but he finds it ridiculous that the man would bring food directly in front of them. Unable to resist the smell, the crowd decides to approach him and take the food for themselves. However, before they can do anything, Manhwa draws his sword and points it toward them. He tells them that he did not come there to share. If any of them dares to touch his food, he will cut off their heads. At that moment, one man steps forward and speaks in a respectful tone, remarking that the young master is impressive. He introduces himself as Sojingi of the beggar sect. Manhwa sheathes his sword and introduces himself in return. Sojingi expresses his regret that the beggar sect was unable to provide any assistance during the Shaanxi massacre. He also acknowledges the shame surrounding the incident involving the Mount Hua sword saint. Manhwa replies that it is fine. He then expresses his sympathy, understanding that the aftermath of the Shaanxi massacre must have been difficult for them as well, especially because of the extreme heavenly sect. Sojingi acknowledges Manhwa's knowledge before asking what brought him to the beggar sect. Manhwa replies that he wants to learn more about the underworlders currently controlling Pasung. Noting that food loses its taste once it grows cold, he suggests that they speak while eating. Amused, Sojingi takes a bite and begins explaining the situation. The underworld bastards controlling the area belong to the Brutal Blood faction. They managed to seize the power vacuum left behind by the Hwa Ryu sect, Mount Hua's outer sect, which had been annihilated during the Shaanxi massacre. Manhwa is surprised by the strength of these underworlders and asks whether it is normal for men like them to be so capable. Sojingi explains that everyone in the Brutal Blood faction possesses at least some knowledge of martial arts. Manhwa agrees, recalling that he has already encountered a few of them himself. From what he observed, they appear to have learned third-rate martial arts. Shifting the conversation, Manhwa reminds Sojingi that they have not yet discussed what truly matters. Sojingi asks what he means. Manhwa reveals that he is referring to the mastermind behind the Brutal Blood faction. Sojingi asks why Manhwa believes there must be someone behind them. Manhwa explains that although Pasung is not an especially large area, it is not small either. The Hwa Ryu sect was already quite large for small to mid-sized sect, and since Pasung is relatively large among smaller places, it seems unlikely that an ordinary underworld organization could simply monopolize the entire area. The power vacuum left behind would naturally attract attention from multiple groups. Because of that, it seems strange that a single underworld faction has been allowed to control Pasung completely. Manhwa adds that it would not be surprising if dozens of underworld groups controlled different parts of Pasung while competing against one another. Hearing this, Sojingi compliments Manhwa's discernment, remarking that it is difficult to view him as nothing more than a rising prospect in the Jianghu. He then explains that he did not mention this earlier because he is still not completely certain. However, now that Manhwa has voiced his suspicions, Sojingi can share what he knows. Clearing his throat, Sojingi tells Manhwa not to be surprised. He reveals that a martial artist has been frequently contacting the Brutal Blood faction, and that person is from the Guyu Sword sect. The Guyu Sword sect is one of Shaanxi's 3 great sects, ranking alongside 2 of the 10 largest sects. Despite their size, the Guyu Sword sect has never paid much attention to either the Mount Hua sect or the Zhongnan sect. Their nonchalance, combined with their larger scale, makes them extremely formidable. Manhwa finds the situation strange. If the Guyu Sword sect is truly behind the Brutal Blood faction, then they should have openly flaunted their ambitions. More importantly, he questions whether they would even have the time or ability to focus on a place like Pasung. Sojingi clarifies that he is not certain the mastermind is truly acting on behalf of the Guyu Sword sect. If the sect itself were involved, they would not care about maintaining appearances. They would simply cause a ruckus openly. Manhwa understands that there is no concrete evidence yet. Even so, he still doubts that the Guyu Sword sect itself is directly involved. Sojingi praises Manhwa's insight once again. Growing more curious, Manhwa asks who this martial artist might be. Realizing that he forgot to mention the name, Sojingi finally reveals that he suspects the martial artist in question is the Red Wolf Sword of the Guyu Sword sect. Muhui is taken aback and immediately asks whether Sojingi just said the Red Wolf Sword. Sojingi confirms it. Seeing Muhui's reaction, he remarks that it would have been strange if Muhui had never heard of that name. He then cautions Muhui to be careful of whatever plans the Red Wolf Sword may be orchestrating. Muhui falls deep into thought. In truth, he has never heard of the Red Wolf Sword before. At dawn the next day, Muhui gazes into the distance, hoping to gather intelligence on the Red Wolf Sword. Unfortunately, he has no success. That night, he continues accompanying Sojingi, sharing drinks with him even if it is only tea. His plan is to play along for a while and wait for Sojingi to open up about the Red Wolf Sword. He intends to drink just enough to coax information out of him, but there is one important detail he fails to account for. The drink tastes far too good. Noticing how much Muhui is enjoying himself, Sojingi remarks that it seems to be to his liking. Muhui agrees, saying that it has been a very long time since he tasted something so fine. Sojingi seems puzzled by that response, since he believed this was Muhui's first time experiencing the jianghu. Muhui continues drinking, but the beggars end up knocking themselves out far too soon, leaving him unable to drink as much as he would have liked. In the end, he fails to obtain the information he wanted. Still, that is fine since he already has a few assumptions about the situation. Even so, he cannot help wondering what choices the underworld men will make next. Since he still has some time left, Muhui decides to enjoy the remaining wine. As night falls, Muchial seems bothered by a strange smell. Muhwa quickly realizes that it smells like alcohol. Muhui then speaks up, asking the three disciples what they managed to learn. However, Muhwa suddenly spots several bottles hidden beneath Muhui's bed, unable to ignore them. She asks whether he has been sitting there drinking while they were out gathering information. Muhui responds that he has not been drinking. Muhwa presses the issue, but Muhui stands his ground, firmly insisting that he will not repeat himself. Instead, he tells them to report what they learned. Mujin speaks first. He explains that the Underworlders have taken over the power vacuum left behind by Mount Hua's outer sect, and they now control Pasung. Muhwa adds that these underworld men are a group of evil bastards who dine and dash, steal from civilians, and resort to violence whenever the people refuse to cooperate. Apparently, it is not uncommon for them to beat someone to death. Muchial then speaks up, explaining that the greatest problem with these men is the fact that they have learned martial arts. Although their martial arts are only third-rate, those techniques are still dangerous when used against civilians who have never studied martial arts themselves. Muhui praises them for working quickly, especially considering how little time they had to gather information. Now it is his turn to reveal what he discovered. Muhui is certain that the three disciples have already cross-checked their findings, but he confirms that everything they learned is true. However, there is one detail they should be suspicious of. How did those men learn martial arts in the first place? Muhui explains that learning third-rate martial arts is not particularly difficult. Books containing such techniques are easy enough to obtain. However, these underworlders are the type of people who would never touch a book unless they intended to burn it. Because of that, he doubts that every one of them learned martial arts from a manual. It is far more likely that someone helped them. Muhui looked into who might have assisted them. Although he managed to discover who it was, he still could not uncover the reason behind their actions. Mujin immediately asks who it was. Muhui remains silent for a moment, before revealing that the person involved is the Red Wolf Sword of the Guyu Sword sect. Hearing this, all three disciples are shocked. Mujin is especially surprised to realize that they are not merely dealing with a group of lowly criminals, thinking about ambushing the underworlders and wiping them out. Muhui asks the others what they think of that plan. Once again, all three disciples are taken aback. Mujin wonders whether Muhui is being serious, especially considering that these men are tied to the Guyu Sword sect. Muchial speaks up, admitting that he has no idea why the Guyu Sword sect would work with a criminal group. However, he does not think this is something they should decide on their own. In his opinion, it would be best to report everything to the elders before making any decisions. Hearing this, Mujin silently cheers for Muchial since he shares the exact same opinion. Muhui simply questions the suggestion. Muhwa then expresses agreement with Muchial's position, adding that they need to stand up against this injustice. Muhui is amused by her response, while Mujin internally disagrees. From Mujin's perspective, Mount Hua is already overwhelmed while trying to recover from the Shaanxi massacre. If they clash with a major sect like the Guyu Sword sect, the consequences could be disastrous. He wants to avoid that outcome at all costs. Finally, Mujin voices his concerns, explaining that the situation is far too dangerous. If they were only dealing with the underworlders, it would be one thing. But if the Guyu Sword sect is truly behind them, then their actions might start a war. Muhui assures him that he is jumping to conclusions, though he understands why Mujin is worried. Even so, he reassures him that such a conflict will not happen. Mujin asks how Muhui can possibly be so certain. Muhui explains that the Guyu Sword sect does not operate in such a way. It is a tyrannical organization, and if it truly wanted to eliminate a group, it would never bother hiding behind the scenes. It would simply start a fight directly. Muhui also points out that in Mount Hua's current state, the Guyu Sword sect could invade and wipe them out at any moment if it truly wanted to. However, he does not believe the Guyu Sword sect currently has the time or resources to concern itself with matters like this. Mu Jin is still confused, but Mu Hui reaches his conclusion. The Underworlders are not truly connected to the Guyu Sword sect, and even if there is some connection between them, he does not believe the Guyu Sword sect would initiate a war against Mount Hua over this matter. Once Mu Hui finishes explaining, he tells the others that they are leaving. Mu Jin immediately panics, asking where Mu Hui obtained this information and whether it is truly trustworthy. Mu Hui simply confirms that it is, then reveals that he obtained the information from the beggar sect. Mu Jin is left dumbfounded. From what he knows, the beggar sect is an orthodox organization made up of beggars. Any beggar in Murim can be considered part of the sect, and in terms of sheer numbers, no organization in Murim can possibly match them. The beggar sect uses its numerical advantage to gather intelligence, earning food and money by trading information. No one should ever underestimate them simply because they are beggars. They have learned martial arts, and they follow their own morals and principles. Therefore, any information coming from the beggar sect is unquestionably trustworthy. Before they depart, Mu Hui tells Mu Jin not to worry too much. He admits that he expressed his intention to kill the Underworlders, but that does not mean he will not first attempt to resolve things peacefully. Hearing this, Mu Jin convinces himself that he has simply been overthinking everything. Since his senior disciple has assured him that the situation will be handled properly, he decides to stop worrying and forces himself to calm down. Mu Hui then instructs everyone to get ready, revealing that they have already arrived. Mu Jin has no idea what Mu Hui plans to say to the Underworlders, but he knows it will be obvious if he appears too anxious. He refuses to become a burden to the others. However, to his complete surprise, Mu Hui suddenly kicks the door, shattering it instantly. He then questions aloud where the piece has gone. Inside, the underworld men stare at the broken gate in shock and demand to know who the intruders are. Mu Hui casually remarks that it is good to see them all gathered in one place. He then orders them to deliver a message to the Red Wolf Sword and their leader. They are to appear before him and kneel in apology. If they do so, Mu Hui announces that he will spare their lives. As he speaks, he slowly unsheathes his sword, making it clear that things are about to escalate. The men stand there in confusion until one of the underworld members recognizes the symbol on the intruder's clothing. Realization quickly dawns on them. These people are from the Mount Hua sect. Mu Jin scowls and informs his senior disciple that he does not think this qualifies as a peaceful method. Mu Hui asks what he means by that, then reminds him that breaking down the gates is a common approach when ambushing another sect or clan in the Jianghu. Just then, someone storms out from inside the building, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. One of the men hurriedly reports to his leader that the intruders appear to be from the Mount Hua sect. The leader stops in his tracks and carefully eyes the group before him. They are nothing more than a bunch of kids, and there are only 4 of them. He cannot help wondering whether they are truly this confident simply because they come from Mount Hua. Finally, he speaks, asking whether they have come to die by ambushing them so late at night. However, since they have an important guest present, the leader decides to let the matter go for now. He tells the intruders to leave immediately if they do not want to die. Mu Hui responds that they are actually the ones who will die. He then advises the man to watch his tone, since Mu Hui does not like the way he speaks. The leader is dumbfounded, wondering whether this kid has lost his mind. He warns Mu Hui that although he may not understand who they are involved with, it is obvious that the kid does not value his own life. The leader then orders his men to show these newcomers how terrifying the Jianghu can be. However, he specifically tells them not to kill the intruders. The underworld men draw their swords, but the 4 disciples of Mount Hua remain calm. At that moment, Mu Hwa notices something that causes her expression to turn grim. Behind the men, she sees 2 bodies lying on the ground. One belongs to a man and the other to a woman. Both of them are covered in blood. Her anger surges, and she immediately rushes toward them. The 3 men are surprised by her sudden movement. Mu Hwa drops to her knees beside the bodies and quickly checks their condition. The man is already dead, his eyes still wide open, while the woman is gravely injured. Mu Qiao and Mu Jin rush toward her side, yelling for her to be careful of the men in front of her. The underworld men raise their swords toward Mu Hwa. But now completely enraged, she swiftly attacks using the bamboo leaf hand technique. The men are thrown backward, groaning in pain. As they crash onto the ground, Mu Jin and Mu Qiao immediately position themselves to protect her back. Mu Jin scolds Mu Hwa for acting on her own, but she remains focused on the 2 victims before her. She announces that their condition is terrible and that they need to be taken to a physician immediately. The bald man whom Mu Hwa attacked responds by asking who says they are allowed to take them away. He then states that although they may belong to Mount Hua, they are still weak. Turning toward the other underworld men, he tells them to attack. As long as they fight together, they should be able to take these disciples down. The leader watches the exchange while Mu Hui observes Mu Hwa's actions. Although she used less force than usual, it seems that she is controlling her strength just as she does during training. Mu Hui comments that she is being far too soft. He then asks whether her sword is merely a decoration. These men are clearly trying to kill her, so why is she hesitating? Without holding back, he urges her to stab them. Watching Mu Hui remain completely unfazed while his fellow disciples rush to help Mu Hwa, the leader concludes that this kid must be confident in his own abilities. Rather than confronting Mu Hui directly, he decides to have his men deal with the others first. After that, they can use their numbers to take care of the kid. Mu watches this unfold, confused by the leader's behavior. He wonders why the man is running toward the other underworlders instead of facing him directly. Still, it is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, Mu realizes that this is exactly the kind of situation he had been hoping for. The three disciples are inexperienced in dealing with this side of the Jianghu, having only recently faced the reality of the underworld for themselves. Because of that, they do not yet fully understand what they are up against. Mu Jin is suddenly caught off guard when dirt is thrown directly into his face. Before he can recover, a kick slams into his stomach. Mu knows that men like these often throw dirt or even spit at their opponents during a fight. He is certain that the three disciples are shocked by the experience of facing enemies who will do absolutely anything necessary to kill them. This is completely different from the incident with the Black Knight Palace, when the first-generation disciples were there to protect them. Now, if they fail to defeat their opponents themselves, they will die. Mu Jin lies on the ground as a sword swings down from above him. Doing his best to survive, he raises his own sword and blocks the strike. Mu knows that these three need to understand something important. In the Jianghu, life and death are not decided by martial prowess alone. The training they received in the mountains, where they simply took turns attacking one another, is completely different from the reality they are now facing. However, Mu appears to be different. He remains calm and does not hesitate to defeat his opponents. A bald man wielding a sword rushes toward him, forcing Mu to drop the man he had been holding. The bald man swings his sword, but Mu grabs his hand and stops the attack. With one powerful punch, he knocks the bald man unconscious. Mu eyes are determined, resembling those of a beast in battle. Seeing this, the leader quickly rushes back toward Mu Mu notices his movement and remarks that he had been wrong. It appears the leader believed he could take down the weaker disciples first, then join his men in dealing with the stronger one afterward. However, before the leader can do anything, he is suddenly buried upside down in the ground, with only his lower body sticking out. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining men begin to panic. They no longer know what to do, especially now that their opponents appear far stronger than expected. At that moment, a long-haired man suddenly appears. He casually tells the men that they only need to pick one of the disciples and fight. Whoever manages to kill a disciple of Mount Hua will be given the leader's position. He tells them to stop being dramatic and simply finish the job. The disciples immediately recognize this man as the Red Wolf Sword. Mu cannot help expressing that he had been wondering when this man would finally show himself. The Red Wolf Sword seems amused that Mu knows who he is. He remarks that it is an honor for a young disciple of the Mount Hua sect to recognize him. However, Mu replies that he only learned of him the previous day. He then insults the man, saying that he has no interest in learning the names of weaklings. The Red Wolf Sword scoffs. He states that a disciple of Mount Hua should be following the ways of the orthodox faction, yet this kid speaks more like a demonic martial artist. He warns Mu that if he intends to continue down this path, the Red Wolf Sword will personally make him regret it. With that, the Red Wolf Sword drops his cup and leaps down from the building. Unsheathing his weapon as he prepares for battle, he tells Mu that he will need to give it his all. Mu simply replies that he is not sure whether that will be necessary. He then challenges the Red Wolf Sword, asking whether he is truly strong enough to handle him. In an instant, Mu passes right by the Red Wolf Sword. The man grabs his ear in shock, stunned by how quickly Mu moved. Before he can even react, Mu smacks him on the head, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Using the scabbard of his sword to push himself up, the Red Wolf Sword performs a maneuver and lands back on his feet. He is shocked by the kid's speed. He realizes that he did not merely fail to follow Mu movements. He had not even seen Mu feet move. Watching him closely now, the Red Wolf Sword begins wondering why Mu is not using his sword. He refuses to believe that a young kid like this could already be at a higher level than him. There must be something more to Mu than what he is seeing. As for Mu there is no special reason why he has not killed the old man yet. He simply wants to test his swordsmanship against another martial artist. It has already been 1 month since Mu opened his eyes in this new body, and he has not missed a single day of training. During that time, he has continued researching ways to combine Mount Hua's martial arts with his own techniques. However, he has not yet been able to prove the results of that work. The disciples are not strong enough to notice the difference, while neither the elders nor the first-generation disciples have time to spare for him. That is exactly why the Red Wolf Sword is valuable to Mu The Red Wolf Sword attacks again, but Mu simply steps aside and avoids the strike. Then, with open palms, he unleashes the bamboo leaf hand technique. The Red Wolf Sword is sent flying backward, but Mu is not finished. He follows up by striking the old man with his sword, sending him reeling once more. The Red Wolf Sword is dumbfounded. He wonders whether Mu has already read through his movement levels. After all, for a kid to follow someone's steps with such precision, there must be an enormous difference between there. At first, the Red Wolf Sword refuses to believe it. However, after a brief moment, he is forced to acknowledge the truth. This kid is not merely a talented young prospect. Apologizing for underestimating him, the Red Wolf Sword decides to go all out and rushes toward Mu with renewed resolve. Mu notices something approaching. as though a massive golden mystic beast is charging straight toward him. The three young disciples turn toward their senior disciple in concern, anxiously watching as they prepare for what is about to come. Gripping his sword, Mu-Hui slashes at the beast using the falling plum blossom sword technique. In an instant, the beast vanishes into thin air. Mu-Hui remarks that the red wolf sword technique is fierce, but it contains far too many openings. Based on the man's movements, it is clear that he has not even fully mastered it yet. The red wolf sword is surprised that Mu-Hui knows about the red wolf sword technique. He asks how Mu-Hui learned of it, but before he can receive an answer, Mu-Hui charges forward. The red wolf sword can barely see him coming. For a moment, he is confused, believing that he managed to block the attack. At first, he wonders whether it was an illusory sword attack, but then he doubts that possibility. Perhaps it was the rapid sword technique instead. Before he can make sense of it, Mu-Hui's slash has already passed through him. The red wolf sword does not even have time to realize what happened. Before his blood begins dripping onto the ground, everyone is stunned. Not only has blood been spilled, but the red wolf sword's long hair has been cut away, leaving only bangs on his left side. Cuts have also appeared on his cheek and ear. At that moment, the red wolf sword realizes that Mu-Hui purposely shifted his sword during that brief exchange to avoid killing him. Mu-Hui could have ended his life with ease, but he chose not to. The realization leaves the red wolf sword wondering why Mu-Hui is showing such restraint. Thinking back, Mu-Hui had remained behind him without ever using his sword to deliver a direct killing blow. It was as though Mu-Hui had been going easy on him this entire time, and he cannot understand why. Frustration begins surging through the red wolf sword as he acknowledges that Mu-Hui's talent is undeniable. Mu-Hui reminds him of someone else he has in mind, someone with immense potential. He curses the meaning of talent itself, resenting the fact that Mu-Hui is already better than him, especially when he has lived at least twice as long as this young man. Cursing Mu-Hui, the red wolf sword warns him not to look down on him. He declares that he is a martial artist of the Guyu sword sect before releasing 3 golden beasts, all of which charge directly toward Mu-Hui. Mu-Hui swings his sword once. With that single movement, all 3 beasts vanish, and the red wolf sword is struck by attacks resembling wind blades. Watching in awe, Mu-Chial immediately recognizes the move. The red wolf sword bleeds from several wounds, his body trembling in disbelief. He thinks about how he has trained continuously since before this kid was even born, perfecting his martial arts so that his skills would finally be acknowledged. Yet this young man has destroyed the results of his decades of effort with ease. He cannot understand why he is unable to follow Mu-Hui's movements or even land a single cut on him. Overcome with frustration, the red wolf sword screams, demanding to know why his efforts are not being recognized. Mu-Hui remains completely unfazed. Without a word, he simply cuts the red wolf sword down even further. The man Mu-Hui had buried earlier finally regains consciousness. Lifting his head from the hole, coughing and spitting dirt from his mouth, he complains about the throbbing pain in his head. The last thing he remembers is brandishing his sword before everything suddenly went black. Then through his daze, he hears the red wolf sword crying out in frustration about how his efforts have gone unacknowledged. Glancing behind him, the guy is shocked to see the red wolf sword standing there just as Mu-Hui strikes him once again. The red wolf sword cannot stop thinking about how unfair talent truly is. All of his efforts have been overwhelmed by the innate ability of a young prospect. This young man could not have trained for more than a few years at best, yet he has already surpassed him, while the red wolf sword's own blade lies on the ground. Bleeding from his shoulder, the red wolf sword bitterly mutters about this young prospect and a martial artist from the Nine Hells Sword sect. He lets out a hollow chuckle, remarking that it must be nice for Mu-Hui to possess the talent needed to surpass him. Mu-Hui is confused by the man's words, but he does not waste time thinking about them. The red wolf sword continues, saying that he has encountered many talented young martial artists before. From the way Mu-Hui carries himself, he can tell that he has grown accustomed to being praised by those around him. He adds that it must feel wonderful for Mu-Hui to cut him down and earn honor from it. However, the red wolf sword warns him to enjoy that feeling while he still can. Once the Nine Hells Sword sect confirms his death, it will only be a matter of time before Mu-Hui suffers the same fate. No matter how talented he may be, he could never stand against the Nine Hells Sword sect. Mu-Hui dryly replies that for someone who is about to die, the red wolf sword certainly has a lot to say. He then kicks the man, knocking him flat onto his back, before commenting on the obvious inferiority in his tone. As Mu-Hui looks at him more closely, something catches his attention. There are letters inscribed on the red wolf sword's chest. The moment he sees them, Mu-Hui realizes that the red wolf sword is part of the otherworld unit of the Nine Hells Sword sect. Within the Nine Hells Sword sect, a person's unit could be identified by the letters marked on their chest. The Otherworld unit, the Hell unit, and the Despair unit were considered the 3 axes supporting the sect, though that description was mainly used by outsiders who did not fully understand its internal structure. Mu-Hui knows that the Otherworld unit has not earned any meaningful merits, and has already been completely pushed aside in the struggle for succession. The sect's true power lies with the Hell unit and the Despair unit, both of which are currently at war with the Hidden Dragon faction. This makes the situation even stranger. Mu-Hui wonders why the Nine Hells Sword sect, while fighting a war against the Hidden Dragon faction, would suddenly set its sights on the southern region of Shaanxi. After thinking for a moment, he figures out the role of the Otherworld unit in the war. Their task is to protect the headquarters and provide support from the rear. However, desperate to earn merits, the other world unit must have pretended to carry out its duties while secretly involving itself in these dealings to line its own pockets. Shaken, the Red Wolf Sword asks how Mu Hui could possibly know this. Mu Hui simply replies that he knows. The Red Wolf Sword had assumed that if he died, the other world unit would step in to avenge him. Unfortunately for him, Mu Hui knows that the unit would do nothing of the sort. Instead, they would do everything in their power to hide his death. Mu Hui points out that rather than supporting the war, the Red Wolf Sword has been secretly involving himself in something else entirely. If word of this were to spread, it would provide the perfect opportunity for the Hell unit and the Despair unit to strike down the other world unit. Even if the other world unit did come seeking revenge against Mount Hua, Mu Hui asks whether the Red Wolf Sword truly believes he would be afraid of them. He continues, stating that even the Hell unit and the Despair unit would not be enough to face him, much less the other world unit. After all, Mu Hui was the one who once faced the 9 Hell Sword sect alone. The Red Wolf Sword's eyes widen in horror as he realizes that his fate has already been sealed. Watching all of this unfold, the faction leader quietly decides to bury his head back in the ground. That's a smart move, not gonna lie. And he tries to convince himself that he did not see anything at all. However, before he can hide, someone grabs him. Mu Hui pulls him out of the ground and asks why he is still lying there. He then orders the leader to deal with the situation immediately. Terrified, the leader responds with a nervous affirmation. The scene then shifts to several books scattered across a desk. Mu Hui browses through them, noticing entries detailing protection taxes, income from the gambling den, and lists of people who borrowed money, along with the amounts each of them owes. Looking through the records, Mu Hui notes that the leader has kept careful track of the flow of money. Meanwhile, the underworld men sit on the floor while Mu Qiao remains behind them, standing guard. Mu Hui asks whether this is everything the leader has, and the leader confirms that it is. Mu Hui then informs them that all the money they stole or extorted from others will be returned to its rightful owners. In addition, the gambling den will be shut down, and the underworld men will complete the entire task by the end of the day. He asks whether anyone has a complaint. The leader hesitantly says that completing all of this will be difficult. Mu Hui gives him an unimpressed look, causing the leader to immediately decide against arguing any further. Mu Hui makes it clear that his decision not to kill them is not an act of mercy. In his eyes, these men are nothing more than trash who do not even deserve the relief of death. However, if they die now, there will be no one left for the victims to direct their anger toward. He warns them not to think they can atone for their actions simply by dying. Their sins are heavier than death itself. Because of that, it is only right for them to remain alive and spend the rest of their lives atoning for what they have done. Mu Hui asks whether they understand. The men lower their heads and confirm that they do. Mu Hui then orders the faction leader to remain behind while everyone else begins moving immediately. If they hope to finish everything by the end of the day, they cannot afford to waste time. He instructs Mu Jin, Mu Qiao, and Mu Hwa to make sure the underworld men are properly tearing everything down and returning the stolen money. Mu Hwa then asks what Mu Hui plans to do. Mu Hui simply replies that he has something else to take care of. Hearing this, Mu Hwa asks whether he is planning to go drinking again, just like last time. Mu Hui answers with a question of his own. Does he really look like the kind of person who could drink whenever he wants? He then reminds her to keep a close eye on the underworlders. Mu Hwa assures him that they will be fine. Mu Hui notes that Mu Hwa is quicker to catch on than he expected. However, this time he truly is not planning to ask for alcohol. Still shaken, the faction leader asks why Mu Hui ordered him to stay behind. Mu Hui tells him not to bother hiding anything, since he can clearly smell what is going on. He then orders the leader to take him to the place where the tuber fleeceflower is being kept. Mu Hui recalls his previous life and the time he spent searching for rare opportunities to grow stronger. Back then, he had no sect supporting him. In order to obtain elixirs, he needed a vast amount of money. Since he did not possess those funds, he had no choice but to search for rare ingredients himself. Of course, ingredients like those were difficult to obtain for a reason. They could not simply be found by casually looking around. One day, while resting after training, he happened to discover a tuber fleeceflower. It had taken him 7 years of wandering before he finally encountered one. Its scent was bitter and dull, carrying an unmistakably earthy smell that he could never forget. The leader guides Mu Hui down a passage. As they descend the stairs, the scent of the tuber fleeceflower grows stronger, confirming that they are getting close. The leader explains that it is a 200-year-old tuber fleeceflower they obtained by accident and have been storing ever since. Because of all the chaos, he had completely forgotten about it. Even so, he never expected Mu Hui to recognize it by scent alone. He praises Mu Hui for his sharp senses, then adds that the Red Wolf Sword originally intended to take the tuber fleeceflower for himself. However, it has now found a master far more suited to it. Mu Hui praises the leader for his good work and instructs him to return to his tasks. Once the leader leaves, Mu Hui locks the door behind him. The tuber fleeceflower is finally within his reach. Most organizations or forces capable of martial arts possess a space specifically designed for practicing energy circulation. This room is protected by iron doors and thick stone walls, leaving Mu Hui with no reason to worry about being disturbed. In his previous life, he once consumed a 300-year-old tuber fleeceflower. Although a 200-year-old one should not be as potent, it is still incredibly valuable. However, when Mu opens the box to enjoy it, he is immediately taken aback. Staring inside, he exclaims in surprise, "This 200-year-old tuber fleeciflower is far larger than the 300-year-old one he consumed in his past life." Mu speculates that the tuber fleeciflower must be at least 400 years old. The one he found in his previous life had been exceptionally difficult to obtain, so he never expected to come across something this rare so easily. As Mu swallows it, he suddenly feels that consuming something so valuable by himself is somewhat strange. He decides that the next time he finds something good, he will share it with the others. Some time passes. The faction leader suddenly senses something strange. An unsettling tremor shakes the area, almost like an earthquake. Startled, he looks around before peering out the window. Dust fills the surroundings, and eventually a man steps out from within it. It is Mu looking completely refreshed. The leader immediately rushes over and reports the strange noise he heard, but Mu dismisses it as unimportant. Instead, he asks whether the leader really has time to wander around. Mu then questions whether he has thoroughly checked the ledger. The leader responds that he had been doing so until he was forced to come down because of the disturbance. Mu tells him that he will check the records later to make sure the money has been properly returned, so the leader had better do his job correctly. The leader wishes him a safe trip. However, once Mu leaves, he mutters under his breath, calling him a bastard and complaining about his rude manner. Putting that aside, the leader cannot help feeling curious about the noise, especially after seeing the condition of the building. Still, he does not give it much thought since the building is going to be destroyed regardless. Even so, he wonders what effect the tuber fleeciflower had on Mu to cause such a disturbance. The building is now in complete disarray, with broken pieces scattered everywhere. The underworld men look utterly exhausted. Mu approaches the leader and reminds him that the sun is about to rise. He then asks whether the leader really has time to rest. The leader quickly rises to his feet and replies that he does not. Mu also orders the rest of the men to hurry and finish tearing the buildings down, since daylight is fast approaching. Meanwhile, a box filled with silver is opened before one of the victims. The recipient can hardly believe what he is seeing. The underworld men bow their heads and explain that this is the money they unfairly extorted from him, so it is only right that he take it back. One of them apologizes profusely. Someone has been watching the entire scene from a distance. It is So Jingi. He never expected Mu to defeat the Red Wolf Sword and deal with the brutal blood faction so swiftly. It has only been 2 days since he provided Mu with information, yet the situation has already been resolved. After witnessing the aftermath for himself, So Jingi realizes that Mu is no ordinary person. To him, it seems that Mount Hua has been hiding a dragon. Just then, Mu appears behind him and casually greets him. Mu explains that he came to have a drink because he was feeling a little peckish, but realized that drinking alone would not be any fun. He adds that the alcohol and refreshments are already prepared, then asks So Jingi what he thinks. So Jingi looks puzzled, remarking that it is still far too early in the morning. Even so, he comments that the young master certainly seems to know how to drink before agreeing to join him. Once they are seated at the table, Mu asks So Jingi what he is curious about. Mu knows that So Jingi is already aware of what happened. Even so, he explains that the Red Wolf Sword is dead and the brutal blood faction is being dealt with. The stolen funds have already been returned to their rightful owners. However, one problem still remains. The Underworlders became what they were out of necessity, with no other way to survive or make a living. Mu expresses his desire to rehabilitate them and use their labor for the reconstruction of Pasang. He then asks So Jingi whether he knows anyone who could take them under their wing and provide them with work. Although the Underworlders possess martial arts, Mu tells So Jingi not to worry. Since he will remain in the area for 3 days, he is considering severing their dantians while he is still there. So Jingi replies that severing someone's dantian is not so easily done. Once again surprised by Mu words, he nevertheless assures him that he knows a few merchants who may be able to help. He also tells Mu not to worry about the Underworlders. From time to time, he will personally check on them to make sure they are learning proper trades and are not causing any more trouble. Mu thanks him, so Jingi replies that they are the ones who should be thanking Mu for giving them the opportunity to help. So Jingi then changes the subject and asks how long Mu intends to remain in Pasang. Mu replies that he still has 2 outer sect divisions to visit. Since he must see them within a fixed period of time, he will remain in Pasang for 3 days. So Jingi then mentions that he has heard about several strongholds near Pasang and asks whether Mu plans to deal with them as well. Under the night sky, the streets are still bustling with activity. As Mu sets a drink down on the table, he praises everyone for their excellent work. Curious, Mu Jin asks what the bottle is for, while the other disciples look on in surprise. Mu explains that the bamboo leaf liquor has been prepared to celebrate the successful completion of their first real mission. Mu Jin responds that they do not drink. Mu nods in understanding. He recalls that in their sect, alcohol is not consumed casually. It is reserved only for special occasions, such as the end of the year or moments marking significant achievements. Mu then adds that newcomers to the Jianghu die most often during their first real mission. He is certain that all 3 disciples felt the weight of that truth themselves. He continues, explaining that although the martial arts of the Underworlders were weak, their intentions were clear. Those men charged at them with the intent to kill, while the three disciples were not prepared to harm them in return. That is the reality of the world outside the mountain. Even though the disciples possess superior martial skills compared to the underworlders, the difference between life and death is not always determined by ability alone. Muhui points out that many newcomers to the Jianghu overlook this fact and end up paying a terrible price for it. However, these three disciples survived their first mission without suffering any harm. That alone is worth celebrating. With that, Muhui insists that they drink. Still uncertain, Mu Jin asked whether this was also Muhui's first mission. Muhui chuckles and admits that it was indeed his first mission as well. The four disciples raise their cups, congratulating themselves on safely completing their first mission. The bamboo leaf liquor is surprisingly smooth. Mu Jin remarks that it does not taste bitter, and Mu Hwa quickly agrees. She adds that if all liquor tasted this good, she could easily drink herself silly every day. Mu Jin immediately warns her not to overdo it. Meanwhile, Mu Qiao remains silent, lost in thought. His mind drifts back to the fight against the Red Wolf sword. The technique Mu Hui used did not resemble the Mount Hua swordsmanship he knew. No matter how much he thinks about it, he cannot shake his curiosity about what it truly was. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Mu Qiao finally asks Mu Hui about the sword technique he witnessed. He explains that Mu Hui's technique initially appeared to be Mount Hua swordsmanship. However, the moment he deflected the Red Wolf sword's strike, the style changed into something entirely unfamiliar. The power was concentrated, and the curves of the sword lacked their usual fluidity. Mu Qiao says that he wishes to understand more about this unusual form of sword manipulation. Mu Hui finds this amusing. While they had all been focused on dealing with the underworlders, he had not realized that Mu Qiao was carefully observing him as well. Mu Hui acknowledges that the technique he used did indeed contain the principle of weight. It was part of the Dako sword technique he created in his previous life. He had incorporated the concept of weight into the basic movements of the six-fold combo sword technique. Mu Hui is surprised that Mu Qiao managed to notice it. Mu Qiao recognized that the technique was different, even though he could not identify its origin. Mu Hui had intended to explain it eventually, but now is not the right time. He tells the group that before they can discuss it any further, there is something else they need to address. Mu Hui asks whether they have finished their drinks, encouraging them to do so quickly. After all, they will not have any time to drink for the next 3 days. Elsewhere, a carriage travels through the night along a forest path. Suddenly, someone emerges from the bushes and orders the coachman to stop. The coachman asks what the matter is, but the man simply threatens him, demanding that he hand over everything he has or face death. From a distance, Mu Hui and the three disciples observe the scene. Mu Hwa quickly realizes that the men are bandits. Mu Hui explains that these men hide in the forest and wait for passing travelers to rob. They belong to a larger group, but they are not typical underworld criminals. The main difference is that they have learned martial arts and operate in a more systematic manner. Although the previous group they encountered also practiced martial arts, their training had been for specific targeted purposes, making them different from ordinary underworld figures. These bandits, on the other hand, are far more organized and pose a greater threat. Mu Hui warns the disciples that whenever they encounter bandits like these, they should assume their stronghold is nearby. From what he knows, there are at least 5 such strongholds around Pasung, though he does not know their exact locations. One thing is certain: these bandits are stronger than the men who served under the Red Wolf sword. Mu Hwa understands his explanation, but she cannot help asking why Mu Hui is sharing this information with them. Mu Hui answers that for the next 3 days, they will be eliminating every stronghold in the area. One disciple will handle each stronghold while the others observe. The 3 disciples are shocked, clearly nervous. Mu Hwa stammers as she asks why Mu Hui made such a decision. She wonders whether they have done something wrong. Puzzled by her question, Mu Hui asks what she means. He reminds them that they nearly died during their previous encounter because they were not prepared to take down the underworld members. He clarifies that the task he has given them is meant to prepare them for situations where they may have no choice but to harm others in order to survive. The weight of his words finally sinks in. Mu Qiao agrees with Mu Hui, acknowledging that they might have died if their senior disciple had not intervened. He believes that this mission will be a good opportunity for them to learn. Mu Jin, still uncertain, asks how Mu Hui prepared himself to harm others. Mu Hui struggles with the question. He knows that this was not his first real fight, but he cannot tell them that. Instead, he thinks back to his first true battle. Although it happened a very long time ago, the memory remains vivid. He had been young and severely injured. Even now, he can remember the fear he felt. The fear that if he did not kill, he would be the one to die. Mu Hui explains that he was afraid of dying, and even more afraid that the other disciples might be hurt. That fear drove him to slay the enemy before him, ensuring that his worst fears never became reality. Mu Jin listens carefully, and Mu Hui adds that his words are only meant as a reference. Every fighter must find their own path in battle. He then turns to Mu Qiao and brings up the sword technique Mu Qiao noticed earlier. Mu Hui promises that depending on Mu Qiao's performance during the Stronghold mission, he will teach him that technique. To begin, Mu Hui plans to demonstrate how to eliminate an entire stronghold. Now is the time to show them how it is done. He orders the disciples to watch closely. Soon after, the bandit is buried upside down in the ground, while the coachman expresses his gratitude to the young martial artist. Mu-Hui yanks the bandit out of the hole and slaps him across the face, bruised and battered. The bandit points toward his base, where a group of armed men is waiting. Clearly annoyed, the men prepare to face Mu-Hui. However, in the blink of an eye, Mu-Hui defeats them all, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Mu-Hui single-handedly takes down every one of them. And with that, the 3 days of intense training begin. During the day, the disciples keep watch over the brutal blood faction. At night, they deal with the strongholds. The training is difficult at first, as every one of them hesitates. Mu-Hwa nearly gets slashed in the process. However, the disciples gradually begin to gain confidence, learning to respond to danger more quickly. The hesitation that once plagued them starts to fade far sooner than Mu-Hui expected. All of them perform well against the strongholds, though Mu-Jin still struggles somewhat. It is not because he lacks skill. In fact, in terms of technique, he is better than both Mu-Hwa and Mu-Chial. However, Mu-Jin hesitates to kill even when facing certain death. It becomes clear to Mu-Hui that Mu-Jin is more afraid of harming others than he is of dying. After observing him closely, Mu-Hui understands the root of the problem. Even so, he knows that Mu-Jin must overcome it on his own. Eventually, Mu-Hui informs the disciples that they have completed every stronghold mission ahead of schedule. Rather than taking the expected 3 days, they finished everything in only 2. He praises them for their hard work and announces that they will depart for Weinen as planned. Until the following day, he advises them to rest. Curious, Mu-Hwa asks what they will be doing that day. She asks whether the rest of them will be included as well. Mu-Hui confirms that they will all participate since the lesson will benefit them too. Mu-Hwa is not particularly enthusiastic. She had been hoping for a break, but instead she expected Mu-Hui to push them even further. Mu-Hui grips his sword and with a single fluid motion, unleashes a large slash that leaves a dent in the ground. The 3 disciples are left speechless. Mu-Hui explains that what they just witnessed was Mount Hua's 6-fold combo sword technique, modified by adding more weight to each strike. Intrigued by the concept of weight, Mu-Chial asks Mu-Hui to explain further. Mu-Hui tells them that traditional Mount Hua sword techniques allow the practitioner to proceed into the next movement even when the sword path is blocked or destroyed. This is partly because of the numerous variations within the movements, but also because there is no distinction between offense and defense in the 6-fold combo sword technique. The technique is fluid, linking offense and defense together seamlessly. Mu-Hui continues, explaining that from this point forward, he will teach them his personal interpretation of the 6-fold combo sword technique, with elements of illusion and change incorporated into it. Finally beginning to understand the concept, Mu-Chial eagerly listens for more. Mu-Hui assumes that the 3 disciples understand that he is referring to the Mount Hua sword saint. He knows that Master Haiyan-Jo was not the first person to create such a technique. But as far as Mu-Hui is concerned, Master Haiyan-Jo was the best at it. That also means Master Haiyan-Jo possessed a profound understanding of martial arts. Mu-Hui explains that Master Haiyan-Jo spent a considerable amount of time thinking about the 6-fold combo sword technique. He eventually concluded that flamboyant change, and even the plum blossom itself, were all variations of the 6-fold combo, merely different branches growing from the same technique. Mu-Hui then reveals that Master Haiyan-Jo had secretly been working on creating a new technique, one involving the weight of the sword, much like what Mu-Hui just demonstrated. However, the technique remains incomplete. On top of that, Mount Hua does not possess a system that deeply explores the concept of a sword's weight. Learning an unfinished technique when a solid foundation already exists could be viewed as foolish or even wrong. Mu-Hui explains that Master Haiyan-Jo kept his work a secret precisely because he understood the danger of an incomplete technique. He then asks the 3 disciples whether this is truly the technique they want to learn. After considering the question, Mu-Chial looks at him with determination and answers affirmatively. He asks Mu-Hui to teach him the technique. The training begins that very night. By the time the sun rises, Mu-Hwa already has dark circles beneath her eyes. Exhausted, she cannot help wondering how much longer they are expected to keep watch. Turning toward Mu-Jin, she suggests that the 2 of them go for a run. Meanwhile, Mu-Hui is busy instructing Mu-Chial. He explains that until now, Mu-Chial has been wielding his sword according to the principle of illusion. However, from this moment forward, he needs to forget everything he understands about that principle and focus entirely on comprehending the principle of weight. Mu-Hui carefully explains how the sword must be used differently under this principle, while Mu-Chial concentrates intensely, doing his best to follow every instruction. As the lesson continues, Mu-Hwa and Mu-Jin walk away together. Mu-Hwa suggests that they go observe the underworld members first, then return and rest afterward. Mu-Jin agrees and the 2 of them head off. At a nearby building, a man yells at a servant, angrily complaining that nothing will get done if he continues working at such a slow pace. The servant approaches him and explains that his back and stomach have been aching since the previous day. Watching from a distance, Mu-Hwa realizes that Mu-Hui was right. Those who entered the underworld out of necessity could become far more motivated once they were given a genuine opportunity to change. In the past, Mu-Hwa had viewed them as nothing more than trash. However, seeing them now, she realizes that even if they are aware she is watching them, their inability to use martial arts makes them far less threatening than before. Assuming that Mu Jin is also keeping watch over the underworld members somewhere nearby, Mu Hwa decides that she has done what is necessary and should return to rest. After such intense training, she feels satisfied with her work and intends to sleep well. As Mu Hwa walks away, a woman suddenly approaches her. Mu Hwa immediately becomes alert, but she is quickly taken aback when she sees the woman's condition. One of her eyes is bruised so badly that she cannot even open it fully. Mu Hwa recognizes her as the woman from their previous encounter with the brutal blood faction. The woman apologizes for startling Mu Hwa, explaining that it was never her intention. It is then that Mu Hwa notices the young girl standing beside her. The woman introduces the child as her younger sister, Yoonjeong. Mu Hwa quickly sheathes her sword and asks how the woman's wound is healing. The woman explains that she is merely a little sensitive because of overwork before thanking Mu Hwa for saving her. Hearing her words, Mu Hwa feels a warm surge of gratitude. Her cheeks turn red as she begins to feel genuinely good about what happened. For the first time, she wonders whether this is the reason chivalrous fighters exist. The woman continues, explaining that her wound healed quickly, and thanks to Mu Hwa, she and her sister were able to carry out their father's funeral. Mu Hwa looks confused for a moment, but then she remembers the man who died with his eyes open. She apologizes for not being more helpful at the time and expresses her hope that their father can now rest in peace. The woman immediately reassures her, saying that she did not bring it up to receive pity. Instead, she is simply grateful that Mu Hwa saved her, because otherwise her younger sister Yoonjeong would have been left all alone. The young girl blushes before sincerely declaring that when she grows older, she wants to become an impressive chivalrous fighter just like Mu Hwa. Overcome with emotion, Mu Hwa nearly bursts into tears. Confused by her reaction, the woman wonders why Mu Hwa is suddenly crying. Mu Hwa asks the little girl whether her name is truly Yoonjeong, then tells her that she can absolutely achieve her dream. Yoonjeong looks up at her and asks whether that is really true. Mu Hwa assures her that it is. In fact, she says that Yoonjeong may even become greater than her one day. Unable to hold back any longer, Mu Hwa continues crying. The woman grows flustered and asks whether Mu Hwa has been injured. Mu Hwa quickly replies that it is nothing like that. As dusk falls and the night sky spreads overhead, Mu Jin sits alone in a room, with a grim expression on his face, silently lost in thought. The next day, Mu Hwa becomes irritated when she sees Mu Hui walking ahead at a fast pace, clearly seeming to be in a hurry. She asks why he is rushing so much, wondering what could possibly be causing this sudden urgency. Mu Hui looks confused by her complaint. He tells Mu Hwa that he is not rushing at all, rather she is simply moving too slowly. He then asks whether she has already become lax after only one day of rest. From the way she is behaving, it seems to him that she has been slacking off during her usual training. Because of that, he decides that he will need to keep a closer eye on her from now on. Mu Hwa immediately complains, saying that if he was going to rush them like this, they should have left earlier. She questions why they even bothered resting for an entire day. Mu Hui turns and glares at her. In an instant, Mu Hwa stops complaining, noticing the tension between them. Mu Jin begins wondering whether the underworld members in Pasung are rehabilitating properly. From what they observed, there did not appear to be any problems. However, when Mu Jin sees the grim expression on his senior disciple's face, he quickly falls silent and changes the subject. Mu Hui assures him that there is no reason to worry. The beggar sect will continue monitoring the underworld members. What the disciples need to focus on now, Mu Hui explains, is strengthening their mentalities. As he speaks, he considers increasing the difficulty of their training in order to push them even further. Mu Jin realizes that his attempt to change the subject has completely failed. He and Mu Hwa immediately share the same thought. At this rate, they may be meeting their end very soon. Out loud, Mu Hwa suddenly says that she misses Yoonjeong. Curious, Mu Hui asks who she is talking about. Mu Hwa explains that Yoonjeong is the younger sister of the woman she saved during the incident with the brutal blood faction. She recounts how she met the young girl while keeping watch over the underworld members, and how Yoonjeong told her that she wanted to become an impressive chivalrous fighter when she grew older. Hearing this, Mu Hui feels an unusual sense of nervousness. He realizes that this is the first time he has ever worried about the future of a young child. Just then, Mu Chial notices that Mu Hui has stopped walking. Mu Hui announces that they have arrived in Weinan. He is pleased that they managed to reach their destination before sunset. Mu Jin points out that there is a sect in Weinan known as the Fresh Flower Sect. Hearing this, Mu Hui decides that they will have dinner there, and Mu Hwa immediately becomes enthusiastic about the idea. However, Mu Hui quickly teases her again by bringing up her earlier complaint about his walking speed. Meanwhile, at the Fresh Flower Sect, commotion suddenly breaks out. A child punches a gray-haired boy, sending him falling into the arms of another bully. The one who threw the punch orders the others to hold the boy down. Before striking him again, the gray-haired boy winces in pain. Just as the bully raises his fist to deliver another blow, someone suddenly grabs his hand and stops him. It is none other than Mu Hui. Observing the situation, Mu Hui remarks that the child has been using a considerable amount of internal energy for such an act. The bully glances around nervously and sees more figures dressed in black uniforms appearing nearby. The gray-haired boy immediately recognizes their clothing. They are disciples from the original Manhwa sect. Mu Hui looks down at the bully and speaks coldly. He points out that his actions could have killed a child who had not yet learned martial arts. Glaring at him, Mu Hui adds that the bully must have already known how dangerous it was to use that much force. The bully shoots Mu Hui an arrogant glare, and Mu Hui immediately notices the child's attitude despite his young age. He quickly realizes that the real issue lies with the boy's upbringing. The child has simply been influenced by his parents, meaning he is not entirely at fault for the way he behaves. Even so, the bully continues glaring at him. Mu Hui warns the boy that if he keeps glaring at someone despite knowing he is in the wrong, he might end up getting slapped across the face. Noting that the boy appears to belong to an orthodox group, Mu Hui asks whether his sect taught him to behave in such a manner. However, before he can finish speaking, a small hand tugs at his shirt. The gray-haired boy has stepped in front of the bully, as though trying to protect him from Mu Hui. Mu Hui watches the exchange for a moment before stepping back. He releases the bully and orders them to leave. The bullies quickly retreat. Offering a fist palm salute, the gray-haired boy introduces himself as Lim Sanha of the Fresh Flower sect. He then thanks Mu Hui for his help. Mu Hui introduces himself in return as a second-generation disciple of the Manhwa sect. Concerned, Mu Hwa asks Sanha whether he is all right. Sanha assures her that he is fine. Mu Hui then asks who the bullies were. Sanha explains that the child was the young leader of the Great Truth sect, while the others were disciples from the same sect. Confused, Mu Hwa asks why they were targeting him in the first place. Letting out a sigh, Sanha explains that the Fresh Flower sect has never gotten along with the Great Truth sect. Recently, the Great Truth sect discovered that Sanha's sect had become weaker than theirs, so their disciples began picking on him. Mu Hui assumes that the young leader was the one who had been throwing the punches. Curious, Mu Jin asks whether Sanha's sect leader knows about the bullying. Sanha confirms that he does. In the past, Sanha used to fight back and beat the bullies himself. Eventually, the leader of the Fresh Flower sect went to the Great Truth sect to address the issue directly. However, the leader of the Great Truth sect argued that his disciples would never have acted without a reason and placed the blame on Sanha instead. They attempted to turn the situation into a conflict between the two sects. But since the leader of the Fresh Flower sect wanted to avoid a war, he ultimately backed down. Mu Hui listens carefully. He knows that if the Fresh Flower sect entered a conflict with the Great Truth sect, it would most likely lead to their downfall. The best the Fresh Flower sect could do was ensure that the Great Truth sect had no reason to invade them. Now, Mu Hui understands why Sanha had asked for help without directly saying anything. Sanha was worried that the situation might escalate into a conflict between the two sects. That was also why he allowed the children to bully him without fighting back. Furious that an outer sect of Manhwa is being treated this way, Mu Hwa openly voices her frustration. Mu Hui explains that there is a reason they were sent to manage the outer sects. He decides that it is time for them to hear the full details directly from the leader of the Fresh Flower sect. When they arrive at the Fresh Flower sect, its members are amazed to see disciples from the main Manhwa sect. Mu Hui notes that the disciples of the main sect are recognized by the red plum blossoms on their clothing, while the outer sects bear white plum blossoms. Looking around, he sees that the members of the Fresh Flower sect have white plum blossoms embroidered onto their robes. Soon, the sect leader arrives and expresses how long they have been waiting to meet them. The four disciples offer a fist palm salute as a respectful greeting. Mu Hui introduces himself and thanks the leader for welcoming them so warmly. The leader, Lim Muguk, returns the greeting and the salute. He shares that they have already heard rumors about how Mu Hui and his fellow disciples managed to take down the brutal blood faction in a single night. Mu Hui humbly responds that rumors in the Jianghu tend to become exaggerated. It had not been accomplished overnight. Lim Muguk laughs, acknowledging that the important thing is that the brutal blood faction has been dealt with. He then turns towards Sanha and asks whether he was the one who brought them there. Sanha confirms that he was. Lim Muguk praises Sanha, while Mu Hui watches him carefully. The sect leader then invites them inside. Once everyone is seated, tea is served. Mu Chial comments that its scent is even deeper than the plum blossom tea at Manhwa. Mu Jin adds that it tastes wonderful, especially since it was freshly brewed. Lim Muguk humbly responds that it is not as good as Manhwa's tea. He adds that he has never forgotten the taste of their plum blossom tea, and drinking it again makes him want to visit the main sect. A moment later, he realizes that he should have allowed them to rest before discussing anything serious. Mu Hui assures him that it is fine. Since the sect leader sent them to take care of matters involving the outer sects, it is only right for them to do exactly that. He then asks about the situation at the Fresh Flower sect. Lim Muguk admits that they are currently in a difficult position. When Mu Hui asks whether this is because of the Great Truth sect, Lim Muguk confirms it. Their relationship with the Great Truth sect has never been good, but in the past, it was still manageable because both sects were more or less equal in strength. Mu Hui concludes that the balance must have shifted after the Shaanxi massacre, and Lim Muguk agrees. He explains that once the Great Truth sect learned how much damage the Fresh Flower sect had suffered, they became far bolder. They started obstructing the Fresh Flower sect at every turn, interfering with their interests and constantly provoking them. Lim Muguk reveals that even the young leader of the Great Truth sect has been bullying his son. He appears deeply saddened by the fact that San has suffered through it again that very day. Surprised that Lim Muguk already knows about the bullying, Mu Jin asks how he discovered it. Lim Muguk explains that although his son tried to hide it from him, a father will always know. He admits that he would love nothing more than to confront the Great Truth sect with his sword. However, he understands that doing so would be exactly what they want. The Great Truth sect is trying to swallow up the Fresh Flower sect, no matter what it takes, and there is nothing he can do about it. Even when his own son returns home after being bullied, Lim Muguk feels that he has failed both as a father and as a sect leader. Mu Jin asks why he never requested help from Mount Hua. Lim Muguk replies that he was well aware of Mount Hua's current situation. Because of that, he had planned to ask for assistance only after the main sect had recovered. Now that the disciples have arrived, however, he feels relieved. Simply sitting with them is enough for him to sense their determination and spirit. He believes that the mere presence of Mount Hua's disciples will be enough to deter the Great Truth sect. Mu Hui responds by pointing out that if Lim Muguk truly had that much faith in them, he would not look so troubled. Moved by Lim Muguk's words, Mu Jin enthusiastically agrees at first, only to suddenly realize what Mu Hui just said. He turns toward his senior disciple in confusion. Mu Hui clarifies that if Lim Muguk genuinely believed the disciples could solve the problem, he would not have made such a face while speaking about his son. Mu Chial and Mu Hwa exchange uncertain glances, unable to understand exactly what Mu Hui means. Lim Muguk dismisses the comment, claiming that Mu Hui must be seeing things. He insists that failing to trust the disciples of Mount Hua would be the same as failing to trust Mount Hua itself. There is no way, he says, that a mere outer sect leader would not trust them. He then swiftly changes the subject to dinner, inviting the group to eat with him. Mu Hui grows frustrated by Lim Muguk's evasiveness. He considers the possibility that Lim Muguk had been holding on to unrealistic expectations regarding Mount Hua's assistance. At the same time, Mu Hui sympathizes with him. Lim Muguk has likely endured countless hardships while continuing to believe that Mount Hua would eventually come to help him. However, when that help finally arrived, all he received were a group of young disciples on their first journey into the Jianghu. The moment they appeared, it became clear that he doubted their ability to protect the Fresh Flower sect from an entire rival sect. Mu Hui realizes that this may be why Lim Muguk is so hesitant to fully rely on them. He fears that these disciples, despite their desire to help, may only end up getting hurt against such overwhelming opposition. Knowing that the disciples came with good intentions, Lim Muguk decides that the best thing he can do is treat them well during their stay and then send them back safely. Even so, he cannot stop thinking about his son and the other sect members who have been forced to endure the Great Truth sect's harassment. He feels an overwhelming sense of pity for them. As these thoughts swirl through his mind, Lim Muguk begins wondering whether, deep down, he secretly hopes these young disciples will still step forward and offer their help. He realizes that he cannot even hide his emotions properly. Ashamed, he scolds himself for behaving so childishly and allowing his vulnerability to show. At the same time, he cannot help feeling impressed by Mu Hui's perception. In such a brief moment, Mu Hui managed to read his expression with startling accuracy. Acknowledging Lim Muguk's kindness, Mu Hui says that he appreciates the gesture. However, he makes it clear that they will take care of their own dinner. Mu Hwa, Mu Chial, and Mu Jin are all taken aback. Sensing the tension in the room, Mu Hwa says that Mu Hui's refusal seems rather rude. Internally, however, Mu Hui thinks that it was actually the Fresh Flower sect that acted rudely first. Confused, Lim Muguk asks why they are refusing his goodwill. Mu Hui knows that he will not be able to change Lim Muguk's mind, and trying to convince him further would only waste time. He admits that he cannot accept Lim Muguk's hospitality, especially when they have not been of any help to the Fresh Flower sect yet. It simply does not feel right. Everyone is stunned by his admission. Still confused, Mu Hwa wonders whether Mu Hui truly meant what he just said. She recalls his teachings about swinging a sword with one's entire body, his lesson about sparing lives, and the not-so-peaceful method they used during the ambush against the brutal Blood faction. As she thinks about all of that, she begins to doubt whether the person standing before her is truly the same senior disciple she has come to know. She cannot help wondering what happened to him that day. Mu Hui appears unusually agitated that day. As the group walks along the mountain path, Mu Hwa quietly remarks that there must be a reason for his sudden change. Mu Hui turns around, and from her surprised expression, it becomes clear that an explanation is both expected and necessary. Internally, Mu Hui concludes that the progress they have made so far should be sufficient, provided the Fresh Flower sect does not have an exceptionally advanced martial master among them. After a moment of thought, he decides to reveal the reason behind his unusual behavior. In a measured tone, Mu Hui explains that the leader of the Fresh Flower sect does not truly trust them. That fact makes their mission far more complicated than it first appeared. Mu Hwa recalls that the sect leader claimed the Great Truth sect would cower merely upon seeing their presence. Mu Hui confirms that she remembers correctly, then asks whether she does not find that behavior strange. He reminds them of how the young disciples of the Great Truth sect acted earlier. Although they were only children and could easily be dismissed as inexperienced, Mu Hui points out that even the child of a sect leader would be expected to exercise caution in both actions and speech. There was a reason behind that apparent carelessness, one they could not afford to ignore. Moreover, if the Great Truth sect truly intended to retreat simply because the four of them appeared, then the situation would be even more suspicious. The leader of the Fresh Flower sect is well aware of the difficulties currently facing Mount Hua. Although the main sect sent disciples to oversee matters in the outer regions, their current group consists of only 4 inexperienced disciples venturing into the Jianghu for the first time. If they confronted the Great Truth sect and lost, the consequences would be severe. The Fresh Flower sect would likely be absorbed by their rival, while Mount Hua would be criticized throughout the region for failing to manage its own internal affairs. Such an outcome would be disastrous for everyone involved. In the middle of this tense discussion, Mu Hwa naturally asks what they should do next. Mu Hui answers that as long as they resolve the real issue beneath everything else, the outcome will remain favorable. His voice carries quiet confidence, though he does not explain the details of his plan. When Mu Hwa presses him further and asks how he intends to resolve it, she quickly brushes the matter aside herself, assuming that Mu Hui must already have some sort of plan in mind, even if he has not spoken of it yet. Later that day, the 4 disciples arrive at an inn, where they immediately notice 2 men from the Great Truth sect eating inside. Mu Hui surveys the scene with displeasure. This establishment should fall under the influence of the Fresh Flower sect, yet members of the Great Truth sect are sitting there as though the place belongs to them. The discontent in the men's eyes is obvious. They appear to be actively searching for someone vulnerable enough to target. Even without anyone directly interfering, it is clear that trouble will break out soon. The tension rises when a man dressed in green brushes past one of the members of the Great Truth sect. The encounter immediately earns him displeased looks from both men, who clearly notice his drunken state. Stumbling slightly, the man apologizes before explaining that the recent increase in protection fees has stirred resentment among the locals. In a frustrated whisper, he adds that the threatening looks on the men's faces make it seem as though they are ready to unleash violence on innocent civilians. His final words confirm the situation. Although the inn traditionally belongs to the territory of the Fresh Flower sect, the Great Truth sect has begun extorting its people by raising the protection fees. As the 4 disciples take in this information, it becomes clear that the Great Truth sect has effectively seized control of the establishment. Amid the growing murmurs of anger, another guest finally voices his frustration. He accuses the fee collectors of being leeches who not only extort money from the people, but also take advantage of complimentary food. His companion quickly warns him to lower his voice before their remarks attract unwanted attention. Through this overheard exchange, Mu Hui confirms that the Great Truth sect has already taken control of the inn. Naturally, their decision to impose protection fees has enraged the locals. Noticing that the heated discussion among the guests is growing louder, Mu Hui confidently predicts that a confrontation is about to occur. With deliberate calm, he instructs the 3 disciples not to interfere, trusting that events will unfold in their favor. However, Mu Hwa, often somewhat absent-minded, struggles to understand the full meaning behind his instruction. Before anyone can explain further, the situation suddenly escalates. The 2 members of the Great Truth sect rise from their seats. One of them, unable to tolerate the growing hostility any longer, voices his frustration, before deliberately tapping a nearby guest on the shoulder, implying that the man's earlier remarks were meant for them to hear. The guest responds in a thoroughly disrespectful tone, boldly challenging the sect members to do something about it. His intoxicated state only makes him more insolent, prompting his companion to urgently tell him to stop. However, the man refuses to back down. Instead, he launches into an angry tirade, declaring that every word he said was justified. He condemns the Great Truth sect members for their hypocrisy, accusing them of hiding themselves during the attack by the demonic cult, only to later emerge and shamelessly extort the very people who once lived under the protection of the Fresh Flower sect. His rant grows even harsher as he calls them demonic miscreants, declaring that their disgraceful actions should prevent them from ever showing their faces in public again. Having endured enough, one of the Great Truth sect members finally takes action. He grabs the furious guest, yanks him from his seat, and violently throws him onto the floor. There is no longer any doubt. The Great Truth sect has seized control of this territory, and their actions are casting a dark shadow over everyone living beneath them. The man sneers, as though certain that these people must have mistaken the Great Truth sect for fools. Brandishing his sword at the fallen civilian, he makes it clear that anyone who insults his sect will face severe consequences. Mu Hui moves without hesitation. With precise aim, he throws the chopsticks in his hand toward the man. The chopstick strikes directly into his acupoint, instantly preventing him from swinging his sword at the civilian. Nearby, the other member of the Great Truth sect lets out a startled scream as the situation intensifies. Furious at the unexpected interference, the offended man unsheathes his sword and demands to know what Mu Hui thinks he is doing. In one smooth motion, Mu Hui closes the distance and delivers a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling across the floor. Still immobilized by the chopstick lodged in his shoulder, the man rages in confusion and indignation. demanding to know why he can no longer move. Calmly picking up the fallen sword, Mu Hui remarks that using a weapon against people with no martial arts knowledge whatsoever is completely absurd. He notes that although the boundary between the orthodox and unorthodox alliances can sometimes become unclear, this particular transgression is far too serious to ignore. The man finally recognizes Mu Hui as a disciple of Mount Hua. Mu Hui asks what he intended to use the sword for. When the man replies that it was only meant to intimidate the civilian, Mu Hui grips the weapon firmly and continues. A sword is not a tool meant to be casually waved around to threaten someone weaker than oneself. In Mu Hui's opinion, it would be far more sensible for this man not to possess a sword at all. He then explains that the man's mobility will return only once the chopstick blocking his acupoint is removed. Perhaps the unconscious man lying nearby can handle that once he wakes up. As for the sword, the man may reclaim it only by presenting himself at the Fresh Flower sect. His decision leaves no room for argument. Enraged, the man protests, accusing Mu Hui of interfering in the affairs of the Great Truth sect and deliberately provoking a conflict. Mu Hui remains completely unbothered. He counters that even the leader of the Great Truth sect would never dare speak with such insolence. The man's attitude alone proves that the Great Truth sect has been severely underestimating Mount Hua. The man stutters out a denial, but his words carry no weight against Mu Hui's firm rebuke. With absolute authority, Mu Hui declares that there is only one way for the Great Truth sect to be forgiven. Its leader must personally appear before the Fresh Flower sect and beg for forgiveness. If he fails to appear by sunrise the next day, Mu Hui warns that the Great Truth sect will be erased from existence. His unwavering gaze and commanding tone leave the man with no room to resist. Left with no other choice, he reluctantly concedes. While the three observing disciples remain silent. Amid the lingering tension, Mu Hwa remarks that her senior disciple seems to grow more brazen with each passing day. In her opinion, it might have been more reasonable to launch a preemptive ambush on the Great Truth sect instead. Mu Jin agrees with her assessment, while Mu Qiao voices his concern over what is now about to happen. The following morning, the leader of the Great Truth sect strides confidently toward the Fresh Flower sect. Now that he finally has a reason to confront his rivals, he advances with a smile on his face. Flanked by his most senior members, although the sky overhead is perfectly clear, an ominous thought hangs in the air. Those approaching should prepare themselves for the storm of bloodshed that is about to arrive. Lim Muguk has only experienced this kind of suffocating pressure 3 times in his entire life. Each time, it felt as though a massive boulder was pressing down on his chest, leaving him struggling to breathe. The first was during the bloody battle against the Black Knight Palace, when the disciples of Mount Hua and its branch sects were slaughtered. The second was when his eldest son passed away. The third was when he discovered that his youngest son was being bullied. And now, another moment has been added to that list. The leader of the Great Truth sect has arrived, accompanied by his strongest disciples. Mu Hui greets them at the gate, with Lim Muguk standing behind him. Despite Mu Hui's young age, his expression remains completely unfazed, showing no trace of fear. Mu Hui studies the faces of those before him and immediately notices the obvious lack of apology. Looking directly at the opposing sect leader, he addresses him with open mockery in his voice. The leader of the Great Truth sect regards him with amusement. He asks whether Mount Hua only taught its disciples martial arts while completely neglecting to teach them manners. Mu Hui responds with equal mockery, admitting that his own etiquette may be lacking, but pointing out that the Great Truth sect appears to be far more negligent in such matters. The atmosphere around the group is filled with killing intent. Rather than members of an orthodox sect, they feel more like warriors from the unorthodox faction. No, perhaps they are even closer to demonic cultists. The sect leader's temper immediately flares at the young disciple's words, and his hand reaches toward his sword. However, Mu Hui calmly interrupts him. Instead of standing there in a tense standoff, he suggests that they move inside before they attract the wrong kind of attention. After all, the situation could easily be misunderstood. Considering that the Great Truth sect claims to be orthodox, allowing such a misunderstanding would not benefit them. His words manage to diffuse the tension, forcing the sect leader to reconsider his actions. The leader dismisses Mu Hui's words as nothing more than an attempt to stall for time. Even so, since the matter will be settled regardless, he decides that there may be some amusement in humoring the boy. Reluctantly, he agrees to move inside. Had he refused, Mu Hui had already decided that he would break the man's wrist and drag him in himself. Fortunately, that is no longer necessary. Seeing how the situation is unfolding, Lim Muguk simply gestures for the visitors to enter. Everything has happened exactly as Mu Hui predicted. Even so, Lim Muguk begins to feel a growing sense of unease. He expected this situation to occur, yet the weight of what is now happening still presses heavily on his chest. The more he thinks about it, the more nervous he becomes. His thoughts drift back to the moment he first received news of Mu Hui's actions. As soon as he learned what Mu Hui had done, Lim Muguk was unable to contain his frustration. He demanded to know why Mu Hui would provoke the Great Truth sect when he had been trying so desperately to avoid unnecessary conflict with them. Mu Hui calmly replied that he understood Lim Muguk's concerns, but he offered no apology for his actions. Unable to suppress his anger, Lim Muguk asked why Mu Hui would behave this way despite fully understanding the danger of the situation. Mu Hui then urged him to calm down and speak honestly, suggesting that they approach the conversation more directly. Mu Hui acknowledged that Lim Muguk did not truly trust them. He explained that when the sect leader sent them out to observe the branch sects, they were not given specific instructions or strict deadlines. Instead, the sect leader trusted them to use their own judgment and make decisions as necessary while overseeing Mount Hua's branch sects. Furthermore, the areas they had been assigned to inspect were far from small. They were responsible for Pasung, Weinan, and Yashin. Covering such a large region with only 4 disciples was no minor responsibility. Mu Hui then admitted that there were several important details he had not mentioned until now. The brutal blood faction in Pasung had connections to a warrior from the Guyu sword sect. Since Mu Hui and the others intended to eliminate the brutal blood faction, a confrontation with that warrior had been unavoidable. However, in order to avoid attracting unwanted attention from the Guyu sword sect, they had needed to handle the situation discreetly. Still skeptical, Lim Muguk questioned whether Mu Hui and the others had truly subdued a warrior from the Guyu sword sect without suffering any injuries, especially when there were only 4 of them. Mu Hui corrected him, it had not taken all 4 of them. Lim Muguk became even more incredulous, asking how such a thing could possibly be true. Mu Hui simply nodded, confirming that it was exactly what happened. He then spoke with conviction, emphasizing that just as the sect leader of Mount Hua had placed his trust in them, the Fresh Flower sect needed to trust them as well. If Lim Muguk doubted his abilities, Mu Hui offered to prove himself immediately. Lim Muguk could challenge him to a spar right then and there, and Mu Hui would draw his sword without hesitation. However, Lim Muguk did not accept the offer. Instead, he asked whether Mu Hui truly believed they could handle the entire Great Truth sect if the situation escalated that far. Mu Hui's response was unwavering. There would be no need for such a confrontation. But even if a bloody battle did break out, Mu Hui would be more than capable of handling it alone. There was not the slightest trace of doubt in his voice. Mu Hui then continued, sharing his prediction for how events would unfold. It was through this very approach that the leader of the Great Truth sect had ultimately been brought to the table for discussion. However, despite Mu Hui's confidence, human nature is cunning. Now that the leader is actually sitting before them, the situation feels entirely different. Mu Hui proceeds with the mediation, identifying himself as a disciple of Mount Hua and acknowledging the Fresh Flower sect as one of Mount Hua's branches. He states that it would be best for both sides to settle the matter together. Since neither sect appears willing to coexist peacefully in Weinan, Mu Hui gets straight to the point. He proposes that each sect choose a representative and settle the matter through a duel. His tone remains calm and nonchalant as he makes the suggestion. The moment those words leave his mouth, horror washes over Lim Muguk. It feels as though something inside him has suddenly snapped. The leader of the Great Truth sect, on the other hand, bursts into laughter. Turning toward Lim Muguk with a knowing smile, he muses aloud that he finally understands what is happening. He questions whether Lim Muguk and this Mount Hua brat planned everything together from the beginning. When they invited him inside, he assumed there might be some trick involved. However, the suggestion of a duel is far too absurd to be considered a clever tactic. Mockingly, he wonders whether Lim Muguk has finally lost his mind. There is no way a brat from Mount Hua would have proposed something so ridiculous otherwise. As the leader continues mocking him, he brings up the death of Lim Muguk's eldest son. Mu Hui immediately notices the subtle shift in Lim Muguk's demeanor. This is something he had not known before. Lim Muguk's waver the moment his eldest son's death is mentioned, and Mu Hui understands that the sect leader's words have struck a deeply painful memory. Realizing that the leader's words have struck a raw nerve, Mu Hui uses a voice transmission technique to ask whether Lim Muguk's eldest son was killed in a duel against the Great Truth sect. The moment he asks, Mu Hui realizes that he has unintentionally brought up a painful memory. He quickly apologizes through the transmission, repeating his apology in concern. Although clearly affected, Lim Muguk reassures him that it is not Mu Hui's fault. He should have explained the situation earlier. He tells Mu Hui that he trusts him and urges him to continue. Mu Hui gives a brief acknowledgement and expresses his gratitude before refocusing on the matter before them. Although there were important details he had not known, he now understands the weight of the situation. Mu Hui proposes that 3 individuals from each sect participate in the duel: the sect leader, the young master, and the strongest fighter from each side. For the Fresh Flower sect, Mu Hui will personally take the position of the strongest fighter. He then suggests that the duel be held 5 days later. Still mocking the proposal, the leader of the Great Truth sect asks them to consider his current circumstances. He explains that the last time his sect was falsely accused of killing someone, it caused him a great deal of trouble. Because of that, he is cautious about being branded a murderer again. He wonders whether they intend to accuse him of the same thing once more. Completely unbothered, Mu Hui responds that the common people are already calling the Great Truth sect a demonic cult. Therefore, the leader has no reason to concern himself with such accusations now. Irritated by Mu Hui's words, the sect leader warns him that his mouth is becoming increasingly aggravating. He threatens to attack the Fresh Flower sect right then and there, but admits that he is holding back only because Mu Hui's proposal interests him. Mu Hui continues taunting him, replying that he only spoke up because the leader did not seem fully aware of his own situation. Now visibly enraged, the leader warns Mu Hui to watch his tongue, telling him that they are only tolerating him for the time being. One of the Great Truth sect disciples sneers at Mu Hui, suggesting that the brat must think they are easy targets simply because they have been holding back. Mu Hui's gaze immediately turns cold. The moment he meets the man's sneer, he releases enough killing intent to silence him completely. The disciple stiffens nervously, suddenly uncertain about the true depth of Mu Hui's strength. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, the leader of the Great Truth Sect finally rises from his seat and agrees to the proposal. He declares that they will return in 5 days to settle the matter. Before leaving, he adds that he hopes the duel will be fair and that no one will lose their life. Once the members of the Great Truth Sect depart, Mangacap releases a deep sigh, his mind still weighed down by concern. He reveals that the young master of the Great Truth Sect is far weaker than his own son in martial arts. However, although Mangacap and the opposing sect leader were once equals, the leader has now surpassed him. More concerningly, Mangacap suspects that the fighter Mu Hui will face may not be a true disciple of the Great Truth Sect at all. Instead, they may secretly hire an assassin and disguise him as a guest warrior. Mu Hui nods, acknowledging that such a possibility exists. Still uncertain, Mangacap asks whether Mu Hui is truly confident about the upcoming duel. Without hesitation, Mu Hui replies that he is confident. In fact, he may even find the duel too easy. Hearing this, Mangacap finally decides to place his trust in Mu Hui and proceed with the preparations. Mu Hui immediately suggests that they head to the training ground. To Mangacap's surprise, Mu Hui explains that he cannot guarantee how much the training will help over the next 4 days. However, in terms of the difficulty he is about to endure, Mangacap should consider himself as good as dead. Soon afterward, they arrive at the training ground, where Mu Hui immediately begins putting Mangacap through intense training. The 3 disciples watch from nearby, both terrified and fascinated by what they are witnessing. Despite everything, Mangacap pushes himself as though his life depends on it. His legs are tied to a tree branch, forcing him to lift his own body repeatedly while performing sit-ups and holding himself suspended in the air. Every movement leaves him struggling under the strain of the brutal training. Standing beneath him, Mu Hui holds a sword pointed upward, ready to welcome Mangacap the moment he falters. In a stern voice, Mu Hui orders him to endure. He reminds Mangacap that if he cannot even survive this level of training, then the Fresh Flower Sect is already finished. When Mangacap hesitates, Mu Hui's calm voice carries a hint of genuine threat as he orders him to get back up immediately. As Mangacap struggles to continue, Mu Hwa silently wonders whether even the demonic cult would be impressed by methods like these. In her eyes, Mu Hui's relentlessness no longer seems human. As the day nears its end, the golden sunlight begins to dim. Mangacap is still enduring his intense training, with a sword positioned directly beneath his back. This time, the sword is being held by Mu Qiao. Mu Qiao warns him that if he lowers himself any farther, he risks being stabbed. Even so, he encourages Mangacap to hold on just a little longer, reassuring him that the training will soon be over and urging him to remain strong until the very end. As he watches Mangacap struggle, Mu Qiao cannot help feeling a twinge of sympathy. His senior disciple assigned him the task of overseeing the sect leader's training, but he cannot help wondering where his senior brother has gone. Meanwhile, Sanha sits alone, sulking. He is growing increasingly anxious about the duel that will take place in 5 days. Master Mu Hui promised to personally train him until then, but Sanha knows that 4 days of training will not suddenly make him stronger. Unable to contain his frustration, he voices his thoughts aloud before kicking a stone away from him. Just then, Mu Hui suddenly appears, startling him. Sanha immediately calls out to Master Mu Hui in surprise. Having heard the boy's frustration, Mu Hui responds directly. He explains that Sanha is correct. Martial arts cannot be mastered in such a short period of time simply through intense training. True growth takes time, unless one comes across a lucky opportunity or consumes a special elixir. However, that only applies to improving one's martial arts abilities. Experience is different. How a person uses the martial arts they already possess is a completely separate matter. Mu Hui then poses a question to Sanha, who is still trying to understand what he means. Is Sanha truly making proper use of the martial arts he already has? Snapping out of his daze, Sanha quickly replies that he knows his own body better than anyone else. Mu Hui tells him to watch closely and follow along, assuring him that this will be enough for now. Still confused, Sanha asks what exactly he is supposed to follow. Without any further explanation, Mu Hui suddenly sends a stone. Flying through the air at incredible speed, it slams into a tree from a considerable distance, striking with enough force to splinter the wood. Sanha stares in awe. Mu Hui explains that he infused the stone with energy slightly weaker than what children Sanha's age would typically possess. Since Sanha's internal energy is far stronger than that, he should be more than capable of controlling his energy at the same level. Mu Hui then challenges Sanha to demonstrate how well he can handle his own internal energy. If Sanha succeeds, his training will be over for the day. If he fails, they will continue until he manages it. Mu Hui tells him not to worry too much before instructing him to begin throwing the stone. Later, the evidence of Sanha's efforts can be seen on one of the trees inside the sect grounds. His performance is not perfect, but Mu Hui acknowledges that Sanha has improved significantly. Satisfied with his progress, he decides to end the training for the day and instructs Sanha to rest. However, by the time Mu Hui tells him to get some sleep, Sanha is already utterly exhausted. He collapses to his knees. While his left hand, the one he used throughout the training, trembles in pain, His skin is red and covered in blisters. Frustrated, Sanha mutters to himself that Master Mu Hui is a demon. Mu Hui told him to rest, but after training like this, Sanha feels as though resting is impossible. No tears fall from his eyes, but his misery is obvious. With clear frustration in his voice, he grumbles that the sun has already risen, yet rest is still nowhere in sight. A few hours later, Mu Hui gathers Lim Muguk and Sanha for the second day of training. He informs them that from this point onward, they will train together, since they have very little time remaining. Mu Hui asks whether they remember the lesson from the previous day, especially the importance of using their bodies effectively. Sitting on their knees before him, both Lim Muguk and Sanha nod in acknowledgement. Mu Hui observes that Lim Muguk's physical condition has improved greatly, most likely because of his diligent training. His body, which had once grown stiff, has quickly begun regaining its previous form. Mu Hui praises their progress and explains that the day's training will build upon the foundation they established the previous day. He unsheathes his sword and announces that their focus today will be finding their composure. Rather than explaining further, Mu Hui decides that it will be more effective to show them directly. With a firm instruction, he orders everyone to take their positions and prepare for the next stage of training. Mu Hwa, Mu Jin, and Mu Chial stand ready with their swords in hand, prepared to demonstrate their skills before their senior disciple. Lim Muguk wonders what kind of training bout is about to begin. Both he and Sanha can already sense the intensity of the situation. The three disciples are equally nervous. Unlike Lim Muguk and Sanha, Mu Hwa, Mu Jin, and Mu Chial understand all too well just how ruthless their senior disciple can be. Mu Hwa is the first to speak, announcing that she will go ahead. Without warning, Mu Hwa charges forward, her sword aimed at a fatal strike. However, Mu Hui does not move from his position. Using only the scabbard of his sword, he effortlessly deflects her swift attack. Mu Hwa immediately tries again, bringing her hand downward in an attempt to strike his head. Mu Hui merely shifts slightly and avoids the blow. Although Mu Hwa is a woman, she is also a warrior and she does not hesitate to fight back. In response, Mu Hui ruthlessly kicks her in the chest, sending her flying backward. At that very moment, Mu Jin appears from behind him, poised to strike, but Mu Hui reacts instantly. Swinging his sword upward, he completely neutralizes Mu Jin's attack. With calm precision, Mu Hui follows up with a series of sword strikes directed at Mu Jin. Each one forces him farther backward. Watching the scene unfold, Sanha is overwhelmed by the brutality of the exchange. In a quiet voice, he tells his father that this training seems far too dangerous. Equally troubled, Lim Muguk agrees. However, he decides to continue observing, still uncertain about what Mu Hui intends to teach them through this. Mu Hui then delivers a precise strike with his sword scabbard directly into Mu Jin's stomach, causing him to stumble backward. Noticing the timing, Mu Chial suddenly shouts for Mu Jin to duck. In that instant, Mu Hui moves his sword, and Mu Jin ducks just in time as Mu Chial's blade narrowly misses him. Completely unfazed, Mu Hui meets the incoming sword with his own, calmly blocking the attack while letting out a small sigh. Mu Hui remarks that Mu Chial's sword feels heavier than it did before. However, it is still not enough. He adds that it is nowhere near sufficient to stop him, as his blade slides smoothly along the length of Mu Chial's sword, and stops only inches away from his neck. Realizing that he has been defeated, Mu Chial admits his loss. Mu Hui then begins evaluating the weaknesses of each disciple. He remarks that Mu Hwa's attacks are predictable and easy to counter. Mu Jin, on the other hand, is far too passive in his approach. As for Mu Chial, he has not yet fully adapted to his new sword technique. These are the major flaws Mu Hui identifies. He acknowledges that there are other issues they will need to address eventually, but for now, they should focus on correcting the points he just highlighted. Turning his attention toward Lim Muguk and Sanha, Mu Hui explains that the day's training, along with all the training leading up to the duel, will follow this same intense pattern. Still confused, Lim Muguk questions how brutal training like this could possibly be the method for finding composure, as Mu Hui claimed earlier. Mu Hui confirms that their goal is indeed composure, but not in the way Lim Muguk imagined. He asks whether Lim Muguk noticed anything unusual about the training bout. Still uneasy, Lim Muguk answers that the intensity was the most obvious difference. Then, as though suddenly understanding something, Lim Muguk exclaims in disbelief. Mu Hui explains that one of the best ways to improve quickly is through real combat experience. And the fastest way to gain that experience is by repeatedly facing situations where one's life is genuinely at risk. Once a person experiences the danger of life or death combat enough times, dodging attacks from ordinary fighters will eventually become second nature. Mu Hui then orders Lim Muguk and Sanha to grab their swords. Their objective is to kill him. From this moment onward, their training will come as close to real combat as possible. Horrified by the suggestion, Lim Muguk immediately protests. The thought of training with such severity is already alarming, especially with Sanha involved. However, Sanha has already made up his mind. Without hesitation, he scoops up a handful of dirt. In a flash of inspiration, he abandons the methods expected of an orthodox fighter and throws the dirt directly toward Mu Hui's face. The unorthodox move catches Mu Hui by surprise, revealing the young disciple's quick thinking and willingness to adapt. Without hesitation, Sanha charges forward, gripping his sword tightly in his hand. Determined to make the best of the situation, he resolves to give it everything he has. In one swift motion, Sanha unsheathes his sword and swings it horizontally toward Mu Hui. However, Muhui is not particularly angered by Sanha's unorthodox strategy. Instead, he simply covers his eyes with one hand and observes the boy's movements closely. The moment Sanha enters his range, Muhui effortlessly kicks him, sending him flying through the air with enough force to make it seem as though he held nothing back. Meanwhile, Lim Muguk remains kneeling on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the intense situation unfolding around him. Hearing the impact, he turns his head and calls out to his son as Sanha crashes some distance away. However, Lim Muguk has little time to worry about him, as his instincts immediately scream for him to react. He quickly turns his head back. Just in time, Lim Muguk ducks down, narrowly avoiding a horizontal strike from Muhui's sword. Muhui abruptly stops the swing, then brings his sword down toward him. The blade strikes the ground just as Lim Muguk leaps backward. He lands beside Sanha, who calls out to him. Lim Muguk immediately asks whether his son is all right. Despite the pain, Sanha assures his father that he can endure it. Relieved to hear his son's response, Lim Muguk begins to relax slightly. But before either of them can fully recover, Muhui suddenly appears behind them, almost as though he materialized out of thin air. Muhui casually asks whether they intend to stand around chatting during the duel. Both father and son turn in surprise to face the Mount Hua disciple. Lim Muguk reacts first, swinging his sword toward Muhui. However, Muhui stops the attack with his bare hand, doing so with effortless ease. His words carry calm authority as he reminds them to treat this as real combat. Only by moving as though their lives truly depend on it will both the sect leader and his son survive. With chilling calmness, Muhui prepares for the next round. At that moment, Lim Muguk and Sanha finally understand the gravity of the situation. If they do not fully commit themselves to this sparring, the consequences will be severe. As the sun begins to dip lower in the sky, Lim Muguk remains determined, putting everything he has into each strike of his sword. However, Muhui stands before him like an immovable wall, blocking every attack as though he were sparring with a child. His expression shows nothing but unsettling indifference. Lim Muguk continues charging forward, unleashing strike after strike, but Muhui steps back with calculated precision, avoiding each attack without difficulty. Then in a sudden motion, Muhui lands a punch directly on Lim Muguk's face, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. In that very instant, Muhui raises his sword and places the blade against Lim Muguk's neck. Lim Muguk opens his eyes in shock. In a casual but precise tone, Muhui informs him that he has now died 314 times. He then reminds Lim Muguk that closing his eyes makes it far more difficult to react to an attack. Attempting to defend himself, Lim Muguk argues that even with his eyes closed, he should still be able to sense movements through his internal energy. Muhui acknowledges that internal energy, when properly used, can grant a sense similar to sight. It is an essential skill, one that should not be particularly difficult for a sect leader like Lim Muguk. He then asks a simple question that Lim Muguk cannot deny. If he could sense the movements, then why was he unable to dodge? Trying to justify himself, Lim Muguk admits that Muhui's attacks were simply too fast. Muhui scoffs at the excuse. He points out that if Lim Muguk had kept his eyes open, he could have easily dodged the attack. Even with his eyes closed, proper use of internal energy should have allowed him to sense the incoming strike. Muhui's words are sharp as he reminds Lim Muguk that mistakes in combat cannot be blamed on outside factors. If such a mistake leads to death, there will be no second chance. As he withdraws his sword and prepares for the next round, Muhui stresses that Lim Muguk must never allow a mistake like that to happen again. With a firm kick, he sends Lim Muguk backward and signals the start of the next bout. Despite his exhaustion, Lim Muguk's determination remains unbroken. Gritting his teeth, he prepares himself to continue. As the sun finally begins disappearing behind the mountain range, Lim Muguk charges toward Muhui once more, his movements filled with renewed resolve. Meanwhile, Sanha lies on the ground, completely drained from the sparring. Eventually, day gives way to night. Completely spent, Lim Muguk collapses onto the ground. Muhui, however, remains standing without the slightest sign of faltering. Turning his attention towards Sanha, Muhui instructs him to continue as though his stamina has no limit. Throughout the night, Sanha endures a relentless beating, while Muhui continues instructing him without pause. The moment Lim Muguk regains enough strength to stand, he immediately rejoins the sparring. With each exchange, their movements begin growing sharper and more precise. By the end of the night, Lim Muguk reaches the point where he can finally keep his eyes open while tracking Muhui's sword strikes. However, the training is still far from over. For 3 consecutive days, Muhui continues pushing both father and son to their absolute limits. The two of them spar until they can barely move. Then the moment they regain enough strength, Muhui is already standing before them, ready to resume the training without pause. Elsewhere, the leader of the Great Truth sect sits with the swordmaster he hired. The swordmaster, known as the Yanho Blade Master, remarks that if the second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect is truly skilled, then the Rising Lotus sword should have been more than enough to defeat him. The leader of the Great Truth sect admits that this may be true. However, his real goal is to thoroughly humiliate the disciples of Mount Hua. He explains that if they intend to put the Mount Hua disciples in their place, then their defeat must be overwhelming and undeniable. Yanho acknowledges the leader's swordsmanship, but points out that calling it overwhelming may be going a little too far. His grin deepens as he adds that regardless of the outcome, the Mount Hua disciples will be fortunate if they avoid being crippled. Even so, Yanho raises a concern. He asks whether the sect leader is truly certain about this approach. If someone is injured or worse killed, the consequences could become extremely troublesome. The leader of the Great Truth sect shrugs off the concern, dismissing any rumors that may follow as irrelevant. Yanho raises an eyebrow at that response and challenges the leader's casual attitude. If rumors truly mean so little, then why is the sect leader so concerned about them? If the situation goes wrong, MamoruManhwa will not be the only faction they need to worry about. Every other force in the Jianghu may begin taking notice and move to keep them in check. The sect leader assures him that there is no reason to worry. There is already a faction in the Jianghu with a similar reputation, and he is confident that he can handle whatever consequences may arise from their actions. Falling deep into thought, Yanho begins questioning the sect leader's arrogance. He wonders just how far this man is willing to push matters. Can someone who disregards the possible consequences truly be so confident in his own strength? Yanho carefully considers the situation, his thoughts drifting toward the leader of the Fresh Flower sect. Lim Muguk's martial arts are competent, but still one step below his own. Even so, Yanho cannot help wondering whether the Great Truth sect leader's arrogance is blinding him to the risks. Perhaps his greed is beginning to cloud his judgment. With a sense of finality, Yanho concludes that once this situation is resolved, it may be time for him to seek a new place to belong. On the night before the duel, MamoruManhwa sits atop the roof of a pavilion within the Fresh Flower sect, watching Muqial diligently train in the yard below. As he observes Muqial's movements, MamoruManhwa evaluates him with a critical eye. The young disciple handles his sword well, though his blade is not particularly heavy. MamoruManhwa begins thinking that it may be time for Muqial to switch to a heavier weapon, perhaps even a great sword. His thoughts soon shift toward the Great Truth sect and whatever plans they may be preparing. Although MamoruManhwa expected them to send assassins, he is surprised by how quiet they have remained. It appears that they are underestimating both MamoruManhwa and the Fresh Flower sect. MamoruManhwa inwardly scowls. If the Great Truth sect had sent assassins, he could have used that as justification to raze them to the ground. Unfortunately, it seems they are not bold enough to make that move. What a shame. Just then MamoruManhwa hears footsteps. To his surprise, Lim Muguk is walking through the yard, deep in thought. The leader of the Fresh Flower sect appears serene. His eyes are calm and filled with life as he gazes into the distance, seemingly unaffected by the duel awaiting him the following day. There is no sign of fear or anxiety anywhere in his expression. After a while, Lim Muguk turns and heads back toward his residence. Watching him leave, MamoruManhwa thinks to himself that the sect leader did not remain there for very long. He simply looked at the moon before returning inside, undoubtedly thinking about the duel. MamoruManhwa reflects on the fact that Lim Muguk's eldest son died in a duel against the Great Truth sect. In a sense, the battle tomorrow can be viewed as an act of revenge. MamoruManhwa cannot help wondering what that kind of revenge feels like. What does it feel like to finally avenge such a loss? As the night passes and the sun rises, the scene shifts to the arena where the duel is about to take place. The martial artists of the Great Truth sect stare in surprise. When they see Sanha's battered face, they cannot understand what could possibly have happened to the young master of the Fresh Flower sect. Even so, Sanha enters the arena without hesitation and stands before the young master of the Great Truth sect. The young master of the Great Truth sect mocks him, commenting on his pathetic appearance and sarcastically claiming that he feels sorry for him. Sanha ignores him completely. His thoughts are occupied by only one complaint about the duel. He voices his frustration that they will be using wooden swords for the contest. The spoiled young master dismisses Sanha's complaint, remarking on how fortunate it is that the weapon in his hand is not a real sword. If it were, he muses, he might accidentally kill his opponent. His words carry the same arrogance as always. Yet Sanha does not respond. He remains completely motionless, causing his opponent to wonder why he's being so unusually quiet. Something feels off. Normally, Sanha would react angrily to even the smallest provocation, but now he stands there with an eerie calmness. Irritation begins creeping into the spoiled young master's mind. Is Sanha ignoring him? The thought alone fuels his anger, and he fixes a heated glare on his opponent. As the tension thickens, the referee's voice cuts through the air. With a composed expression, Kaiyang Hongquan steps forward and announces that he will serve as the observer and referee for the duel. He explains that this is a contest meant to compare their martial skills, meaning injuries are inevitable. However, if the situation becomes too severe, he will intervene at his own discretion. Regardless of the outcome of each match, all 3 rounds of the duel will still proceed. Everyone present is expected to acknowledge this rule. The gathered disciples listen carefully, anticipation hanging heavily in the air. Among the crowd, MamoruManhwa lounges with ease. Despite having gone without rest ever since instigating this duel, his sharp presence has not diminished in the slightest. However, his attention is not fixed on the match between the 2 young masters. Having personally trained Sanha, MamoruManhwa has no concern about the boy losing to a spoiled opponent. Instead, his gaze settles on someone sitting among the opposing sex ranks. Among the disciples of the Great Truth sect is the Blade Master, Yanho. Every indication suggests that he will be the 3rd participant in the duel, taking the position of their strongest fighter. MamoruManhwa seems to recognize him, yet he regards the man's presence with complete nonchalance, quietly wondering why the Blade Master has come here. Meanwhile, Kaiyang Hongquan finishes his explanation, remarking on how much he has spoken. He acknowledges that such an introduction is still necessary and asks for everyone's understanding. Then, without wasting any more time, he announces the beginning of the first duel. The moment the match begins, the young master of the Great Truth Sect surges forward, closing the distance with 2 rapid strides. Letting out a battle cry, he eagerly declares that he will completely crush his opponent. His wooden sword swings wide, aiming to land a decisive blow. Yet Sanha remains still. The attack comes from the very same boy who tormented him every day, the same one who endlessly tried to provoke a conflict between their sects, but now, standing before him, Sanha can see through everything. His opponent's movements are filled with unnecessary flourishes. Every gesture feels exaggerated, overly grand, and needlessly dramatic. In truth, that is exactly what they are. Muhui's past teachings echo in Sanha's mind. Fighters who lack true strength often exaggerate their movements in order to create the illusion of dominance. Their goal is to intimidate their opponents and make them shrink away in fear. Against those unfamiliar with martial arts, or those with only a shallow understanding of combat, such intimidation may work. But against anyone who possesses even a basic understanding of martial arts, it is nothing more than a useless display. Those lessons have reshaped Sanha. Now he stands before his opponent with unwavering resolve, his sword already prepared to move. Within a single breath, Sanha shifts. He draws his hand back slightly, then drives it forward with precision, striking just below his opponent's chest. The impact reverberates through the spoiled young master's body, twisting his insides from the force. The strike is so quick that he fails to react in time. But Sanha does not stop there. Even as his first strike connects, his other hand is already moving. His fist slams directly into the young master's face, sending him flying backward with ruthless force. Although Sanha remains unaffected by his opponent's taunts, there is no mercy in the power behind his attacks. A cheer erupts from the Fresh Flower Sect's ranks. One of the disciples excitedly declares that this is exactly what they expected from their young master. They never doubted his ability. Only after enduring those merciless blows does the spoiled young master fully understand what just happened. Struggling for breath, he finally realizes that Sanha never even moved from his original position. The pain coursing through his body is undeniable, far more intense than he can comprehend. He cannot accept that Sanha's attacks could possibly hurt this much. Then a chilling realization dawns on him. Sanha is no longer the same person he once knew. His bruised face is familiar, and outwardly his appearance remains unchanged. Yet something about him is completely different, something the spoiled young master cannot understand. His thoughts drift toward the possibility that Sanha consumed an elixir, just as he himself had done. Sanha's mind, however, remains perfectly clear. The days he spent training alongside the disciples of Mount Hua under Mu Hui's ruthless guidance were nothing short of hell. That relentless sparring reshaped him entirely. Through those grueling experiences, Sanha came to understand just how weak someone like the spoiled brat standing before him truly was. Still unable to make sense of what happened, the defeated young master demands an explanation. His voice is filled with disbelief as he shouts accusations, asking what sort of trick Sanha used. How could someone become this strong in such a short amount of time? Before he can receive an answer, Sanha swiftly kicks his leg, knocking him off balance once again. The brat barely has enough time to steady himself before being thrown down all over again. Sanha remains completely indifferent. His partially opened eyes reveal an unwavering intensity. To him, this is nothing more than child's play, a minor scuffle compared to the battles where he had been forced to fight with his life on the line. Coldly, Sanha tells him that if this were a real battle, he would already be dead. Panic immediately overwhelms Gaussian. Through tear-filled eyes, he cries out and pleads for mercy. The arrogance that once covered his face has completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but raw fear. Sanha shows no interest in his pleas. Without hesitation, his sword descends with the same merciless ferocity as before. Terror consumes Gaussian completely. His face drains of all color, his expression resembling that of prey staring down a predator's final strike. However, the sword never touches him. Instead, it crashes into the floor beside him, leaving him physically unharmed. Sanha scoffs at the pathetic figure before him. He remarks that Gaussian was once called the greatest genius in Weinen. From this moment forward, however, he will carry a different title: the biggest coward in Weinen. Then in front of everyone present, Gaussian peed himself, making his humiliation absolute. With no will left in him to continue fighting, the observer makes the official announcement. The first duel ends in victory for the Fresh Flower Sect. The leader of the Great Truth Sect clenches his fists, seething with rage. That brat had dared to humiliate his son, swinging his sword so seriously during what should have been nothing more than a children's duel. Sanha had clearly come prepared. Muttering bitterly, the sect leader voices his displeasure. He even gave Gaussian an elixir as a precaution, never imagining that his son would still lose. In the end, however, it matters little. Victory in the remaining 2 duels is practically guaranteed. His confidence does not waver, because he believes defeating Lim Muguk will present no difficulty whatsoever. The arena is quickly cleared as the observer calls for the next participants. And so the moment arrives. The leaders of both sects step forward to face each other. Lim Muguk studies his opponent carefully. A few months earlier, rumors had spread that the leader of the Great Truth Sect consumed a rare elixir. Now that he is standing face to face with him, Lim Muguk can confirm with certainty that the rumors were true. Even so, his expression remains completely unchanged. He has spent his time preparing for this exact moment. Now there is no room for unnecessary thoughts. Emotions are meaningless. He will face this battle the same way he endured his training under Master Mu Hui. His opponent, however, immediately notices Lim Muguk's demeanor. The leader of the Great Truth Sect understands that Lim Muguk must have realized the truth about the elixir. Yet despite knowing this, his face displays nothing but composure, even more than before. Scoffing inwardly, the sect leader thinks to himself that such a calm expression will not last long. The observer's voice rings out once more, announcing the beginning of the second bout. The moment the signal is given, the leader of the Great Truth Sect vanishes from sight. Yet Lim Muguk remains composed. Heightening his senses, he extends his inner energy throughout his surroundings, standing perfectly still as he waits for the inevitable attack. In the next fraction of a second, a swift strike comes from the side, aimed directly at his neck. Instinct takes over. Lim Muguk ducks just in time, allowing the blade to miss him by the smallest margin. Without hesitation, he grabs his opponent's arm. Then in one fluid motion, he swings his sword wide, aiming directly for the sect leader's head. The leader of the Great Truth Sect reacts instantly, pulling his head back just far enough to avoid a fatal blow. The sword barely grazes his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Even so, he shows no hesitation. He immediately retaliates with a powerful kick directed at Lim Muguk's chest. At the last moment, Lim Muguk raises his sword and uses the flat side of the blade to absorb the impact. Although he successfully blocks the kick, the force behind it still sends him staggering backward several steps. The leader of the Great Truth Sect admits that he had been restraining his strength because of the trouble caused by a previous incident. However, after seeing Lim Muguk's abilities, he no longer believes there is any need to hold back. Lim Muguk remains silent. The provocation means nothing to him. His focus stays firmly locked onto his opponent as he prepares to fight with his full strength. The leader of the Great Truth Sect lunges forward again. This time, his movements carry even greater power. His attacks fueled by genuine intent, as he brings his sword down with overwhelming force. However, despite all that strength, his stance is flawed. Lim Muguk reads the movement with ease and meets the strike head-on. Their blades collide. Although Lim Muguk feels himself being pushed back slightly, his footing remains firm. Sparks scatter from the clash of steel as the sharp sound of metal echoes throughout the arena. The battle intensifies, with neither side willing to relent. Each exchange blow reverberates through the air, and the world around them seems to fall silent beneath the relentless rhythm of clashing swords. Lim Muguk noticed every flaw in his opponent's form. Each time the leader of the Great Truth Sect links his techniques together, small openings appear. When he swings upward and generates a powerful sword wind, his right thigh becomes briefly exposed. Had the leader of the Great Truth Sect trained under Master Mu Hui, these terrible habits would have been corrected long ago. For a time, Lim Muguk believed that defeating this opponent would require either luck or an elixir. But now, with the clarity gained through relentless training, he understands something far more valuable. Master Mu Hui did not merely beat strength into his body. He gave Lim Muguk the ability to see through his opponent. With unwavering resolve, Lim Muguk raises his sword and tightens his grip. Then with a single step, he closes the distance in an instant. His blade cuts cleanly through the opening in his opponent's side. A sharp gasp escapes the leader of the Great Truth Sect as blood sprays from the deep wound. Somehow, even after spilling blood, the leader of the Great Truth Sect manages to steady himself. Planting his feet firmly on the arena floor, he pivots to shift his direction and launches another attack. His sword swings wide, aimed directly at Lim Muguk. However, Lim Muguk meets the blade with equal force and effortlessly deflects it with a scoff. The assault does not end there. Using his left leg, the Great Truth Sect leader attempts to deliver a devastating kick, but Lim Muguk anticipates the move and counters with a kick of his own. Harnessing the momentum, Lim Muguk tightens his grip on his sword. Within the span of a single breath, he thrusts forward. The leader of the Great Truth Sect barely reacts in time, pulling himself down to avoid the piercing strike. He flips backward several steps, using his hand to create distance. As he attempts to regain his footing, his mind begins to race. Every technique he has unleashed has been neutralized with what appears to be complete ease. Through gritted teeth, he struggles to understand how even he, someone with greater internal energy, has failed to land a single decisive blow. It defies reason. By all appearances, he is stronger, yet in every exchange, he continues to fall short. However, for those with a deep understanding of martial arts, the reason is no mystery. At the core of a practitioner's body lies the danshin, where energy is stored. This flowing life force, known as internal energy, can be refined through discipline. With proper training, internal energy can be polished and condensed, becoming far more powerful, just as Lim Muguk has done. Although Lim Muguk possesses less inner energy in terms of quantity, its quality and solidity are far superior. This refining process is the essence of internal arts, the foundational bedrock of every martial arts discipline. Yet many people misunderstand this concept, confusing internal arts with the simple accumulation of internal energy. The Great Truth Sect is a perfect example of that confusion, as its leader continues to be countered by Lim Muguk at every turn. If someone focuses only on the volume and force of internal energy, it may be described as internal force. However, internal arts go far beyond that. They involve refining that internal force through meditation and mental cultivation while pursuing enlightenment. Possessing powerful internal force does not mean someone has mastered internal arts. Lim Muguk's martial prowess stands as undeniable proof of that fact. Time and again, Lim Muguk intercepts and neutralizes every strike launched by the leader of the Great Truth Sect. As the exchanges continue, the man's composure begins to crumble. With perfect precision, Lim Muguk strikes his opponent's sword, causing the blade to falter. Although the Great Truth Sect leader manages to keep hold of his weapon, Lim Muguk immediately catches his arm in one fluid movement. Then in a flash, he surges forward and slices through the right side of the man's body. The wound is so severe that the leader of the Great Truth Sect coughs up blood, staining Lim Muguk's blade crimson. Despite the damage he has already dealt, Lim Muguk does not stop. Years of buried resentment finally boil to the surface. With everything he has, Lim Muguk focuses his next attack on his target, determined to end this conflict once and for all. The leader of the Great Truth Sect fails to react in time. Unless something intervenes, his death is certain. Blood splatters once again. The disciples of the Great Truth Sect stare in shock, witnessing something they never imagined possible. Even the referee is left speechless, his eyes widening and his jaw falling slack as he struggles to process what has just happened. Lim Muguk's blade has stopped in the middle of its strike. The leader of the Great Truth Sect remains completely unaware of how close death has come. Standing between the two men, Mu Hui has stopped Lim Muguk's sword with his bare hand. Although Mu Hui is capable of raising the Great Truth Sect at any moment, he recognizes that stopping the attack is the right course to take. His grip is absolute. Lim Muguk's sword trembles against his palm, but Mu Hui's hand remains firm, displaying a level of mastery so refined that his muscles seem as though they were forged from steel. Mu Hui does not reprimand Lim Muguk. Instead, he respectfully addresses him as the leader of the Fresh Flower Sect and tells him to calm himself. What he has already done is enough. Tears begin streaming down Lim Muguk's face. The resentment he carried within him, born from the schemes that cost him his firstborn son, has become unbearable. For several breaths, he clenches his teeth and fights desperately to compose himself. The pain remains, but the future of his sect matters more. Finally, he pulls his sword away, leaving Mu Hui's hand covered in blood in the process. The moment Lim Muguk's killing intent disappears, the leader of the Great Truth Sect collapses onto his knees. With that, the Fresh Flower Sect secures its second victory, and the referee announces the result. Cheers immediately erupt from the Fresh Flower Sect's side. One disciple joyfully declares that they no longer have any reason to leave Winan. Meanwhile, the leader of the Great Truth Sect is left reeling in disbelief. Losing to Lim Muguk is something he never imagined could happen, yet it has happened right before his eyes. Even after his defeat, however, his scheming has not stopped. Yahello clicks his tongue in frustration. From his perspective, the leader of the Great Truth Sect could have emerged victorious if only he had maintained his composure. However, his downfall had been inevitable, rooted deeply in his own volatile nature. Now Yahello finds himself considering the possibility of fighting Mu Hui, someone he had always regarded as nothing more than a child. Regardless of whether he wins the upcoming duel or surrenders before it begins, the Fresh Flower Sect has already secured victory in this dispute. Kaiyang Hongquan's voice echoes across the arena as he announces that with 2 duels already won, the Fresh Flower Sect has claimed overall victory. However, in order to honor the agreed rules, the final duel will still proceed. He then calls for the final participants to step forward. Lim Muguk turns toward Mu Hui and offers an apology. He admits that his emotions got the better of him, causing Mu Hui to be harmed in the process. Since the final duel no longer matters in terms of the overall outcome, he suggests that Mu Hui simply surrender instead. However, Mu Hui dismisses his concern, explaining that the blood on his hand is not his own. Lim Muguk's sword was already soaked in blood, and Mu Hui assumes that it transferred to his hand when he caught the blade. It is the blood of the Great Truth Sect leader. Lim Muguk is taken aback. His sword strike had been delivered with his full force, yet Mu Hui stopped it barehanded without receiving even a scratch. He always knew the young man was talented, but he never imagined his ability reached such a terrifying level. While Lim Muguk remains lost in thought, Mu Hui casually attempts to wipe the blood from his hand. At that moment, the leader of the Great Truth Sect raises his voice, drawing everyone's attention. He acknowledges his sect's defeat, but pleads for Lim Muguk's understanding, asking him for a favor. Despite everything that has happened, Lim Muguk only scoffs, completely unimpressed by the plea. Still, the leader persists, offering to hand over all of his sect's rights now that they have lost. Remaining calm and composed, Lim Muguk responds with open disdain. To think that the same man who desperately tried to drive the Fresh Flower Sect out of Winan would become so pitiful the moment he was truly tested. There is no possibility that the Fresh Flower Sect would simply accept his empty words at face value. Then, without warning, Mu Hui sends Lim Muguk a silent transmission, requesting permission to handle the rest of the situation himself. Lim Muguk gives him a subtle nod, fully entrusting the matter to the young martial artist. Mu Hui turns toward the leader of the Great Truth Sect and mocks him, remarking on the sheer thickness of his skin and the second-hand embarrassment it causes. He then makes a proposal. If the Great Truth Sect wins the final duel, they will be allowed to remain in Winan. However, if the Fresh Flower Sect wins, the Great Truth Sect must offer something more in return. Only then will the final duel carry any real meaning. The Great Truth Sect leader immediately agrees, stating that if they lose, he will surrender the sect's rights. Mu Hui rejects the offer without hesitation. Once the Great Truth Sect leaves Winan, all of those rights will naturally fall into the hands of the Fresh Flower Sect anyway. An offer like that has no value whatsoever. If the leader is unwilling to offer something they could not obtain through the outcome of the duels alone, then there is no point in continuing this proposal. Manhwa warns that he will withdraw the offer unless the terms are improved. Internally, the leader of the Great Truth sect curses the cunning young man standing before him. However, he has no other options left. At last, he offers 5 great merit orbs. Satisfied, Manhwa accepts, remarking that the man should have offered them from the beginning. As the leader of the Fresh Flower sect, Mangacapped formally accepts the terms. He reiterates the agreement clearly. If the Great Truth sect wins the final duel, they may remain in Winan. However, if they lose, they must hand over 5 great merit orbs and leave Winan behind. With the new stakes established, Yahello steps into the arena. He acknowledges that under these conditions, he can no longer afford to lose or surrender. As he draws his sword, he gives Manhwa a warning. Facing his blade technique will prove difficult for a young martial artist, so surrendering now may be the wiser choice. Manhwa shows no hesitation. Instead, a thrill surges through him as he responds to the provocation with calm defiance. No martial art in this world is truly easy to overcome. Deep within himself, Manhwa feels a rush of exhilaration. Ever since awakening in this new body, he has been waiting for an opportunity like this. At last, he can fully test his martial skills against a true martial artist, the Blade Master Yahello. Somehow, even after spilling blood, the leader of the Great Truth sect manages to steady himself. Planting his feet firmly on the arena floor, he pivots to shift his direction and launches another attack. His sword swings wide, aimed directly at Mangacapped. However, Mangacapped meets the blade with equal force and effortlessly deflects it with a scoff. The assault does not end there. Using his left leg, the Great Truth sect leader attempts to deliver a devastating kick, but Mangacapped anticipates the move and counters with a kick of his own. Harnessing the momentum, Mangacapped tightens his grip on his sword. Within the span of a single breath, he thrusts forward. The leader of the Great Truth sect barely reacts in time, pulling himself down to avoid the piercing strike. He flips backward several steps, using his hand to create distance. As he attempts to regain his footing, his mind begins to race. Every technique he has unleashed has been neutralized with what appears to be complete ease. Through gritted teeth, he struggles to understand how even he, someone with greater internal energy, has failed to land a single decisive blow. It defies reason. By all appearances, he is stronger, yet in every exchange, he continues to fall short. However, for those with a deep understanding of martial arts, the reason is no mystery. At the core of a practitioner's body lies the danshin, where energy is stored. This flowing life force, known as internal energy, can be refined through discipline. With proper training, internal energy can be polished and condensed, becoming far more powerful, just as Mangacapped has done. Although Mangacapped possesses less inner energy in terms of quantity, its quality and solidity are far superior. This refining process is the essence of internal arts, the foundational bedrock of every martial arts discipline. Yet many people misunderstand this concept, confusing internal arts with the simple accumulation of internal energy. The Great Truth sect is a perfect example of that confusion, as its leader continues to be countered by Mangacapped at every turn. If someone focuses only on the volume and force of internal energy, it may be described as internal force. However, internal arts go far beyond that. They involve refining that internal force through meditation and mental cultivation while pursuing enlightenment. Possessing powerful internal force does not mean someone has mastered internal arts. Mangacapped's martial prowess stands as undeniable proof of that fact. Time and again, Mangacapped intercepts and neutralizes every strike launched by the leader of the Great Truth sect. As the exchanges continue, the man's composure begins to crumble. With perfect precision, Mangacapped strikes his opponent's sword, causing the blade to falter. Although the Great Truth sect leader manages to keep hold of his weapon, Mangacapped immediately catches his arm in one fluid movement. Then in a flash, he surges forward and slices through the right side of the man's body. The wound is so severe that the leader of the Great Truth sect coughs up blood, staining Mangacapped's blade crimson. Despite the damage he has already dealt, Mangacapped does not stop. Years of buried resentment finally boil to the surface. With everything he has, Mangacapped focuses his next attack on his target, determined to end this conflict once and for all. The leader of the Great Truth sect fails to react in time. Unless something intervenes, his death is certain. Blood splatters once again. The disciples of the Great Truth sect stare in shock, witnessing something they never imagined possible. Even the referee is left speechless, his eyes widening and his jaw falling slack as he struggles to process what has just happened. Mangacapped's blade has stopped in the middle of its strike. The leader of the Great Truth sect remains completely unaware of how close death has come. Standing between the two men, Manhwa has stopped Mangacapped's sword with his bare hand. Although Manhwa is capable of raising the Great Truth sect at any moment, he recognizes that stopping the attack is the right course to take. His grip is absolute. Mangacapped's sword trembles against his palm, but Manhwa's hand remains firm, displaying a level of mastery so refined that his muscles seem as though they were forged from steel. Manhwa does not reprimand Mangacapped. Instead, he respectfully addresses him as the leader of the Fresh Flower sect and tells him to calm himself. What he has already done is enough. Tears begin streaming down Mangacapped's face. The resentment he carried within him, born from the schemes that cost him his firstborn son, has become unbearable. For several breaths, he clenches his teeth and fights desperately to compose himself. The pain remains, but the future of his sect matters more. Finally, he pulls his sword away, leaving Mu Hui's hand covered in blood in the process. The moment Lim Muguk's killing intent disappears, the leader of the Great Truth sect collapses onto his knees. With that, the Fresh Flower sect secures its second victory, and the referee announces the result. Cheers immediately erupt from the Fresh Flower sect's side. One disciple joyfully declares that they no longer have any reason to leave Winan. Meanwhile, the leader of the Great Truth sect is left reeling in disbelief. Losing to Lim Muguk is something he never imagined could happen, yet it has happened right before his eyes. Even after his defeat, however, his scheming has not stopped. Yanho clicks his tongue in frustration. From his perspective, the leader of the Great Truth sect could have emerged victorious if only he had maintained his composure. However, his downfall had been inevitable, rooted deeply in his own volatile nature. Now Yanho finds himself considering the possibility of fighting Mu Hui, someone he had always regarded as nothing more than a child. Regardless of whether he wins the upcoming duel or surrenders before it begins, the Fresh Flower sect has already secured victory in this dispute. Kaiyang Hongquan's voice echoes across the arena as he announces that with 2 duels already won, the Fresh Flower sect has claimed overall victory. However, in order to honor the agreed rules, the final duel will still proceed. He then calls for the final participants to step forward. Lim Muguk turns toward Mu Hui and offers an apology. He admits that his emotions got the better of him, causing Mu Hui to be harmed in the process. Since the final duel no longer matters in terms of the overall outcome, he suggests that Mu Hui simply surrender instead. However, Mu Hui dismisses his concern, explaining that the blood on his hand is not his own. Lim Muguk's sword was already soaked in blood, and Mu Hui assumes that it transferred to his hand when he caught the blade. It is the blood of the Great Truth sect leader. Lim Muguk is taken aback. His sword strike had been delivered with his full force, yet Mu Hui stopped it barehanded without receiving even a scratch. He always knew the young man was talented, but he never imagined his ability reached such a terrifying level. While Lim Muguk remains lost in thought, Mu Hui casually attempts to wipe the blood from his hand. At that moment, the leader of the Great Truth sect raises his voice, drawing everyone's attention. He acknowledges his sect's defeat, but pleads for Lim Muguk's understanding, asking him for a favor. Despite everything that has happened, Lim Muguk only scoffs, completely unimpressed by the plea. Still, the leader persists, offering to hand over all of his sect's rights now that they have lost. Remaining calm and composed, Lim Muguk responds with open disdain. To think that the same man who desperately tried to drive the Fresh Flower sect out of Winan would become so pitiful the moment he was truly tested. There is no possibility that the Fresh Flower sect would simply accept his empty words at face value. Then, without warning, Mu Hui sends Lim Muguk a silent transmission, requesting permission to handle the rest of the situation himself. Lim Muguk gives him a subtle nod, fully entrusting the matter to the young martial artist. Mu Hui turns toward the leader of the Great Truth sect and mocks him, remarking on the sheer thickness of his skin and the second-hand embarrassment it causes. He then makes a proposal. If the Great Truth sect wins the final duel, they will be allowed to remain in Winan. However, if the Fresh Flower sect wins, the Great Truth sect must offer something more in return. Only then will the final duel carry any real meaning. The Great Truth sect leader immediately agrees, stating that if they lose, he will surrender the sect's rights. Mu Hui rejects the offer without hesitation. Once the Great Truth sect leaves Winan, all of those rights will naturally fall into the hands of the Fresh Flower sect anyway. An offer like that has no value whatsoever. If the leader is unwilling to offer something they could not obtain through the outcome of the duels alone, then there is no point in continuing this proposal. Mu Hui warns that he will withdraw the offer unless the terms are improved. Internally, the leader of the Great Truth sect curses the cunning young man standing before him. However, he has no other options left. At last, he offers 5 great merit orbs. Satisfied, Mu Hui accepts, remarking that the man should have offered them from the beginning. As the leader of the Fresh Flower sect, Lim Muguk formally accepts the terms. He reiterates the agreement clearly. If the Great Truth sect wins the final duel, they may remain in Winan. However, if they lose, they must hand over 5 great merit orbs and leave Winan behind. With the new stakes established, Yanho steps into the arena. He acknowledges that under these conditions, he can no longer afford to lose or surrender. As he draws his sword, he gives Mu Hui a warning. Facing his blade technique will prove difficult for a young martial artist, so surrendering now may be the wiser choice. Mu Hui shows no hesitation. Instead, a thrill surges through him as he responds to the provocation with calm defiance. No martial art in this world is truly easy to overcome. Deep within himself, Mu Hui feels a rush of exhilaration. Ever since awakening in this new body, he has been waiting for an opportunity like this. At last, he can fully test his martial skills against a true martial artist, the Blade Master Yanho. Misty Tiger Blade was the nickname given to Yanho because of his remarkable ability to repel even tigers with his sword. Mu Hui remembers meeting him in his previous life as Dak Go Hyun. At the time, Yanho had challenged him to a duel, and Mu Hui remembers the encounter clearly. Yanho had been a capable swordsman from Shaanxi. Although he held his own longer than Mu Hui expected, It had only taken 3 moves before he could no longer continue the fight. Even then, Mu Hui reflected that if Yanho's sword had not broken during their exchange, he might have endured at least 10 more moves. Now, facing Yanho once again, Mu Hui cannot help wondering how much his opponent has improved over the years. Kyung Hongquan's voice echoes across the arena, announcing that both sides are ready and that the sparring match will now begin. The instant the duel starts, Yanho vanishes from sight, or at least that is how it appears to the spectators. To Mu Hui, however, Yanho's movements are as clear as daylight, despite his incredible speed. Observing from the sidelines, Lim Muguk is stunned. He expected the tiger-repelling swordsman to be powerful, but Yanho's speed far surpasses even that of the Great Truth Sect leader. Lim Muguk quickly shifts his attention toward Mu Hui. From where he stands, Mu Hui appears to be struggling to keep up with Yanho's movements. The duel is proving to be far more dangerous than he anticipated. Having found his angle, Yanho strikes from the side with explosive speed. However, Mu Hui follows his movements effortlessly and deflects the sword attack with ease. A hint of surprise flashes across Yanho's face when he realizes that Mu Hui managed to block the strike. Before he can adjust, Mu Hui responds, driving his palm upward with force as he executes the falling blossom palm. The impact sends Yanho staggering several steps backward. Sensing the opening, Mu Hui immediately closes the distance with the same speed Yanho displayed moments earlier. Yanho quickly realizes that this fight will not be as easy as he initially believed. Mu Hui's barrage of attacks pushes Yanho's swordsmanship to its limit, while Mu Hui uses the exchange to test his own martial arts. The spectators are left in awe by the sheer speed of the clash. One of them wonders aloud whether this is truly a sparring match. It does not look as though the two martial artists are merely exchanging sword strikes. Instead, it seems as if light is bursting from every swing of their blades. Lim Muguk, possessing a deeper understanding of martial arts, recognizes the truth. Those flashes are not light at all, but sparks created by the collision of their swords. As expected, the tiger-repelling swordsman is no ordinary opponent. Mu Hwa, on the other hand, watches the duel in confusion. She had expected far more from Yanho, the renowned tiger-repelling swordsman, yet the reality before her is completely different from what she imagined. To her, he seems much weaker than expected. This only makes her wonder why her senior brother is holding back. Inside the arena, Yanho manages to block most of Mu Hui's lightning-fast strikes. However, despite being a seasoned martial artist, a few attacks still graze him. Blood sprays from a wound on his leg, while another cut appears on his hand. Yanho is forced to acknowledge that Mu Hui is no ordinary opponent. This young martial artist has exceeded his expectations. Even so, Yanho remains confident. Impressive as Mu Hui's ability may be, he still does not believe it is enough to defeat him. Determined to end the duel, Yanho gathers his internal energy and pours it into his sword. His blade erupts with power. As he unleashes the 4 sons of ferocious fangs, a technique designed to deliver a decisive blow. Roaring with energy, his sword surges directly toward Mu Hui. Maintaining his calm composure, Mu Hui takes a step backward and prepares for the incoming attack. The sword technique rushes toward him relentlessly, but he raises his own blade with ease, ready to block the powerful strike. As he does, he recalls that Yanho used the same technique when he attacked him in his past life. Back then, Mu Hui shattered Yanho's sword technique with a single blow. This time, however, he gathers his internal energy into his blade because he wants to see whether his understanding of Mount Hua's swordsmanship can truly hold up against it. Time seems to slow as Mu Hui's sword begins to change. The color of plum blossoms tinges the blade as it moves in a rotating motion. Mu Hui swings his sword and the radiating plum blossom follows the path of his blade, deflecting the barrage of attacks from the 4 sons of ferocious fangs. His sword completes a full circle, with sword energy swirling before him as it clashes against Yanho's attack. Watching carefully, Mu Hwa wonders whether her senior brother just performed the falling plum returning circle. Mu Jin, however, senses something different. The technique does not feel like the falling plum returning circle they know. Once the circle forms, the swirling energy cuts straight through Yanho's sword energy. Mu Jin realizes that Mu Hui's technique feels far more aggressive. As the falling plum returning circle is fully executed, the whirlwind of Mu Hui's sword energy blooms into a massive plum flower. It consumes the 4 sons of ferocious fangs before charging directly toward Yanho. The members of the Great Truth Sect stare in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief as the radiant plum blossom fills the entire arena. Yanho stands helplessly before the incoming attack, unable to defend against a technique that, despite its refined and profound origins, is now surging toward him with overwhelming aggression. Like a massive wave, Mu Hui presses forward as the technique reaches full bloom. In a feeble attempt to defend himself, Yanho raises his sword. However, countless sharp petals of internal energy shaped like plum blossoms cut through his defense. Within moments, his internal shield is completely crushed and he loses consciousness. Mu Hui stands silently as Yanho staggers to his knees, before eventually collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Rather than feeling satisfied, Mu Hui is disappointed. Muttering to himself, he concludes that Yanho was far too weak to serve as any kind of test. Kyung Hongquan's voice rings out across the arena, announcing that the match is over. The winner is Mu Hui of the Mount Hua sect, and the victory of the sparring match belongs to the Fresh Flower sect. The Great Truth sect falls into silence, its spirits crushed by yet another loss. Now they will have to pay the fortune they promised during the 3rd duel. Under his breath, the leader of the Great Truth sect mutters that this should never have happened. He cannot help wondering what they are supposed to do now. Kyung Hongkwan enters the arena and hands Mu Hui a box, stating that, as promised, he will now present the 5 Great Merit Orbs to the winner. Mu Hui accepts the box as the disciples of the Fresh Flower sect begin murmuring among themselves about just how remarkable the disciples of the Mount Hua sect truly are. With the rare elixirs now in his possession, Mu Hui smiles contentedly and turns his gaze toward the Great Truth sect's side. The experienced tiger-repelling swordsman was defeated so easily that everyone present is left wondering who this young man truly is. However, Mu Hui pays no attention to their murmuring. Instead, he sends a voice transmission directly to the leader of the Great Truth sect, remarking that losing 5 Great Merit Orbs must have been extremely difficult for him. The leader is shocked, wondering how Mu Hui could possibly know that someone is supporting the sect from behind the scenes. Mu Hui continues, explaining that the answer is obvious. There is no possible way for a small sect like the Great Truth sect to obtain such expensive elixirs without outside assistance, no matter how much money they may possess. It is simply impossible. Mu Hui walks away with a smug expression, muttering that the sect providing such rare elixirs must be quite influential. He then concludes that he will enjoy the elixirs for now and tells them to take care. Even after being provoked, the leader of the Great Truth sect can only remain silent. However, something else now occupies his mind. Somewhere in the distance, concealed within the shadows of the trees, a figure has been observing the entire scene as the Great Truth sect loses the duel. Night eventually arrives, and the victors remain in Winan. Most of the members of the Fresh Flower sect indulge in their victory, celebrating with drinks to their heart's content. Lim Muguk is among them, drinking until he becomes senseless. His mind wanders from the loss of his first child to the grueling and hellish training he endured, and finally to his victory over the Great Truth sect, which brings him a long-awaited sense of peace. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, when asked about his performance during the duel, Mu Hui explains that he had no particular reason for holding back against the tiger-repelling swordsman. He simply wanted to test his martial arts, and to do that, he felt it was necessary to make himself appear easy to defeat. Mu Qiao remarks that the falling plum returning circle Mu Hui used seemed different from the technique they were familiar with. Mu Jin, on the other hand, asks why they are leaving during the night. Mu Hui replies that staying any longer would simply be a hassle. Listening to the Fresh Flower sect leader's incessant whining is exhausting enough already. If they remain until the following day, they will have to deal with even more people now that they have obtained the Great Merit Orbs. Mu Hui would rather leave before the situation becomes any more annoying. Mu Jin immediately agrees, exclaiming that his reasoning makes sense. Mu Hwa then asks whether their next destination is Lushan, and Mu Qiao confirms that it is. Internally, Mu Hui acknowledges that although this is true, it is not the only reason he wants to leave. He is also hoping to encounter the figures who were hiding earlier. Perhaps they have already completed their tasks, or perhaps they are handling matters from afar. Mu Hui cannot be certain. Still, one question continues to trouble him. What are those figures after, and why did they choose to support the leader of the Great Truth sect? Meanwhile, far from their current location, Yanho has already been killed. 2 figures are seen wrapping things up, leaving only the leader of the Great Truth sect remaining to be dealt with. The leading figure of the secretive organization addresses the leader of the Great Truth sect in a chilling tone. He explains that despite the sect leader's growing arrogance and increasingly severe transgressions, very little had been done to stop him. The only reason his actions had been tolerated for so long was because the Great Truth sect continued fulfilling its obligations. Now, standing before the overwhelming presence of this man, the leader of the Great Truth sect cannot even rise to his feet. His entire body trembles uncontrollably beneath the oppressive pressure, a crushing reminder of the man's immense strength. The imposing figure continues. Despite being entrusted with miracle medicines in order to secure control over Winan, the Great Truth sect chose to ruin everything instead. Their intended conquest ended in failure, and now the sect leader is attempting to escape responsibility. As the man draws his sword with chilling finality, the Great Truth sect leader stumbles over his words, desperately trying to apologize. With deadly calm, the man interrupts him. There is no need for apologies. The responsibility will no longer rest on the sect leader. It will now pass to his son. Despite being given the title of sect leader and receiving substantial support, he still failed in his scheme to seize Winan. He is not even given time to speak his final words. The killing blow comes so swiftly and ruthlessly that he does not register the strike before his severed head falls to the ground. His death marks a brutal but fitting conclusion, at least in the eyes of the man sent to clean up the disaster caused by his incompetence. Turning toward one of his trusted subordinates, the leading figure issues a cold command. The master of the Dark Flame Pavilion is to throw the Great Truth sect leader's son into the slaughter cave. The order is immediately met with unquestioning affirmation. A question follows soon after. The subordinate asks about the Fresh Flower sect and the Mount Hua sect, both of which interfered with their plans. Will they not be punished as well? The man sees no reason to take action against them. Without pawns strategically placed within Winan, eliminating those sects would serve no purpose. Even bloodshed must have meaning behind it. Drawing his sword once again as he thinks, he admits that it is unfortunate, but their organization will have to withdraw its influence from the region for now. Considering how effortlessly someone defeated Yanho during the duel, further investigation is necessary. He instructs his subordinate to monitor a martial artist named Mu Hui. there is a possibility that the young master of their faction may take an interest in him. The subordinate gives a solemn nod, showing no hesitation in accepting the directive. The leading figure then announces his departure, remarking that any further delay will likely earn him a reprimand. His involvement here was only a temporary detour. With a respectful gesture, the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion assures him that they will meet again. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappears, racing off toward his next destination and leaving nothing but silence behind. The master of the Dark Flame Pavilion then turns to issue the remaining orders. The child is to be thrown into the slaughter cave without delay. They are also to begin tracking every movement and development concerning the Manhwa sect. His agents, concealed in the shadows, immediately acknowledge their orders. One of them retrieves the unconscious survivor, the last remaining member of the Great Truth sect, and prepares to carry out the task. The following morning, Manhwa and the 3 disciples from the Manhwa sect arrive in Lushan. This is the final location identified by their sect leader, a place renowned for its hot springs. The mere mention of Lushan had filled Manhwa with excitement. When Manhwa told them that they had a special stop to make upon arriving, she became so eager that the group traveled through the night without stopping after leaving Weinan. However, her excitement quickly turns into disappointment when they arrive, not at an inn or a bathhouse, but at a blacksmith's workshop. After such an exhausting journey, Manhwa had imagined warm steam and comfort. Instead, she is met with the sight of hammers and iron. The reality of their destination seems almost absurd to her. However, her disbelief only deepens when Manhwa finally emerges from the workshop. In his hands is a massive sword, one that seems completely unsuited for the signature sword techniques of the Manhwa sect. The sheer size and weight of the weapon immediately draw attention, especially from Manhwa, who cannot help wondering what purpose such a sword could possibly serve. Manhwa explains that the weapon is a greatsword, far larger and heavier than the standard blades typically wielded by their sect. He then clarifies his reasoning. Since Manhwa has been training with the intention of adding greater weight to his strikes, this greatsword was selected specifically for him. Presenting the weapon to Manhwa instructs him to use it during training. With enough time and effort, wielding such a sword will build his physical strength and reinforce the power behind his techniques. Beyond that, Manhwa distributes several other swords among the group. While the others accept their weapons with appreciation, Manhwa remains completely captivated by the greatsword in his hands. The unique weapon has seized all of his attention. Still uncertain, Manhwa voices her concern to her senior disciple. Will the sect leader truly allow Manhwa to use a greatsword, especially one that strays so far from tradition? Manhwa calmly replies that it will depend entirely on Manhwa's efforts. If Manhwa can prove that even a greatsword can harmonize with Manhwa's sword techniques, then there will be no problem. Manhwa understands the message immediately. With determination in his eyes, he accepts the challenge. Without wasting any further time, Manhwa redirects everyone's attention toward the final destination of their journey, the Shining Radiance sect. Still unwilling to give up on her desire to visit the hot springs, Manhwa attempts once more to make her case. Manhwa reassures her that once their mission involving the Shining Radiance sect is complete, they can indeed visit the hot springs. Soon afterward, the 4 disciples arrive before the gates of the Shining Radiance sect. The sect leader Kang Boalim is already waiting for them at the entrance. The moment he sees them, he welcomes them warmly. News of their accomplishments in Pasung and Weinan has already reached him. He praises their achievements highly, declaring that the disciples of Manhwa have proven themselves truly exceptional. As a second-generation disciple of the Manhwa sect, Manhwa responds with a respectful greeting. Manhwa, Mujin, and Manhwa follow his example, each offering a respectful bow. Despite their courtesy, Kang Boalim does not raise his hands in return. Instead, he bows his head solemnly and offers an apology. Having lost his right arm during the Shaanxi massacre, he asks for their understanding, explaining that he is unable to return the traditional greeting properly. With the formalities completed, Kang Boalim invites them inside, eager to continue their discussion in a more relaxed setting. Within the halls of the Shining Radiance sect, Kang Boalim once again expresses his amazement. They repelled the Brutal Blood faction and the Great Truth sect, an impressive accomplishment for any martial artist, much less for second-generation disciples. Manhwa modestly downplays the praise, suggesting that Kang Boalim is being far too generous with his compliments. However, Kang Boalim insists that he means every word, even if he still possessed his arm. He admits that he would not have been able to accomplish what they did. Mujin then responds respectfully, stating that Kang Boalim has already surpassed them by participating in the Shaanxi massacre. Manhwa agrees, emphasizing that they are able to stand where they are only because of sacrifices like his. It is through the efforts of people like Kang Boalim that their own achievements became possible. Kang Boalim laughs, dismissing their praise as exaggerated. He remarks that his missing arm makes him appear far more heroic than he actually was. In truth, during the chaos, he felt more like a burden than someone who was truly helpful. He then recalls the real reason he survived. He was saved by the Phantom Swordsman. The statement immediately stirs something within Manhwa, since he himself was the Phantom Swordsman, yet he cannot remember ever saving Kang Boalim during the battle. Confused, Manhwa asks him for more details. Kang Boalim answers without hesitation. At the time, he had already lost his arm and was standing at death's door. Just as a demonic martial artist was about to kill him, the phantom swordsman appeared and slew the attacker. Kang Bo-Lim is certain that this mysterious savior must have helped many others in similar situations as well. For Mu Hui, the memory remains elusive. Since he unknowingly became Kang Bo-Lim's savior, he can only assume that the encounter was nothing more than a coincidence lost in the confusion of the battlefield. Kang Bo-Lim, however, remains steadfast in his belief. The phantom swordsman may have appeared to recklessly charge across the battlefield, but his movements were anything but careless. Every one of his strikes targeted the enemy's weak points with complete precision. It is impossible to deny that he had deliberately saved Kang Bo-Lim. The timing was not coincidental. The phantom swordsman clearly recognized the danger and intervened at the exact moment he was needed. Mu Hui finds the praise overwhelming but chooses to remain silent. Kang Bo-Lim continues, acknowledging that the swordsman had no personal connection to him. Even so, he believes the intervention was meant to preserve as many lives as possible. It was not chance. It was a calculated act of mercy. With a soft chuckle, Kang Bo-Lim admits that he feels undeserving of the disciples' gratitude. Since he survived only because someone else saved him, it does not feel right for him to be thanked. Nevertheless, he offers his own appreciation to the disciples of the Mount Hua sect. He adds that if the Mount Hua Sword Saint or the Phantom Swordsman could see them now, both would undoubtedly be proud. For the three disciples who are still early in their journeys through the vast world of Murim, those words are received with sincere optimism. Mu Hui, however, feels awkward beneath such heartfelt praise and continues holding his silence. Shifting the conversation back toward the present, Kang Bo-Lim brings up Pasung, Weinan, and now Lushan. He assumes that their current journey involves inspecting and overseeing Mount Hua's outer sects. Mu Hui's attention immediately returns to the matter at hand. However, before he can say much, Kang Bo-Lim unexpectedly offers an apology. With visible hesitation, the sect leader explains that the Shining Radiance sect currently has no problems requiring their attention. He dislikes allowing issues to grow while unattended, and since there are no conflicts present, he regrets having nothing to report. Mu Hui reassures him that the absence of conflict is a good thing. However, that only makes the apology more puzzling. Kang Bo-Lim nods appreciatively but encourages Mu Hui to be honest. He suspects that Mu Hui may feel disappointed after traveling all this way only to discover that there is no challenge waiting for him. Mu Hwa and Mu Jin look confused, unsure of how they should interpret such a remark. Sensing their confusion, Kang Bo-Lim clarifies his meaning. There is no reason for them to be shocked. He too was once a man of Murim, and he understands their instincts and desires well. Only Mu Hui understands the subtle implication behind his words. Internally, he acknowledges just how sharp the man before him truly is. Kang Bo-Lim's insight reveals a far deeper understanding than he initially expected. Mu Hwa quickly shifts the conversation, her voice brightening with excitement. She declares that this is actually a fortunate turn of events. Since Lushan is famous for its hot springs, they can finally enjoy the healing waters and wash away the exhaustion from their journey. However, Kang Bo-Lim dismisses the idea almost immediately. The disappointment is mutual. Even Mu Hui, despite remaining silent, cannot completely hide the faint flicker of dismay on his face. Internally, he cannot help questioning the reasoning. Why deny them such a simple pleasure? Kang Bo-Lim provides the explanation. Although he wishes he could show them the hot springs, a murderer is currently still at large. While he does not doubt their abilities, he sees no reason for them to expose themselves to unnecessary danger. First-generation disciples from the Zhongnan sect are already tracking the culprit, and the criminal's capture is only a matter of time. Therefore, there is no need for the disciples of Mount Hua to involve themselves. Mu Hui listens carefully as Kang Bo-Lim promises that if the murderer is captured before their departure, he will personally guide them to one of Lushan's finest hot springs. With the conversation concluded, Kang Bo-Lim rises from his seat and encourages them to rest. If they become restless, he welcomes them to demonstrate the Mount Hua sword techniques to the younger disciples of the Shining Radiance sect. The four disciples rise and respectfully express their gratitude. However, Mu Hui remains troubled. Something about Kang Bo-Lim's words continues lingering in his mind. Based on what he said, the murderer has likely been loose for some time. Yet the sect leader carries himself with ease, as though the issue holds very little importance. This is the same man who claimed that he dislikes allowing unresolved problems to grow unchecked. And yet, when faced with something as serious as a murderer roaming free, he appears perfectly content to leave the matter alone. From the perspective of the Phantom Swordsman, the situation feels wrong. Mu Hui cannot shake the feeling that Kang Bo-Lim is deliberately trying to keep the Mount Hua disciples within the sect grounds longer than necessary. Suspicion begins taking root in his mind. Kang Bo-Lim, leader of the Shining Radiance sect, is hiding something, and until the truth reveals itself, Mu Hui resolves to watch him closely. The following morning, Mu Hui continues reflecting on what the leader of the Shining Radiance sect might be hiding. He has decided to remain at the sect for a while, believing that staying longer will eventually provide him with the clues he needs. There is no reason to rush, especially since the sect leader mentioned that the murderer is still being pursued somewhere in Lushan. For now, a more immediate concern is overseeing the training of his juniors. When he meets with them, Mu Hui apologizes for not being able to supervise their training earlier. Mu Hwa immediately reassures him, saying that it is perfectly fine and that she is simply overjoyed. To her, it feels like a dream that their senior disciple is no longer beating them repeatedly. Deep inside, however, MamoruManhwa curses bitterly. The brief moments of leniency from her senior brother are some of the only happiness she has experienced in quite some time. The sparring begins. Muchial goes first, wielding his new greatsword. He swings the massive weapon with tremendous force, aiming to deliver a heavy and devastating strike. Despite everything Muchial puts into the attack, Manhwa blocks it effortlessly. Although he remains unharmed, the sheer force behind Muchial's strike still pushes Manhwa backward. Manhwa is pleased by what he sees. Since switching to the greatsword, Muchial has become noticeably stronger. His movements are heavier and the power behind each strike is undeniable. However, Manhwa can also tell that these improvements came entirely from Muchial's solitary training. Moving on to the offensive, Manhwa suddenly vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appears beside Muchial as though he materialized out of thin air, placing his sword directly against his junior brother's neck. With that, the sparring session ends. Satisfied with his evaluation of Muchial's progress, Manhwa shares his thoughts. He explains that while the greatsword adds immense power to Muchial's strikes, it also makes him slower. That is an important lesson. Against a faster opponent, such a flaw will inevitably create an opening. Manhwa warns him that once he chooses to wield a greatsword, even the smallest mistake could prove fatal. However, Manhwa does not continue sparring with Muchial alone. He notices another sword strike coming toward him. It is Manhwa, whose face is filled with determination as she attempts to repay her senior brother for his previous attacks. She begins with a feint using her sword scabbard, but Manhwa dodges it with practiced ease. Manhwa sees through the feint immediately and anticipates that a real attack will follow. Sure enough, her sword posture is only a deliberate misdirection. Her true strike comes immediately afterward, aimed directly at his leg. Manhwa reads the movement clearly. Manhwa follows with a kick, but Manhwa blocks it effortlessly. Even so, he recognizes her impressive ability to mix feints with genuine attacks in order to confuse her opponent. Manhwa's expression changes to one of surprise as she realizes that every attempt she made was either dodged or blocked without difficulty. She knows that a devastating counterattack from her senior brother will soon follow. Manhwa's expression grows serious as he evaluates her strikes. Her strategy is excellent, but the force behind her attacks is insufficient. She is not nearly as difficult to handle as she appears. With that in mind, Manhwa brings his sword down, forcing Manhwa to retreat in panic. Even so, Manhwa understands that she is not an easy opponent to deal with. Her sharp senses allow her to evade his strikes, making her far more formidable than her attacks alone would suggest. Meanwhile, Manhwa cannot help thinking that her senior brother is something like a demon. No, he is a real demon. Manhwa continues thinking about Manhwa's abilities. Since she has never specifically trained her senses, her awareness appears to be a completely natural talent. If she learns how to properly sharpen that gift, she will become truly impressive. However, before he can focus on that, Manhwa finds her behavior during training rather perplexing. She seems to be treating the spar like a game, jumping backward to dodge as though she were merely playing tag with her senior brother. In truth, Manhwa is panicking. She cries out for Manhwa to stop, completely convinced that she narrowly escaped death from his counterattack. But Manhwa closes the distance in an instant. His sword stops only an inch away from her neck. He instructs her to learn how to remain calm, explaining that she will never be able to defeat an enemy if she allows herself to panic so easily. At this point, Mujin is still struggling with his inner conflict over having to kill another person. Manhwa notes that Mujin is not quite like Manhwa, but he possesses excellent senses and a level of calmness similar to Muchial. For someone his age, it is a rare talent. In a pure duel, Mujin is a step above both Manhwa and Muchial. However, his fatal flaw renders those advantages meaningless. With that in mind, Manhwa charges forward with a sword strike, eager to see how Mujin will defend himself. With practiced ease, Mujin deflects the attack. Rather than launching another strike, Manhwa deliberately gives Mujin an opening, curious to see how he will respond. Turning sharply, Mujin attempts a swift counterattack. However, the moment he looks at his senior brother, his eyes widen in surprise. Manhwa has not reacted. Worry floods Mujin's mind. He begins fearing that his senior brother was too slow to counter and may truly be injured if the attack continues. In that brief moment of hesitation, Mujin's sword freezes in midair. Manhwa calmly stares at the halted blade, disappointed that Mujin has failed to overcome his indecisiveness. Muttering to himself, Manhwa wonders who exactly is worrying about whom right now. Using internal energy, Manhwa grips Mujin's sword and pulls it directly from his hand. At the same time, he drives his elbow into Mujin's stomach, leaving him no opportunity to mount another defense. While Manhwa allowed Manhwa and Muchial's sparring sessions to end without injury, he shows no such mercy to Mujin. He is ruthless, ensuring that Mujin understands the lesson. From the sidelines, Muchial watches with sympathy, clearly imagining the pain Mujin must be experiencing. Manhwa agrees, remarking that Manhwa's attack on Mujin seems far harsher than the attacks he used against them. Manhwa understands that Mujin has already recognized his own weakness. He fears harming other people more than he fears death itself. That is precisely why Manhwa chooses to beat him. If Mujin fails to overcome his indecisiveness, the consequences could be far worse than losing a sparring match. If he faces a true enemy and hesitates like this, he will be defeated. Worse still, his allies will be placed in danger alongside him. To Mu Hui, this is a serious problem. If Mu Jin cannot overcome his fear, then he will have to be excluded from future missions. Mu Hui is certain that Mu Jin understands this as well, perhaps better than anyone else. That is why he offers no further instruction. For now, the only lesson Mu Jin will receive is punishment for his hesitation. Once the sparring concludes, Mu Hui announces that his guidance has come to an end. He believes that each of them is now aware of their individual problems. He reminds them that there are no shortcuts to improvement. Honest training remains the fastest way to develop their skills. Mu Hui instructs them to continue training. Internally, Mu Hui reflects that Mu Jin will never overcome his hesitation passively. If he truly wants to move past it, he will need to take the initiative himself. The day quickly gives way to night. While the others rest, Mu Hui continues his training on the training grounds. He balances his sword on its tip, carefully concentrating his internal energy to ensure that the blade does not sink into the ground. Just then, he lifts his gaze and notices someone approaching. It is King Boalim. The sect leader remarks that it seems fitting for Mu Hui to be training so late at night since most people neglect physical training. He finds it impressive that Mu Hui continues pushing himself in such a manner. Mu Hui steps down from his stance and respectfully greets King Boalim. He explains that his physical condition is important to him, so he trains whenever the opportunity presents itself. King Boalim then brings up the Iron Mountain Fist King, a renowned martial arts master, as an example of someone who took physical training seriously. Mu Hui offers to step aside if King Boalim wishes to train, but the sect leader declines. He explains that the Shining Radiance sect possesses many places for training, and this is hardly the only one available to him. Curious, Mu Hui then asks why King Boalim came to see him. With the pleasantries out of the way, the sect leader reveals that he has a request. He asks whether Mu Hui could kill him using his martial arts at this point in time. Mu Hui thinks about it briefly. Before taking his stance and raising his sword, he replies that it would not be difficult. King Boalim immediately steps backward and tells Mu Hui to wait a moment. Confused, Mu Hui asks whether the sect leader truly meant for him to kill him. King Boalim explains that most people would have asked for reason first. However, he appreciates Mu Hui's bluntness. Since he prefers directness, he will get straight to the point. He wants to spar with Mu Hui. Mu Hui responds with understanding. If the sect leader wants a martial sparring match, then he has no objection. Internally, Mu Hui realizes that this works well for him. The spar may give him the opportunity to uncover exactly what King Boalim is hiding. Just then, King Boalim adds a condition. He tells Mu Hui to treat the sparring match as though he is genuinely trying to kill him. Mu Hui narrows his eyes. He suspects that the sect leader is hiding something he knows, but he needs to confirm it. The only way to do so is through the spar. King Boalim grips the handle of his sword, explaining that the purpose of training is to treat it like real combat. With his single remaining hand, he unsheathes his blade and declares that he will approach this sparring match with the resolve to kill, just as he has asked Mu Hui to do. The duel begins with King Boalim charging forward, wielding his sword in his left hand. He leaps high into the air before descending with powerful momentum. Although he restrains his strength, his true purpose is to gauge the full extent of Mu Hui's abilities. Seeing the junior standing before him without the slightest sign of fear, King Boalim feels a flicker of excitement. In an instant, he unleashes two swift sword strikes toward Mu Hui. Mu Hui blocks both attacks with equal force, barely being pushed backward. Even after spending the entire afternoon training with his junior disciples and continuing his own physical training late into the night, he remains sharp and completely unfazed. He immediately senses the pressure behind King Boalim's attacks, enough to make his sword tremble slightly under the weight. Without hesitation, King Boalim follows up with a horizontal slash. Mu Hui swiftly ducks beneath the strike, then rises while swinging his sword upward, deflecting King Boalim's next attack. Remaining composed, Mu Hui keeps his stance firm and searches for an opening in his opponent's defense. The moment he sees one, Mu Hui drives a jab into King Boalim's right side. The vulnerability is obvious. Since King Boalim lost his right arm the moment his sword is raised after a deflection, he has no effective means of defending that exposed side. King Boalim immediately recognizes the danger of engaging Mu Hui at close range. He realizes that he cannot afford to continue exchanging attacks in such a manner. Mu Hui gives him no time to recover. Swiftly retracting his sword, he prepares another strike, with no way to block or counter the incoming attack aimed at his right side. King Boalim quickly ducks and leaps away. Mu Hui's sword slams into the training ground with tremendous force, digging deep into the dirt. Despite the danger of his situation, King Boalim immediately counters after his evasive leap, swinging his sword with renewed determination. Mu Hui expertly rotates his blade and blocks the horizontal strike aimed at his back. The two continue exchanging fierce blows, their swords colliding in a relentless rhythm that fills the training ground beneath the night sky. They have entered the realm of martial masters, where even a single breath can determine the outcome of a duel. Every strike and every parry displays the depth of their martial prowess. After a brief but intense exchange, the two step back several paces, taking a moment to regain their breath. Then once more they ready their swords. King Boalim enters his stance, preparing another horizontal slash. Meanwhile, Mu Hui charges forward with his sword lowered, poised to deliver a thrust. Mu Hui's blade stops just before Kang Boalim can complete his swing. Taking advantage of Kang Boalim's inability to use his right arm, Mu Hui immediately strikes upward, aiming for his opponent's face. Unable to defend against attacks directed toward his right side, Kang Boalim finds himself completely disadvantaged. Mu Hui has already studied his movements and anticipated how he would respond. Although Kang Boalim has been holding back his full strength, Mu Hui has restrained himself even further. In the end, it is Mu Hui who emerges victorious. Acknowledging his defeat, Kang Boalim expresses his admiration for Mu Hui's martial skill. Mu Hui not only exploited the fact that he could fight only with his left hand, but also analyzed his habits with remarkable precision. Curious, Kang Boalim asks how Mu Hui noticed his weaknesses. Mu Hui explains that Kang Boalim exerted immense strength through his blade, yet consistently avoided thrusting techniques and similar movements. It seemed as though he were desperately trying to conceal how unfamiliar he still was with fighting using only his left hand. That was the weakness Mu Hui seized upon. Kang Boalim lets out a light chuckle and admits that Mu Hui's observation is completely accurate. Swinging his sword up and down, he explains that switching to his offhand greatly damaged his ability with the sword. Even so, he has continued training despite the difficulty. Mu Hui nods in understanding, agreeing that it makes sense. A change in angles and timing can disrupt an entire sword technique. Considering those limitations, it is impressive that Kang Boalim can fight as well as he does. Mu Hui then offers a suggestion. Kang Boalim is putting too much strength into his sword strikes. More precisely, the way he distributes that power is incorrect. Kang Boalim listens carefully as Mu Hui elaborates. The excessive force likely comes from his impatience. In Mu Hui's opinion, Kang Boalim already possesses more than enough strength. Rather than relying on raw power, he should focus his training on precise thrusts. Kang Boalim's expression brightens at the suggestion. That is exactly what he needs. After all, no matter how powerful an attack may be, it means nothing if it never lands. Just then, Mu Hui catches Kang Boalim off guard by revealing that he knows the sect leader held back during the spar for his sake. Kang Boalim admits that he did not use his full strength. However, he insists that he was still quite serious throughout the match. On the other hand, he noticed that Mu Hui had not even exerted half of his own power. Mu Hui confirms it, adding that if he had become more serious, Kang Boalim would have been badly injured. Kang Boalim lets out a nervous laugh, admitting that he could already sense as much during their sparring match. He then remarks that he has taken up too much of Mu Hui's time. He requested the match suddenly, yet Mu Hui still provided him with such valuable guidance. With that, Kang Boalim expresses his gratitude and leaves the training ground. Mu Hui remains behind, his thoughts turning inward. Kang Boalim made it sound as though the sparring match was simply meant to help him train his left hand. However, Mu Hui knows that was not the only reason. When he received Kang Boalim's first sword strike, he immediately noticed the excessive force behind it. Mu Hui is certain that Kang Boalim did this in order to confirm something. He concludes that the leader of the Shining Radiance sect most likely wanted to determine whether Mu Hui had the ability to stand alongside him when the killing demon arrived. Mu Hui recalls that, according to Kang Boalim, the killing demon is already being pursued by the Zhannin sect. That only makes the situation stranger. Why would Kang Boalim go to such lengths to confirm Mu Hui's abilities? After thinking about it for a moment, Mu Hui decides that there is no need to overcomplicate the matter. Kang Boalim clearly does not consider the killing demon an ordinary opponent. If someone truly understands what the killing demon is capable of, then Kang Boalim's actions make perfect sense. Mu Hui himself once encountered the old monster of 100 faces. Back then, that was the name the man was known by. The name Killing Demon came from that insane old man. Very few people knew the true face of this master of disguise and mimicry techniques. He became infamous throughout the martial world for committing bizarre crimes through those abilities. He would often kill the leaders of small to mid-sized sects and assume their identities purely for amusement. He also manipulated opposing groups into conflict, turning sect against sect while playing both sides against each other. One particularly infamous incident involved the old monster of 100 faces manipulating two branches of the Seven Evil Heavens sect, eventually causing them to engage in a brutal battle against one another. Beyond these manipulations, he also committed heinous acts against the families and loved ones of those he impersonated. Although the old monster of 100 faces belonged to no faction, his name was widely known throughout the martial world because of his vile deeds. Mu Hui remembers that the old monster of 100 faces once approached him while disguised as Highland Joe. The two fought for some time, and Mu Hui managed to seriously injure him. However, the old man escaped using impressive light footwork techniques. Afterward, the Seven Evil Heavens sect pursued him relentlessly, but he vanished without a trace. From time to time, rumors spread that the killing demon had reappeared. In reality, those stories were usually little more than gossip, hardly worth considering. However, Mu Hui cannot ignore the fact that when people speak of the killing demon nowadays, it feels different from the time when the old monster of 100 faces was active. That difference bothers him. He cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. Would the leader of the Shining Radiance sect truly go this far based solely on a rumor, even if he remained wary of the killing demon? The old monster of 100 faces was never the type to leave loose ends behind. Mu Hui suspects that Kang Boalim must have received some unusual intelligence. Still, Mu Hui knows that the current killing demon cannot be the old monster of 100 faces himself. No matter how powerful the man had been, no one could live that long. It makes far more sense for this killing demon to be a disciple of the old monster of 100 faces. What truly matters now is the killing demon's strength. That is something Mu Hui needs to confirm. Even though the Jiangnan sect is currently pursuing the killing demon, Mu Hui still needs to know who they sent after him. As long as it is not someone at the level of an elder, Mu Hui feels confident that he can handle the situation. For now, however, he decides to rest. If the Jiangnan sect manages to deal with the killing demon on its own, then all the better. Elsewhere, a disciple of the Jiangnan sect notices something on the ground and, pointing toward the mark, he reports that there is a deep sword scar there. A woman steps forward, her sword and scabbard decorated with intricate patterns. She confirms that the killing demon was definitely present. Immediately, she orders everyone to remain on high alert. They can never know when the killing demon might strike or what form he may take when he does. The woman, a first-generation disciple of the Jiangnan sect, speaks with obvious disdain in her voice, remarking that the stench of the killing demon is unmistakably present. From a nearby rooftop, Mu Hui observes them carefully. With a single glance, he recognizes them as first-generation disciples of the Jiangnan sect. Mu Hui thinks to himself that if 3 first-generation disciples have been dispatched, then the killing demon is most likely at the level of an elder. Upon reaching that conclusion, Mu Hui immediately understands the severity of the situation. They are in serious trouble. Within prestigious sects such as Mount Hua and Jiangnan, selecting the first disciple who would one day succeed the leader was a matter of tremendous importance. The chosen disciple would not only inherit leadership of the sect, but also bear responsibility for ensuring its future strength. As a result, this position had an enormous influence on the overall power of the sect. Mount Hua's first disciple had come from the Haiyan generation. Once renowned as the Sword Saint of Mount Hua, Highland Zhou had held this esteemed position. The Jiangnan sect, another dominant sect in Shaanxi alongside Mount Hua, also had its own chosen successor. Jiangnan's first disciple belonged to the Il generation. Among the disciples of that generation, one individual stood above the rest, recognized and admired throughout the martial world. Now, the very person destined to lead the Jiangnan sect in the future sits directly across from Mu Hui. With a smile, she remarks that meeting such a promising young man is quite a coincidence, calling it a stroke of good luck. Then, with a calm and casual demeanor, she introduces herself as Il Mu of the Jiangnan sect. Beside her, Il Sun also greets Mu Hui, saying that it is an honor to meet a disciple from Mount Hua, which has recently gained significant fame. The third disciple to descend from the mountain is Il Hun. In return, Mu Hui clasps his hands together and respectfully introduces himself. He humbly acknowledges that he is lacking compared to the esteemed seniors before him, while expressing how deeply honored he is by their high regard and kind words. Internally, however, Mu Hui cannot ignore the gravity of the situation. The appearance of Il Sun and Il Hun seems understandable enough, but the involvement of Il Mu makes him realize that the matter before them is far more serious than he initially anticipated. Once the formalities are complete, Kang Bolim addresses Mu Hui. He explains that Mu Hui may be surprised to see martial artists from the Jiangnan sect present. He apologizes for being unable to give him prior notice since the matter at hand is delicate. Asking for Mu Hui's understanding, Kang Bolim invites him to sit so they can discuss the situation properly. Il Mu immediately takes the opportunity to elaborate. She explains that they are currently discussing a matter involving the murderer. Since the leader of the Shining Radiance sect recommended that Mu Hui hear about the situation as well, they waited for his arrival before continuing. Il Mu continues by explaining the situation in greater detail. There were originally 5 murderers in total. They successfully killed 2 of them, but the remaining 3 are still on the run. The murderers scattered in different directions, and since then there has been no meaningful progress in tracking them down. The greatest difficulty lies in their exceptional abilities and disguise techniques, which make it nearly impossible to identify them through appearance alone. Mu Hui listens carefully as Il Mu explains that they were able to make progress only because of a special elixir created by a master alchemist. Through that elixir, they gained the ability to track the murderers through the scent of blood. However, while the scent of blood is helpful, the method is not without limitations. Although they can clearly detect the scent within a certain range, pinpointing its exact source is far more difficult. Kang Bolim immediately understands the implication of her words. Without needing any further clarification, he asks her directly whether one of the murderers is currently hiding within the Shining Radiance sect. Il Mu confirms that this is indeed the case. She explains that identifying the murderer is now the first and most crucial step. Although it is difficult to determine exactly who the demon is, that is precisely why they sought the sect leader's assistance. Kang Bolim expresses uncertainty about how much help a one-armed man like himself can provide. Even so, he assures them that he will do whatever he can before asking what they need him to do. Il Mu replies that the first step is identifying the murderer. Il Sun, who had remained silent until now, takes over the explanation. He tells them that they investigated every place where the murderer recently attacked. In each case, every drop of alcohol in the area had been completely emptied. From this, they concluded that the murderer has a particular fondness for alcohol and secretly desires to reveal itself. Mu Hui nods thoughtfully, understanding the significance of this information. Despite knowing that it is being pursued, the murderer continues leaving behind obvious traces, which suggest either arrogance or extreme confidence. Il Sun affirms Mu Hui's observation, adding that this very overconfidence is exactly what they intend to exploit. Their plan is to create a festive atmosphere and hold a feast where everyone drinks together. If the murderer truly cannot resist alcohol, then this gathering may force it to reveal itself. Il-hoon then adds his own thoughts. If the murderer is truly as arrogant as they believe, then it will surely react to a sufficiently provocative action. Acknowledging the plan, Il-mu reaches into her robes and removes something wrapped in parchment paper. She reveals a small pill. She explains that it is a sleep bomb. Once activated, it will release a smoke capable of causing everyone in its vicinity to fall asleep. If the murderer is among them, they will be able to subdue it instantly by putting everyone to sleep at once. Where that his standing in the martial world is lower than that of Jeonnin's first-generation disciples, Kang Boalim quickly agrees to the plan. He understands the urgency of the situation and states that if the murderer is already somewhere within the sect, they cannot afford to waste any more time. He then announces that a gathering will be held that very night, with everyone drinking together. As day gives way to night, preparations for the feast begin. Jars of alcohol are placed on every table, while generous portions of food are laid out in hopes of drawing out the murderer. King Boalim raises his cup and proposes a toast to the heroes of Mount Hua, who fought valiantly in Pasung and Weinan, as well as to the righteous warriors of Jeonnin. The disciples of the Shining Radiance sect raise their cups in unison, eagerly joining the merrymaking. The feast quickly becomes lively, with each cup of alcohol raising the spirits of everyone gathered. The disciples of the Shining Radiance sect remain blissfully unaware of the plan unfolding beneath the celebration. Even Mu Hui, surrounded by such an abundance of food and drink, finds it difficult to resist. His mouth begins to water as he fights the urge to indulge in the feast laid out before him. Despite his hunger, he remains vigilant. With everything prepared so beautifully, no ordinary person would suspect anything unusual, much less realize that a murderer might be among them. Mu Hui reminds himself that he needs to be careful. If he causes any misunderstanding, the situation may become unnecessarily troublesome for everyone involved. Just then, his gaze shifts toward Mu Hwa. Without the slightest hesitation, she lifts an entire jar of alcohol to her lips and begins drinking directly from it without any shame whatsoever. She even openly declares that the liquor is amazing. Mu Hui immediately feels a surge of anxiety. He worries that the disciples of the Jeonnin sect may take her behavior as a sign that she is the murderer. Quickly, he glances toward the nearby table where the Jeonnin disciples are seated. Despite the elaborate food and drink arranged before them, not one of them has touched a single item. At that moment, Il-mu notices Mu Hui looking in their direction. She turns her gaze toward him and offers a gentle, serene smile, with no trace of suspicion on her face. Quietly, Mu Hui reassures himself that the disciples of the Jeonnin sect do not appear to suspect either him or Mu Hwa. Mu Chial and Mu Jin, on the other hand, remain vigilant. They avoid eating and drinking too much, maintaining a controlled and steady pace throughout the gathering. When Mu Hui turns his attention back toward them, he cannot help thinking that he has already told Mu Jin several times to stop touching his nose. The drinking continues until the time comes for the sect leader to leave. Mu Hui glances over just as Kang Boalim rises from his seat. Preparing to depart, Kang Boalim explains that he will be taking his leave in preparation for the following day's training. He encourages everyone not to mind him and to continue enjoying themselves. Mu Hui thinks to himself that with the sect leader now leaving the table, it is time for them to begin searching for the murderer. However, as Kang Boalim departs, the disciples of the Jeonnin sect send sharp, calculating gazes after him. The possibility still remains that Kang Boalim himself is the murderer, an impostor currently posing as the leader of the Shining Radiance sect. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Shining Radiance sect continue drinking, with the liquor flowing without pause. The atmosphere becomes even more relaxed and carefree following the departure of their leader. Eventually, Mu Hwa, Mu Jin, and Mu Chial all pass out from drinking too much. Along with them, the disciples of the Shining Radiance sect also fall unconscious, all of them becoming victims of the banquet's excesses. The only people left awake are the three disciples from the Jeonnin sect and Mu Hui. Il-mu quietly observes the scene before sending a voice transmission. No one is still standing. This means either the murderer is not present, or the murderer noticed their plan and is now pretending to be asleep. Mu Hui glances around the room. Before suggesting that Kang Boalim, who left earlier, may be the murderer, Il-mu immediately confirms his suspicion. With absolute certainty, she states that Kang Boalim is the murderer. A wave of shock washes over Mu Hui. Il-mu adds that although they can be certain of Kang Boalim's true identity, they cannot dismiss the possibility that other murderers may also be disguised among those gathered here. For that reason, she will remain behind in case there are more threats to deal with. She then orders her two junior disciples to handle the one disguised as the leader of the Shining Radiance sect. Mu Hui offers to assist in subduing the impostor, suggesting that he fight alongside them. He assures Il-mu that there should be no major issues, while reminding her not to let her guard down. In one swift and precise movement, Mu Hui, Il-sun, and Il-hoon disappear from their seats and head toward the office of the Shining Radiance sect leader. Inside his office, Kang Boalim paces back and forth, waiting for the disciples to arrive. When the door opens, he greets them without any visible suspicion in his tone, asking whether they have already managed to identify the murderer. However, his expression quickly becomes serious once he sees who has entered his office. Mu Hui, Il-sun, and Il-hoon step into the room with their swords already drawn. Il-sun and Il-hoon take the lead, raising their weapons and preparing themselves for a coordinated attack. Mu-hui remains behind them, stating that he was almost completely fooled. The two Zhannan disciples assume that he is speaking to Kang Boalim and quickly join in. Il-sun asks whether the impostor enjoyed his little performance, while Il-hoon adds that they already know everything and demands that he surrender quietly. Kang Boalim remains motionless, his body tense as he faces the disciples before him. His expression is a mixture of shock and disbelief. If he truly is the murderer, then he has been caught. However, Mu-hui's gaze does not remain fixed on the sect leader. Instead, without directing his words specifically toward Kang Boalim, he addresses the room itself. Even after everything that has happened, the murderer is still refusing to reveal their true identity. Mu-hui then offers a solution. Il-sun immediately cautions him not to do anything reckless. Addressing Mu-hui as his junior, he assures him that they will handle the situation themselves and instructs him to remain at the back. But before anyone can react, Mu-hui's sword slices through the air. With one swift and precise movement, his blade drives directly into Il-hoon's back. Everyone in the room is caught completely off guard. Blood sprays from Il-hoon's body and Il-sun's narrow, slit-like eyes widen in alarm. A disturbing thought flashes through his mind. Their scheme may have been discovered. However, that brief distraction ends abruptly as Kang Boalim charges forward, his sword already in motion. Even in the confined space, the sect leader questions what caused Il-sun to lose focus for even a moment. Il-sun quickly refocuses and looks ahead, but it is already too late. With one decisive sword strike, Kang Boalim sends him crashing violently through the window. At the same time, Mu-hui casually delivers a swift kick to Il-hoon. He doubts that a single stab would have been enough to kill him, so he sends the man flying out as well. The two fall heavily into the inner courtyard of the Shining Radiance sect. Looking down at them from above, Mu-hui remarks on how absurd it was to try tracking murderers by scent alone. Such an approach is complete nonsense. If catching them were truly that simple, they would have been found and exterminated long ago. Until that moment, it had remained unclear whether these people were truly murderers disguised as disciples of the Zhannan sect. Then their appearances suddenly begin to change. Their eyes turn completely black while their pupils glow with a menacing blood-red light. As they turn their heads, laughter escapes their lips. One of them expresses surprise that Mu-hui managed to see through their act so quickly. Kang Boalim descends from his office through the broken window, landing in the courtyard as he prepares himself for the fight ahead. Il-sun turns toward Il-hoon with concern and asks whether his senior martial brother is all right. Il-hoon replies that he is fine, despite Mu-hui's sword having pierced through his chest. Whether the blade struck his heart remains unclear. Blood covers him as the wound running from his back through his chest begins contracting, revealing a disturbing martial arts technique unique to the murderers. Meanwhile, Mu-hui calmly thinks that it is fortunate Il-hoon did not die immediately. At last, he has found martial artists skilled enough to test his own martial arts against. Kang Boalim speaks aloud, confirming that everything unfolded exactly as Mu-hui predicted. However, he points out that one of their enemies is still missing. Mu-hui tells the sect leader not to worry. Before confronting these two murderers, he already gave his juniors a warning about what was happening. Back in the hall where the banquet had taken place, every disciple of the Shining Radiance sect lies asleep. Alongside them, the second-generation disciples of Mount Hua appear to be unconscious as well. Il-mu's intention is simple. She plans to enjoy herself by killing the second-generation disciples of Mount Hua purely for entertainment. Among them, Mu-hwa appears the most delectable to her. Seeing Mu-hwa seemingly asleep, Il-mu decides to take her first and enjoy the moment slowly. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she reaches her hands toward Mu-hwa. This is the true nature of the murderers. Just then, Mu-hwa cautiously opens one eye and watches what the murderer will do next. Having already received instructions from Mu-hui, her final task is to confirm the enemy's movements before striking. Suddenly, Il-mu's gaze shifts sharply. Mu-chial has already appeared beside her, his greatsword moving with tremendous force, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. With neither time nor distance to react properly, Il-mu is struck by the heavy blade and sent flying straight through the window, away from the defenseless disciples of the Shining Radiance sect. She crashes heavily onto the ground. For a brief moment, the impact leaves her movements disordered. However, she quickly regains control and lands firmly on her feet. Just like Il-sun and Il-hoon, she raises her eyebrows with mild amusement. She admits that she truly believed everyone had been rendered unconscious by the sleep bomb. Just like Il-sun and Il-hoon, she raises her eyebrows with mild amusement. She admits that she truly believed everyone had been rendered unconscious by the sleep bomb. Mu-jin unsheathes his sword, his expression firm as he remembers how their senior brother warned them beforehand, giving them the chance to steel themselves for this encounter. Mu-hwa snorts sharply, blowing out the pieces of cloth that had been blocking her nose. With a mixture of disdain and amusement, she remarks on how utterly pathetic and disgusting these murderers are. They sneaked into the Shining Radiance sect and relied on a crude sleep bomb to knock everyone unconscious. At that moment, Il-mu's eyes widen. She realizes that all three Mount Hua disciples had cleverly blocked their nostrils using cloth strips soaked in a protective substance, rendering the sleep bomb ineffective. Il-mu thinks further about the situation, openly impressed that the disciples managed to soak the cloth strips, pretend to be deeply asleep, and wait patiently for her to make the first move. There's still amusement in her voice as she acknowledges just how clever and resourceful they were to fool her so completely. Then her demeanor suddenly changes as she sharply asks what they intend to do next. Do they really plan to fight her? Il-mu studies them carefully. Based on the heavy strike she just received from the large man wielding the greatsword, she judges the three of them to be relatively weak, unlikely to provide her with any true challenge or entertainment. She openly admits how much she despises boredom and warns them not to throw away their lives foolishly. Then she offers them a proposition. Her gaze locks on MamoruManhwa as she tells the other two to leave the girl behind. If they agree to surrender MamoruManhwa to her, she promises to spare their lives. At that moment, her eyes darken ominously, her pupils glowing an intense blood red as she emphasizes that she truly will let them go if they hand MamoruManhwa over. Meanwhile, the battle in the courtyard moves closer to the sect leader's office. Kang Boalim swings his sword fiercely, but the murderer disguised as Il-sun catches his hand in the middle of the attack. To Il-sun, Kang Boalim's movement is painfully obvious. Since the sect leader can wield his sword with only one hand, the downward path of his blade is easy to predict. Il-sun laughs maniacally, mocking how predictable his opponent's attack was. Using his free hand, he immediately launches a swift claw strike in retaliation. Kang Boalim reacts quickly and delivers a powerful kick, sending Il-sun flying backward and creating distance between them. Il-sun spits out blood from the force of the blow, but he recovers immediately. Kang Boalim follows with a downward vertical slash. However, Il-sun swiftly steps aside, causing the strike to miss completely. With a screech, Il-sun steadies himself and swings his hand once more, launching another attack. This time, Kang Boalim is not fast enough to fully evade or block it. He raises his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but the incoming strike is too powerful. The murderer's claw tears through the air and wounds the sect leader across the chest. Blood sprays from the injury, revealing the ferocious tenacity of the evil martial art being used against him. Elsewhere, Il-hun still cannot land a single blow on MamoruManhwa. Although he is even more ferocious than his junior, every attack he launches is either blocked or avoided by MamoruManhwa with practiced ease. In the final exchange, MamoruManhwa deflects another strike, and immediately follows with a devastating punch. The force overwhelms Il-hun, sending him stumbling several steps backward from a single blow. However, Il-hun remains alert enough to realize that MamoruManhwa is not finished. MamoruManhwa immediately follows his punch with a brutal knee strike to Il-hun's stomach, sending him staggering even farther back. With a heavy thud, Il-hun collapses onto one knee, coughing violently as he spits out a mouthful of blood. Calm and composed, MamoruManhwa observes that Il-hun's martial skills are far worse than he initially expected. He notes that Il-hun is not hiding his true ability, which only makes the situation stranger. How were these murderers capable of disguising themselves so convincingly as disciples of the Jonin sect? MamoruManhwa knows that the transformation martial technique, composed of reversal and bone compression, requires direct visual contact with the person being imitated in order to be used properly. That can only mean one thing. These murderers encountered disciples of the Jonin sect before and copied their appearances. MamoruManhwa points out that these murderers not only survived an encounter with martial artists of that level, but are now moving about with complete confidence while pretending to be members of Jonin. Ultimately, he questions what kind of solid foundation or advantage they could possibly be relying on. Il-hun mutters and confirms that MamoruManhwa's deductions are correct. They did indeed face one of Jonin's top disciples, a formidable warrior before whom two of their own fell in battle. Contrary to MamoruManhwa's earlier assumption that they might have escaped, Il-hun reveals that they never ran away. Instead, they killed several disciples of the Jonin sect. Having already experienced the murderer's true strength for himself, MamoruManhwa questions the absurd lies they are trying to tell him. Il-hun lets out a hollow laugh and curses MamoruManhwa for his arrogance. Then, shifting his gaze toward the sword hanging at his waist, he asks how MamoruManhwa intends to explain the presence of such a weapon. At that moment, MamoruManhwa's attention sharpens. The sword is indeed one that belongs to a disciple of the Jonin sect. Only after examining it more carefully does MamoruManhwa fully understand that it is not merely an expertly crafted imitation. Il-hun smugly remarks that MamoruManhwa knows as well as he does that very few blacksmiths could forge a sword worthy of a prestigious sect like Jonin, much less one convincing enough to pass as authentic. Besides, creating such a sword would take far longer than simply taking it from a genuine disciple. His meaning is clear. That sword truly came from Jonin. Even so, MamoruManhwa remains puzzled. Given the level of martial skill these murderers have displayed, how could they possibly have killed first-generation disciples of the Jonin sect? The thought makes no sense and he cannot find an answer. Il-hun slowly rises to his feet with a bitter laugh. Noticing MamoruManhwa's disbelief, he offers another way of looking at the situation. He asks whether MamoruManhwa's martial prowess is equal to that of his fellow Mount Hua disciples. The question immediately shocks MamoruManhwa, causing his thoughts to race. Il-hun explains that just as MamoruManhwa stands far above others among his peers, the martial abilities of the murderers also vary greatly. He brings up their senior, recalling how their master once admitted that she had already surpassed him in his youth. Suddenly, everything becomes clear to MamoruManhwa. Neither of the two murderers currently fighting in the courtyard possesses the strength required to defeat Jiangnin's top disciple. The realization of his own grave miscalculation weighs heavily upon him. Il-hun mutters that it was their senior who mercilessly slaughtered the disciples of the Jiangnin sect. However, before he can finish speaking, a swift horizontal sword strike flashes through the air. His neck is severed cleanly, sending blood spraying outward. Nearby, Il-sun remains locked in fierce combat against Kang Boalim. He stammers as he turns his head slightly and realizes that his senior martial brother has been killed. His thoughts reel at the sight, while Kang Boalim's eyes widen in stunned surprise. Then in a blur, Mu Hui completes another precise sword strike. Il-sun's head rolls lifelessly across the ground as his body collapses with a heavy thud. Kang Boalim can hardly believe what he just witnessed. The murderer had not even reacted to the attack. Turning sharply, Kang Boalim asks what kind of martial art could possibly produce such speed. However, the courtyard is already empty. Mu Hui, the disciple from Mount Hua who had been fighting beside him, has vanished without a trace. At that moment, light footsteps echo softly from the roof above. Mu Hui is already running with everything he has, his heart weighed down by deep regret over the decisions he made. He bitterly realizes that his desire to test his martial arts led to a grievous mistake. Engaging those two murderers consumed far too much time. Now at this critical moment, time is no longer on his side. Fully aware that the strongest murderer known to exist may be present, Mu Hui understands the dreadful severity of the situation. His junior disciples are now facing her alone, caught in an overwhelmingly dangerous struggle for survival. Back in the courtyard, Mu Qial's greatsword is embedded firmly in the ground. Il-mu drags Mu Hwa across the ground by her hair. The three disciples had been unable to leave even a single scratch on the murderer, and now it remains unclear whether any of them are still alive. Let's rewind back to when Il-mu offered the three disciples of Mount Hua a chance to escape by leaving Mu Hwa behind. All three of them stood their ground without fear, still unaware of the true and terrifying strength possessed by the monster before them. With firm resolve, Mu Hwa unsheathes her sword and suggests that she should charge in first, since Il-mu seems to like her so much. Behind her, Mu Qial raises his greatsword, preparing to follow closely, while Mu Jin cautiously warns her to be careful. Without hesitation, Mu Hwa darts forward, her swift movement leaving almost no trace of her advance. For orthodox martial artists, choosing to fight rather than flee is almost instinctive. Il-mu, however, remains perfectly still and completely silent. Despite the savage, blood-red pupils burning within her pitch-black eyes, her demeanor is calm and composed. Within her gaze, time seems to slow as she carefully observes every movement made by her opponents. Mu Hwa strikes with her sword, but Il-mu simply reaches out and catches the blade with her bare hand, completely unfazed. In a lightning-fast counterattack, Il-mu lifts the sword upward, exposing Mu Hwa's front entirely. Then, without hesitation, she drives her claw through the opening. Blood sprays into the air as Il-mu's claw tears through Mu Hwa's body. Immediately afterward, Il-mu kicks her away, sending her scraping harshly across the ground. However, the assault from the Mount Hua disciples is not over. Mu Qial leaps high into the air, his greatsword poised for a devastating strike. The sheer weight and momentum behind the attack are immense. As a martial master in her own right, Il-mu notices the incoming blow immediately. With ease, she leaps aside, causing Mu Qial's powerful strike to crash into the ground, missing its target by mere inches. Mu Qial does not pause. He raises his greatsword once again, preparing a follow-up attack with relentless determination. He swings the weapon wide, but Il-mu simply ducks beneath the blow. A smile appears on her face as she perfectly reads Mu Qial's movements, then charges back at him with ferocity. Swinging her hand, she sends blood spraying through the air, painting it a deep crimson. With a second strike, she knocks Mu Qial from the ground and sends him flying through the air. Mu Jin rushes forward, his voice rising in distress as he calls out to his fellow disciple. Focusing all his strength on the enemy before him, he charges with his sword in hand. Then Il-mu turns her gaze toward him. The moment Mu Jin meets those burning crimson eyes, a shiver runs down his spine. All the intent behind his sword instantly falters. Overwhelmed by the lethal killing intent radiating from the murderer, his body stiffens. Cold sweat pours down his face, and his eyes widen in shock. Deep within his mind, a buried memory resurfaces. It is a horrific incident from his childhood. A masked martial artist had mutilated his father right before his eyes, even after his father was already dead. The masked man continued wildly, swinging his sword with a smile, as though he were savoring every moment of the violence. Mu Jin had hidden beneath the cavity of the house, covering his mouth tightly to prevent even the smallest sound from escaping. At that time, he had not yet received the moon name given to a second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He had simply been a child, his eyes forced wide open as he witnessed that atrocity unfold before him. That trauma was the very reason he eventually chose to pick up a sword and pursue martial arts. The fear from that memory crashes over him all at once, shattering his concentration just as Il-mu's fist connects solidly with his face. Although the punch causes little physical damage, Mu Jin is still sent flying backward. His body crashes heavily onto the ground. Il-mu watches him with confusion, puzzled by his awkward movements. Internally, she wonders whether the man is somehow broken inside. Mu Jin's eyes remain wide open, mirroring the horror he witnessed as a child. The memory floods uncontrollably through his mind, filling him with fear. Despite everything, MamoruManhwa forces herself back onto her feet. Her gaze burns fiercely with unwavering determination as she charges forward once again, gripping her sword tightly. There is not even the slightest flicker of fear in her eyes. Just as before, Ilmu reaches out and catches MamoruManhwa's sword with her bare hand. She swings her other hand in a counterattack, but MamoruManhwa quickly ducks low, narrowly avoiding the sharp claw aimed at her. Ilmu responds immediately. Her knee shoots forward and slams hard into MamoruManhwa's abdomen. The impact is devastating. In that instant, MamoruManhwa loses consciousness, vomiting blood onto the ground as her strength gives out. Ilmu firmly grips MamoruManhwa's hair with her right hand while pulling the sword by its blade. As MamoruManhwa's body goes limp, Muchial charges in from behind, wildly swinging his greatsword with desperate force. Ilmu is faster, she ducks low, avoiding the attack just as it passes over her. Then savage and precise, Ilmu wields the Mount Hua sword by its blade and unleashes 4 consecutive strikes. Her attacks target Muchial's hand, chest, abdomen, and leg. Every strike lands with ruthless accuracy. Blood sprays freely from each point where Ilmu's attacks tear into Muchial's body. For a moment, Muchial loses consciousness as well. Mujin can do nothing but cry out in distress, his voice trembling with helplessness. That fear drags him back into his childhood, holding him firmly in place and preventing him from stepping forward. Within his mind, his fear takes the form of a child. It tells him that he will die if he faces the murderer head-on. In that childlike terror, Ilmu becomes a monster so overwhelming that even MamoruManhwa and Muchial, attacking together with everything they have, fail to draw a single drop of blood from her. His fear desperately urges him to run, trying to convince him that he has no other choice. Like a helpless ant before an unstoppable human footstep, even drawing his sword would be meaningless. His fear whispers that he will simply be crushed beneath the monster's feet. That is why he has always looked away. That is why he has avoided the truth until now. The reason Mu Jin hesitated and felt powerless was because he convinced himself that he had not trained enough. It was a lie he told himself in order to bury the fear deep within his heart. He persuaded himself that he lacked courage only because he was unprepared. He was afraid, but that fear was his own fault. Those lies gave him an excuse not to act. Then, barely able to remain upright, Muchial staggers back toward Mu Jin's side. His eyes widen with alarm as he gasps over the injuries suffered by his fellow disciples. With labored breaths, Muchial suggests that the murderer they are facing may be far stronger than Mu Hui, their senior disciple. He urges Mu Jin to retreat, insisting that all of them cannot die in this place. Muchial vows that he will remain behind and hold the demon back. Mu Jin must return to the main sect and report what happened here. From a distance, Ilmu coldly remarks on their persistence. Inside Mu Jin's heart, the voice of his fear echoes once again, repeating Muchial's command. Run, it is the rational decision. There is nothing wrong with fleeing and surviving. Mu Jin lowers his gaze toward the ground, now stained a deep crimson with blood. The sight sinks heavily into his mind. Quietly, he wonders how Muchial is still standing against such a monstrous opponent, despite suffering such severe blood loss. He questions himself, was Muchial not also undertrained just like him? And yet, Muchial still possessed the courage and determination to face the demon without flinching. What surprises Mu Jin most is the emotion he feels in response to Muchial's words. It is not anger, it is relief. Other memories begin surfacing from the past, pulling him back to the time when he once asked Mu Hui why he continued to hesitate. Mu Hui had answered him with calm honesty. If Mu Jin himself did not know the reason, then how could Mu Hui possibly understand it? Mu Hui then suggested that perhaps Mu Jin had been lying to himself all along. He told Mu Jin that if merely recalling those memories was too frightening, then it was because he had buried them deep within his heart. As time passed, Mu Hui explained, it was possible that Mu Jin had even forgotten what first caused his fear or why it had taken root inside him. If that was truly the case, then perhaps remembering why he first picked up a sword would help him find clarity. After all, Mu Hui said, there is no action without a reason behind it. Mu Hui advised Mu Jin to reflect on the matter himself before gently dismissing him and returning to his own training. It was only then that Mu Jin finally began trying to think for himself, searching for the true reason he held a sword in his hands. He remembers the blood-soaked scene from his childhood, when he hid beneath the cavity of the house with his eyes wide open, helplessly witnessing the horrors unfolding before him. He remembers the pools of blood covering the ground and drenching the people around him. Back then, he was nothing more than a powerless child, the sole survivor of that day, and that was when he ultimately decided to pick up a sword. It had been nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The assailants swung their blades mercilessly. All their victims could do little more than cling desperately to their pant legs. Their resistance amounted to nothing more than a futile gesture born from hopelessness. Mu Jin witnessed that horror firsthand as a child. Powerless and paralyzed, he watched as the wrists clinging to the attackers were severed, followed by arms, chests, bellies, and necks. His family was torn apart before his very eyes. Although fury burned in his chest, fear drowned it completely. Back then, he had felt beyond pitiful. He had felt utterly broken. In the aftermath of that blood-soaked day, a fragile hope began to take root within him. If only he could master martial arts. If only he could become strong, then perhaps he would finally be able to face his enemies bravely. That fragile hope became the reason he first picked up a sword. It became the reason he trained at all. With a sword in his hand, his fears seemed to vanish, if only for a moment. He believed that the only thing standing between him and courage was training. With every swing of his blade, he poured his terror and cowardice into his sword, trying to transform them into something stronger. Mu Jin, once a trembling child, began crafting a new identity for himself. At least that was the story he kept telling himself. Again and again, he repeated the same lie. He told himself that he had overcome the fear within him. He reasoned that any hesitation still lingering in his heart was only the result of insufficient training. Once his training was complete, courage would naturally follow. However, that belief shattered the moment he saw MamoruManhwa charge into battle without hesitation, despite having undergone the same training as him. Mu did the same, facing the monster before them without showing the slightest trace of fear. Mu Jin could not understand it. Why had he felt relief when Mu urged him to run? What had all his training amounted to if, in the end, he still remained frozen in place? He began questioning everything. What had he truly overcome? The scene unfolding before him mirrored his past far too clearly. Someone close to him stood on the brink of death, while he remained paralyzed not with anger but with fear. Once again, he tried blaming his inaction on a lack of training. As he prepared to flee without shedding even a single drop of blood, doubt finally began consuming him. Was this really the reason he trained? Was it merely so he could stand by helplessly while the people around him died once again? Then the truth finally struck him. The sword he carried was never meant to be an escape from his pathetic self. It was never meant to become a shield he could hide behind. Clenching his teeth, Mu Jin steels his resolve. Even if resistance is futile, and even if standing his ground will only lead to his death, he chooses to fight. Just like those who once stood against injustice, their bodies torn apart but their spirits unyielding. He chooses to draw his blade. As he rises, Mu Jin makes a silent vow. He will become one of them, someone who does not retreat, someone who faces injustice with unwavering courage. He wants his sword to embody that very same spirit. Tears gather in his eyes, but his movements are now filled with purpose. He will no longer run, his target is clear. The murderer standing before him. At that moment, Mu notices his approach. Despite the earlier combined attacks from MamoruManhwa and Mu, she has not lost even a single drop of blood. She still holds MamoruManhwa by the hair and Mu by the neck, with both disciples already unconscious. Mu Jin launches himself into the air, raising his sword high above him. This is his moment, his only chance to buy time until Mu arrives. Mu releases her grip on Mu. She mutters irritably that Mu Jin is becoming increasingly bothersome. Mu Jin's sword grazes her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Mu remains completely unfazed as she prepares her counterattack. And just like that, Mu Jin's defiance comes at a steep price. Mu strikes back, driving her hand mercilessly into his abdomen. The force behind the blow is overwhelming, far beyond anything Mu Jin can endure. Blood spills from his lips in a ragged cough. As his consciousness begins to fade, his sword slips from his fingers and clatters onto the ground, its ringing sound sharp and final. Silence falls over the battlefield. Everyone who stood against the murderer now lies unconscious or grievously wounded. Then Mu arrives. His first action is to kneel beside Mu and check his pulse for any sign of life. Mu turns toward him. The minor wound inflicted by Mu Jin has completely healed. She studies the newcomer with calculating interest. Still crouched beside Mu quietly mutters an apology for arriving so late. Mu quickly realizes that he has come alone. Her assumption is obvious. The leader of the Shining Radiance sect must still be occupied dealing with her junior brothers. Mu expression darkens. Internally, he curses himself for letting his guard down and for treating the earlier situation too lightly. Slowly raising his gaze, Mu begins radiating a lethal stillness from his entire body. He silently begs his unconscious juniors to endure for just a little longer, vowing that he will bring a swift end to the enemy before him and provide aid the moment he can. Mu lets out a slow, amused chuckle as she looks at him. Although he may have underestimated her at first, it now seems that she has made the same mistake. Her laughter fades into quiet amusement as she considers Mu. At first glance, he seemed like nothing more than a fledgling, but now there is something far more ominous coming from him. With a flick of her arm, she tosses Mu aside as though discarding garbage. His limp body hits the ground with a heavy thud. She then releases Mu, handling her with slightly more care. Her movements are still rough, but not nearly as dismissive as they were with Mu Jin. A smirk remains on Mu's lips as she remarks that men are not usually her preference. However, she admits that she has a weakness for bold types. Her smile never fades as she challenges Mu to live up to the excitement he has stirred within her. Mu shifts into his sword stance, every part of his posture sharpened by determination. He has already learned his lesson. There will be no underestimating her this time. Time itself seems to stretch around him. The sword in Mu grip moves fluidly with his stance, as though it has become a natural extension of his body. Every thought in his mind centers on one goal. He must eliminate the enemy before him as quickly as possible and tend to his wounded disciples. Then his form blurs. His movements are short, quick, and completely stripped of flair. He drives forward using a sword technique designed solely for offense. Mu snaps to attention, her instincts immediately reacting to his rapid approach. Her eyes widen as she struggles to follow the incoming strike. A crescent of sword energy tears through the air and slices across her midsection. The trees beside her fall in its wake, while her body is thrown backward several paces before crashing onto the ground. Blood sprays from her wounds, leaving a vivid trail across the earth. However, even as the damage settles, her body begins healing almost instantly. Her flesh knits itself together at a supernatural speed, though her torn robes remain behind as an eerie reminder of what she truly is. The regenerative power of a murderer defies the laws of nature. A manic laugh erupts from Il-Mu's lips. She praises Mu Hui, impressed that someone so young can already command sword true energy. However, before the words have even fully left her mouth, another sword strike is already closing the distance. In that instant, Il-Mu bends backward in an unnatural, inhuman motion and narrowly avoids the blade. Mu Hui does not relent. His hand is already moving into position, preparing to unleash one of Mount Hua's revered palm techniques. Il-Mu barely has enough time to curse when she realizes what is coming. The falling flower palm lands squarely against her face. At such close range, she has neither the time to parry nor the space to evade. The impact slams her head into the ground with a resounding crash, Mu Hui's strike driving her skull deep into the earth. Yet Mu Hui does not pause. Without hesitation, he follows with a downward sword swing aimed directly at her head. In a flash, Il-Mu raises both hands and catches the blade in midair, stopping its descent mere inches from her skull. Her grip tightens firmly around the edge of the sword. At the same time, her legs sweep sideways in a tight arc, preparing a counterattack. Mu Hui's eyes widen as he immediately recognizes the incoming strike. Engaging her at such close range has restricted his usual maneuverability. With limited options to block or evade, he braces himself. Her counterattack lands. Il-Mu's foot slams into his face, sending Mu Hui hurtling across the ground. The murderer maintains her grip on his sword even as his body tears across the terrain, carving a long screeching trail behind him. Although the strike is not fatal, its sheer force leaves him momentarily stunned. Mu Hui staggers back to his feet, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. His vision sharpens and his unwavering gaze locks onto his opponent once again. In a single movement, Il-Mu rises to her feet. She glances at the wound still fading across her abdomen, then casually tosses Mu Hui's sword aside, sending it spinning behind her. In her mind, the battle has already become hers. Her opponent is disarmed and vulnerable. However, Mu Hui does not flinch. He begins walking forward, never once looking away from her predatory crimson eyes. They glow with an unnatural light, fully befitting her demonic nature. Without hesitation, Mu Hui reaches for the greatsword that once belonged to Mu Qiao, still embedded firmly in the ground. In his former life, a greatsword had been his weapon of choice. Now, once again, it fits perfectly in his grip. Seeing this, Il-Mu interprets his decision as a personal challenge. A wicked grin spreads across her face, her lips curling with delight. Mu Hui's expression remains unreadable, focused, and solemn. He has already evaluated her strength. Then both of them move at once. Their forms blur, far too fast for the untrained eye to follow. The greatsword crashes against the murderer's bare hand. Sparks erupt at the point of impact, flickering through the darkness like fireflies. Il-Mu's crimson eyes shine with manic excitement. Mu Hui's eyes, by contrast, burn with cold and unwavering lethal intent. Il-Mu's sharpened claw lashes out in a blur, yet Mu Hui meets the strike by deftly parrying it with his own arm. Without hesitation, Mu Hui shifts his balance and counters with a sweeping low kick, his foot carving a sharp arc toward Il-Mu's legs. However, the flesh demon anticipates the move. She raises her own leg in a reactive guard, absorbing the blow with inhuman poise. Her response is swift and brutal. One muscular arm swings upward like a hammer, forcing Mu Hui to bring his greatsword across his body to absorb the impact. Mu Hui retaliates with a vicious backhand, his reinforced fist slamming into Il-Mu's face. At the same time, he draws back his sword in a practiced fluid motion before bringing it down in a crushing vertical cleave. The blade descends with enough force to end the battle. However, Il-Mu twists her body just enough to avoid the strike, causing the greatsword to carve through empty air instead of flesh. The missed blow leaves Mu Hui exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Il-Mu recoils before shooting forward like a spring. Her grotesque limb crashes directly into Mu Hui's jaw, snapping his head sideways and sending him staggering backward as he coughs up a thick spatter of blood. But this battle allows no room for weakness. This is not a duel fought for honor. It is a battle for survival, one where only death will determine the outcome. Regaining his balance within a heartbeat, Mu Hui spins. His heel digs into the dirt as he pivots his weight and launches a sweeping attack. His greatsword whirls through the air in a deadly arc. The edge crashes into the flesh demon's midsection with thunderous force. Although her reinforced skin resists the blade, the sheer momentum sends her hurtling backward through the clearing. Mu Hui does not pause. Without delay, he leaps forward in pursuit, propelling himself with practiced precision as he closes the distance before she can fully recover. Concussive bursts begin echoing through the forest, each one caused by their internal energies colliding violently. The night air shimmers with the residual force of their battle, while the surrounding trees bend beneath the pressure of their unleashed power. Just then, Kang Boalim silently arrives at the pavilion where the banquet had been held. His gaze lifts beyond the tree line, where flashes of light and bursts of force dance through the darkness. Now everything makes sense. The urgency behind Mu Hui's departure and the intensity in his eyes had all been because he was heading out to face a demon of terrifying power. If he still possessed that strength, he would have thrown himself into the battle without hesitation. But now he can only offer help in other ways. For the moment, tending to the wounded disciples of Mount Hua is his priority. Meanwhile, the fight between Mu-Hui and Ilmu escalates even further. Their probing attacks are over. Now the true battle begins. Ilmu exhales, her breath misting with energy before raising one of her hands. Demonic internal force surges outward as she unleashes the 100 Forms palm technique. The air distorts around her. Tendrils of corrupted energy twist into existence, forming serpentine limbs that coil and snake toward Mu-Hui. They almost seem alive, drawn toward the warmth of life and eager to drain it dry. Several paces away, Mu-Hui immediately recognizes the lethal potential of the technique. Without hesitation, he kicks off from the ground and brings his greatsword to bear. Within his mind, he envisions the sequence of his defense and counterattack, arranging every movement and intent into perfect order. This is no longer merely combat. It is a test of spirit, will, endurance, and skill honed through countless battles. Mu-Hui's eyes gleam with cold focus. Although the weapon in his hands is a massive and seemingly cumbersome greatsword, he handles it with a grace and agility that completely betray its size. Each movement of his sword generates enough pressure to form swirling currents in the air. Before long, an invisible barrier takes shape around him. Any tendril that attempts to breach the perimeter is instantly repelled or sliced apart before it can touch even a single strand of his hair. The tide of battle shifts swiftly in Mu-Hui's favor. Within mere moments, the chaotic assault unleashed by Ilmu's 100 Forms palm technique breaks apart, fading into glimmering embers that gently scatter across the forest floor. Ilmu's crimson eyes narrow. She understands what just happened. Her technique was not destroyed through brute force alone. Mu-Hui used refined manipulation of wind pressure, altering the very flow of air through precise strikes and unraveling the cohesion of her energy constructs. Before she can regroup, her gaze snaps into sharper focus. Mu-Hui is already moving. A sudden gust fills the air with the sweet, haunting fragrance of plum blossoms. In that instant, his aura manifests into an ethereal storm of petals, every one of them glinting with razor-sharp intent. From the tip of his blade, countless glowing petals burst forth. They twist and spiral through the air, forming a vortex of searing sword energy that tears toward Ilmu like a floral tempest. It is the manifestation of Mount Hua's signature technique, the plum blossom sword art. Its elegance only conceals the devastation it carries. And yet Ilmu remains standing. Her body is covered in lacerations. Her clothing has been reduced to ribbons and her blood paints vivid patterns across her skin. However, the smile spreading across her lips is not one of mockery. It is a smile of pure elation. Under her breath, she whispers praise as though appreciating the artistry of Mu-Hui's swordsmanship. Her trembling hand rises once again. Demonic energy gathers within her palm, far more concentrated than before. She draws upon every remaining reserve within her corrupted veins. Then, with her fingers snapping into position, Ilmu unleashes a fierce roar and releases a crimson arc of energy. A demonic sword wave infused with her wrath tears through the air like a blood-red scythe. However, Mu-Hui has already read her movement. He launches himself from the ground, vaulting high into the air as the moonlight glints off his rising form. While airborne, both of his hands tighten around the hilt of the greatsword, and his internal energy surges outward, coating the blade in radiant blue light. The night sky witnesses his movement as he begins to spin, his blade extended while each rotation builds greater speed and power. The light surrounding his sword blurs into a spiraling disk of destruction. His descent carries him directly toward the place where Ilmu stands. At the last possible instant, she shifts her stance and steps aside, barely avoiding the full force of the descending strike. Yet the battle does not pause. Ilmu is already drawing back her hand, her fingers shaped like talons and prepared to slash. Mu-Hui instinctively raises his arm and the edge of her claws grazes across his defensive stance. He understands all too well that a single mistake, one direct hit, could bring devastating consequences. In response, his sword arm moves again. Mu-Hui swings his greatsword upward, unleashing a sweeping arc of force through the momentum of the blade. The weapon meets flesh with surgical precision. In one clean motion, Mu-Hui severs Ilmu's arm. Dark blood sprays outward. Mu-Hui follows up without hesitation. Twisting his hips, he raises his knee and delivers a powerful kick directly into Ilmu's abdomen. The impact reverberates through her torso, knocking her backward and forcing the breath from her lungs. Blood spills from her freshly severed shoulder as her balance falters. Ilmu hisses through clenched teeth, struggling to steady her footing. Fury fills the air around her. Even after suffering such injuries, her crimson eyes continue glittering with defiance as she glares toward Mu-Hui. Raising her head, she mutters with dark amusement about his impudence. If he continues misbehaving like this, she says, she will no longer be able to go easy on him. Mu-Hui gives her no time to enjoy her mockery. With a leap that almost seems to defy gravity, he launches himself into the air once again. Moonlight flashes along the edge of his blade as he descends, bringing the greatsword down in a calculated strike meant to finish her. However, even with one arm severed, Ilmu perceives the incoming threat. She ducks low, allowing the blade to slice past her with a violent rush of displaced air. From that lowered position, she surges forward like a released spring and drives her body into Mu-Hui's midsection. The force of the charge sends him flying backward through the forest. His back crashes against the base of a massive tree with a sickening thud, causing branches to tremble and leaves to scatter around him. Even then, Mu-Hui keeps his composure. His eyes do not falter, his breathing remains deep and measured. The next wave of battle surges forward immediately as Il-mu launches herself toward him once again. Her foot rises in a brutal arc aimed directly at his head, but Mu Hui has already sensed the trajectory of the attack. He rolls aside just in time, allowing her kick to miss him by inches and obliterate the tree instead. Seeing his opening, Mu Hui pivots sharply and swings his greatsword in a wide, punishing arc toward her midsection. The blade howls through the air. Il-mu calculates her options within a heartbeat. She cannot evade this strike. It is too fast and too precise. Mu Hui immediately draws back and slashes again with relentless force. Il-mu answers with another clawed counterstrike, and the grinding sound of colliding energy fills the air. During their violent exchange, her claws manage to tear through the protective layer of energy surrounding Mu Hui's body. A slash cuts cleanly through the fabric of his robe, exposing the skin beneath. However, his flesh remains unharmed. Even so, something deep inside him begins pulsing wildly. An internal struggle invisible to the eye has already begun. Il-mu tilts her head as a smirk slowly spreads across her face. Recognizing the signs, she speaks her theory aloud. Mu Hui's body is rejecting her demonic energy. The two forces are colliding violently inside him, and Il-mu believes that her dark power will inevitably prove dominant. With a sinister chuckle, she assumes that the battle is nearing its conclusion. Surely, the torment tearing through Mu Hui's body is already paralyzing him. Surely, he can barely remain standing. Her words are filled with complete certainty as she declares that the fun is now over. Yet Mu Hui's posture does not change. His gaze sharpens, and beneath the moonlight, his eyes shimmer with cold, ruthless resolve. Without saying a word, he steps forward. Then he strikes. Lethal intent radiates from every motion. The pain is real and his body is heavily burdened, but Mu Hui pushes through it by sheer will alone. Il-mu can no longer match his pace. She has no time to dodge. One of Mu Hui's slashes finally lands. The greatsword tears through her chest, carving a deadly path through muscle and bone. Blood erupts from the exit wound in a violent stream. The attack is precise. It is a strike aimed to kill. With the greatsword still lodged deep in her chest, Il-mu lurches backward, driven by the last remnants of her physical strength. Her movements grow increasingly erratic, until she finally skids across the earth and comes to a halt. Despite her formidable strength, the sword embedded in her body remains unmoved. Attempting to pull it free would only leave her vulnerable to one final, fatal strike. A violent cough tears from her throat, spilling blood onto the soil in a deep crimson stain. In that moment, clarity overtakes her pain. She finally realizes that Mu Hui's martial experience exceeds her expectations by a margin too vast to ignore. Her body is the proof. Her right arm has been severed, and her remaining limbs are too weakened to support her properly. She sinks to her knees, her breathing heavy and ragged, her eyes fixed on the blade piercing her abdomen. This is not how she imagined their confrontation would end. She expected to toy with Mu Hui before executing him. Yet now she is the one kneeling in ruin. A short distance away, Mu Hui remains standing upright, seemingly unaffected by the grueling exchanges they just endured. Even after confronting a martial artist who surpassed him in raw strength and internal energy, he shows no visible sign of distress. Calmly, he adjusts his dislocated shoulder, his focus remaining firm and unwavering. Trembling from blood loss and disbelief, Il-mu questions what kind of man stands before her. She could never have known the truth. Mu Hui's combat instincts were forged through years of surviving the brutal chaos of the martial world. He is not merely a gifted young fighter. Accepting her defeat, Il-mu reflects on his vigilance and his ability to wait with absolute patience for the perfect opening. Those are not traits born from luck, but from true mastery. Mu Hui shows no reaction to her words. Instead, he asks directly whether any other disciples of the old monster of 100 faces still remain. Il-mu replies that they are all gone. Every disciple who came to Lushan, including herself, is now dead. Mu Hui muses that with her death, the lineage of the old monster of 100 faces will finally disappear. However, Il-mu denies his conclusion. Those who died, including herself, were merely disciples. Her master, the original old monster of 100 faces, is still alive. Mu Hui immediately dismisses the claim, stating that the man should have died long ago. Yet Il-mu insists that it is true. Although her master vanished after being relentlessly pursued by the Seven Evil Heavens sect, his disappearance was never proof of his death. Instead, he retreated into seclusion and devoted himself to refining his martial arts beyond anything the world had ever witnessed. Mu Hui immediately understands the gravity of what she is implying. He personally witnessed the devastation caused by the true old monster of 100 faces in his former life. Without hesitation, Mu Hui steps forward and grabs the hilt of the greatsword protruding from her body. With a brutal twist, he shifts the blade inside her. Blood sprays from the fresh trauma as Il-mu gasps and writhes in agony. Her body trembles violently, barely clinging to life. While Mu Hui looks down at her with eyes filled with cold menace, his voice is absolute as he demands one answer. Where is the true old monster of 100 faces hiding? Il-mu responds with quiet defiance. Even if she revealed her master's location, it would make no difference. Mu Hui could never defeat him, not only because of his strength, but because he resides somewhere completely beyond Mu Hui's reach. Sensing deception, Mu Hui accuses her of trying to buy time. He warns that if she attempts anything reckless, he will kill her immediately. However, Il-mu insists that she has no ulterior motive. Even so, she has no intention of telling him anything more. In the very next instant, her hand moves with terrifying speed, so quickly that even Mu Hui struggles to trace it with his eyes. Before he can stop her, Il-Mu's sharpened claw tears through her own throat. She has chosen to die by her own hand. Her body collapses silently, but the expression frozen on her face is one of exhilarated triumph. Mu Hui remains in silence, absorbing the weight of what just happened. Il-Mu's dying words echo in his mind. The old monster of 100 faces, the very embodiment of calamity, is still alive. Worse still, according to her, he has grown even stronger during his exile. The night soon slips away, replaced by the warmth and clarity of high noon. Fortunately, no lives were lost during the encounter, though the battle has left a lasting mark on the disciples of the Mount Hua sect. Inside a quiet room within the Shining Radiance sect, the disciple who suffered the worst injuries finally begins to stir. Mu Jin opens his eyes, still clouded by pain and confusion. The room surrounding him is unfamiliar, while the bright midday sunlight filters faintly through the windows. As memories of the previous night suddenly flood back into his mind, Mu Jin instinctively jolts upright, his eyes scanning the room in search of answers. However, agony strikes him almost immediately. Every nerve in his body screams from the wounds he sustained during the battle. Nearby, Mu Hui had already anticipated this and is preparing a drink. He cautions Mu Jin against moving so suddenly, reminding him that his condition is still severe. Mu Jin's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that his senior brother is beside him, alive and standing without any visible injuries. Mu Hui's survival seems almost unreal. With urgency in his voice, Mu Jin quickly asks what happened to the murderers. He remembers seeing Mu Hui take on 2 opponents alone, and the fact that he survived feels nothing short of miraculous. Mu Hui hands him a cup and tells him not to worry too much about the matter. Then, with the casual tone of someone reporting ordinary news, he states that he killed them all. The words strike Mu Jin like a blow, leaving him completely speechless. Mu Hui continues, explaining that a letter has already been sent to the Zhangnan sect and should arrive within a day or 2. As for their fellow disciples, Mu Hwa and Mu Qiao did not suffer injuries as severe as Mu Jin's. They have already returned to their sparring training. Mu Jin drinks the plum blossom tea Mu Hui gave him, and expresses his gratitude for being cared for during his recovery. Then, without warning, Mu Hui offers a quiet apology. Perplexed, Mu Jin asks what he means. Mu Hui confesses that he failed to anticipate the true strength of the murderer. Considering how dangerous that battle was, the disciples were fortunate to have escaped with only serious injuries. He adds that he never believed his junior disciples would blindly follow him to their deaths, nor did he assume they would throw away their lives simply because he led them forward. Their actions were driven by their own resolve. Mu Hui understands that clearly. Even so, once they return to the main sect, he intends to bear the full responsibility for everything that happened. He has already decided to step down from his position as senior brother in order to take accountability for the entire incident. As Mu Hui continues speaking, he reveals that he has already shared this decision with the others. The revelation leaves Mu Jin stunned, unable to form a response as countless thoughts race through his mind. Then, shifting the tone of the conversation, Mu Hui mentions that Mu Qiao told him something unexpected. During their fight against the murderer, Mu Jin's attack was the only one that actually landed. Still bewildered, Mu Jin asks whether that truly happened. Mu Hui clarifies that he arrived late to the scene, so he did not witness the entire exchange himself. However, according to Mu Qiao, while he and Mu Hwa were caught in the murderer's grasp, Mu Jin launched an attack that grazed Il-Mu's cheek. A thin spray of blood followed, marking the only confirmed hit. The 3 of them managed to land throughout the encounter. The attack happened only moments before Il-Mu struck Mu Jin in the chest and knocked him unconscious. At that time, Mu Qiao was still conscious enough to clearly remember seeing Mu Jin's effort. Even Il-Mu seemed to register that brief but courageous strike, before turning her attention elsewhere. In a casual tone, Mu Hui remarks that technically Mu Jin's attack landed. Mu Jin detects something rare in his senior brother's voice. Beneath the familiar sarcasm, there is genuine sincerity. He wonders whether this might be the first time Mu Hui has ever truly praised him. However, Mu Hui continues with a deeper point. The amount of damage Mu Jin dealt does not matter. What matters is that he grew. His experience in the martial world has finally pushed him forward. Mu Hui explains that the wall standing before a martial artist is not always broken through some grand moment of enlightenment. Sometimes it is shattered by a small action, a brief moment of resolve, or a subtle change in one's mindset that quietly opens the path ahead. Although the murderer was overwhelmingly powerful and Mu Jin managed to inflict only a small scratch, Mu Hui believes that the next time he faces a similar challenge, he will recognize the change within himself. That scratch marked the moment Mu Jin began overcoming the wall inside his heart. Finishing his thoughts, Mu Hui admits that he has spoken far too much. A soft smile crosses his face as he tells Mu Jin that it is time to go. Puzzled by the sudden instruction, Mu Jin asks where they are heading, already assuming that more training is waiting for him. Mu Hui vaguely confirms that it could be considered training. Mu Jin immediately protests, reminding him that his body is still recovering and that every movement causes him pain. However, Mu Hui remains insistent. It is precisely because of those injuries that Mu Jin needs to go. Besides, everyone else is already waiting for him, so he should hurry. Mu Jin releases a long, hollow cry of despair. There is no point in arguing. Once Mu Hui makes up his mind, resistance is useless. To Mu Jin's astonishment, their destination is not the training grounds. It is the hot spring. With the threat of the murderers finally behind them, the disciples now have the opportunity to properly enjoy their time in Lushan. Muhui remarks with satisfaction that nothing is more important than proper rest. In his opinion, bathing in a hot spring is the finest form of training. As they soak in the mineral-rich water, Muchial comments on how remarkable the heat feels. The warmth soothes his injuries and seems to accelerate his recovery. Muhui admits that he never expected the leader of the Shining Radiance sect to reserve such an extravagant, top-tier spring exclusively for them. He then adds that MuHWA had been whining endlessly about wanting to visit a hot spring. With a thoughtful glance, he muses that they probably should have come sooner. She must be overjoyed. As though confirming his thoughts, MuHWA appears to be in absolute bliss. Her cheeks are flushed from the heat, her skin shimmering beneath the steamy veil of the spring, while a serene smile rests on her lips as though she has never experienced sorrow in her life.